like an afterglow. And I'm curious about it, then I'm going to be doing it and I'm going to be doing it on screen. But also, if the debaters want to ask for a fact check at any time, please just say the word. Or if there's like a reference, and it's not even necessarily a fact check, if there's something that you're like, that one Bible phrase or whatever, just ask. I will take a look real quick. I mean, it's basically going to be my job for tonight. I get to just hang out, listen, and support you guys. So, that said, we are going to go ahead and do our usual because you guys already know what I got to say.
Trying to get some video going here.
Oh,
Why isn't it working?
all right. And don't forget that I did send you don't forget to click the stream together thing. And there we go. Good evening, everyone. Oh, not yet. I'm getting to you. Good evening and welcome to the. Oh my God, you people! You keep talking at exactly the wrong moment. All right, be right back. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Razor, you come in at 8:30, my friend. So you can sit in the room, but be shh. And to everybody. At least for tonight, please check your. So one more time, we have Emmett on the affirmative. Emmett, would you please be so kind as to introduce yourself to the jury? You are muted, Emmett.
Oh, my apologies. Hello, my name is Emmett. I have a YouTube channel it's called Count Emmett. I do art stuff over there. I'm a graduate on video game design and art, and I do ethics debates and sometimes some political debates. I enjoy very different types of debates and conversations. And yeah, I'm very happy to have this way with Leith. It's going to be interesting, I hope.
Very cool. And you guys I will drop that link. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, Chief, for dropping that link in the chat. Give that follow. We're going to go over to our opposition tonight on the negative. We have Lethe Waterkai. Please introduce yourself, sir. Tell us who you are and where we can find you.
Hey yo, it's your boy Lethe Water Kai on all platforms. I'm sure a few people know me from around here, but I tend to talk politics, goofy stuff, and every now and again, Horseradish manages to get me to debate someone. So that's what we're gonna do today.
And I am honored every time. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. Again, as I said, Lethe asked to go first tonight, and Emmett said that was okay with him. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this over to you, Lethe. Whenever you are ready to start, please go ahead.
Okay. So, morality is inherently a subjective construct, dependent on sentient interpretation. Without entities to perceive and evaluate actions, morality ceases to exist as a meaningful concept. Each individual defines morality through personal experience, while societal discourse shapes broader ethical norms. These collective agreements then filter into social frameworks that guide behavior, eventually forming the foundation for legal systems. However, these moral structures are neither universal nor absolute, and they are always downstream from the individual's own internal morality. What is considered just in one culture may be viewed as reprehensible in another. Thus, rather than being a rigid or innate principle, morality is fluid, shaped by context, consensus, and the evolving nature of human civilization. This fluidity does not render morality meaningless or arbitrary. Instead, it underscores its profound importance as a living, responsive force within human societies, because morality emerges from the interplay of individual conscience and collective experience. It carries the capacity for both remarkable progress and dangerous division. Throughout history, we have witnessed how differing moral frameworks have clashed, sometimes violently. When one group attempts to impose its internal sense of right and wrong upon another, From ancient tribal codes to modern debates over bioethics, criminal justice, and human rights, the tension between personal conviction and societal expectation remains constant. Consider how this subjectivity manifests in everyday life. An action praised as courageous self defense in one community might be condemned as excessive violence in another. Practices surrounding family structure, economic fairness, or individual liberty vary dramatically across borders, not because one side lacks moral insight, no, but because their foundational experiences and interpretive lenses differ. Even within a single society, generational shifts reveal morality's malleable nature. Behaviors once widely accepted gradually become taboo, while previously fringe ideas gain moral authority through changing circumstances, new knowledge, and evolving empathy. This invites us to approach ethical questions with intellectual humility. If morality is downstream from individual interpretation, then genuine moral discourse requires listening before declaring, understanding context before judging, and recognizing that our own deeply held principles are themselves products of time, place, and personal journey. It challenges us to build bridges across differences rather than walls of moral superiority. Legal systems, while necessary for ordered society, should therefore remain adaptable, reflecting the best available consensus while preserving space for conscientious dissent and future evolution. Ultimately, embracing the subjective foundations of morality does not lead to nihilism. It leads to responsibility. Each one of us becomes an active participant in the ongoing creation of ethical norms. We shape morality through our choices, our empathy, our willingness to question assumptions, and our courage to stand by convictions, even when they swim against the current consensus. In an increasingly interconnected world, this awareness becomes not just philosophical, but practical. It equips us to navigate cultural differences, resolve conflicts, and pursue shared human flourishing without demanding uniformity of belief. As we engage in this discussion today, let us carry forward this understanding. Morality is not a fixed star by which we all must navigate, but a constellation we chart together, always open to new perspectives and new experiences, and better angels of our nature. By acknowledging its subjective roots, we gain the wisdom to treat it with care, seriousness, and the creativity it deserves. I will end my time there.
So then, we're going to go ahead and put that 5 minutes back on the clock. This is now your time, Emmett, to go ahead and respond to. Use as much of this as you want to question, set up your own arguments, et cetera, et cetera. This is still the cross-examination phase, but you don't have to use the whole thing. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So when you say that morality is subjective, do you mean that the subject is the one that decides what moral is?
It is subjective in the sense that it is an emergent property that comes from human consciousness and experiences.
Yeah, who decides what is moral?
Society decides what is moral.
So wouldn't it be collective then?
Yes, it does happen in a collective way, usually based on individual societies or tribes or whatever small group. Within 3 people, there can be a
Individual
moral system.
societies? What are we talking about? Are we talking about societies and individuals, or are we talking about individuals as individuals?
Well, if morality were a objective thing, then we would all have the same morality no matter what culture, what society, what tribe. So it is collective.
So it is dependent upon the collective, right? The collective is the one that decides what moral is.
Correct.
And there is no actual standard of what morality is, right? You said that it's kind of like a constellation.
It's usually decided based on the sensibilities of the society and what the needs of that society are.
It is like a constellation or not?
It is definitely like a constellation.
What is a constellation?
A constellation is a grouping of stars or events or ideas.
Okay, if you don't know what a star is or a grouping of a star is, can you have an idea of what a constellation is?
A definition of a constellation is something that's arbitrary based on human definitions and language.
So you don't have a way to even know what a constellation is in your case? You're just making it up in accordance to your preferences?
No, unfortunately, society has given us ways of defining things. So in each language
That's not
system,
the question. The question is,
What's your
I'm sorry. This is my cross. That's not the question. The question
about it.
is whether or not is constellation just a made-up term that means absolutely nothing except what you prefer it means?
Constellation is a subjective term that is used to define something that we have observed.
Okay, can you observe morality?
You can observe morality.
You can? Can you please tell me the object that tells you what moral is?
It's based on what the sensibilities of society is. As I said in my opening, one thing can be considered moral by
Yeah,
one part of
wait, wait, wait,
society
wait,
and
wait,
deemed
wait,
immoral by another
wait.
group
You
of
said
society.
observe. Wait. We're talking about objects. You said it's an object that we observe. So
Oh
you
no, I
have to
didn't say
be
it was
able
an
to
object.
sense
You
it
said, can you
with your
observe
senses.
morality? You can observe a
Yeah,
moral
can you
act.
observe it?
You can observe a moral act.
We're talking about we're talking about something akin to a scientific method, okay? It's senses based. So you say observe. Can you observe morality? Can you have access to it physically?
No.
Okay, and so it's a morality would be observed in accordance to the preferences of whatever the group collective is, not the subjective, right? It's about the collective.
Say that one more time.
So the observation of it would be observing a thing we made up in accordance to the collective that we have, right?
No, not by what you just said. It would be observing actions, not observing morality itself. It's not an object.
Actions, yeah, but the actions that we're looking at, we're looking them to the prism of this social construct. We build it up, we made it up, okay, and we decide in this build-up idea whether it's good or bad because of our collective experience with our, pairs.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's it. Thank you so much for the Horseradish.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and go over to you. 5 minutes on the clock for your opening. Use as much as you'd like, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
Okay, so whenever we talk about when we see it directly with him, he says morality is subjective, and then he contradicts himself by saying, well, morality is not actually subjective, it's actually collective. What they mean is morality is in accordance to what we prefer. We, as in me first, because I will say that it's subjective. But the moment that I try to extract whether or not it is actually subjective, it's not. It's collective now. Why? Because it's all about power. All I care is about actually force or power, and all they really are meaning by this idea of subjective is that they experience it. So if whenever I talk with people as subjectivists, one of the things I ask them about is the sun. Is the sun is objective or is it subjective? And they will mostly tell you a wumble mumble of things, but it ends up being objective because they have something that they can observe outside of it. With morals, they have a different kind of problem because this idea of morality comes from what is good, and good is a subjective object, right? It's something that is mind dependent. It depends upon the mind. So if it's dependent upon the subject, it would be a fallacy of authority. Why? Because we're saying I am the one that decides what good or bad is. And when I ask you, well, why should we believe you? Why should I, as a different subject, believe what is good in accordance to you is actually good? And then they shift immediately. Well, it's not about me, it's about the collective. That's why we have laws. That's why we decide. Even though a second ago it was supposed to be subjective, so now it's collective. There's the first contradiction that we can find in his argument, but it's not the only one, because even when it comes to the collective, you ask them, well, if the collective decides what moral is, and you have two different moral standards for two different groups of people, which one is correct? They will tell you the one that I prefer, because they don't have an actual idea of what morality is or where to come from. It's just a construct that was made up and has been sustained by made up ideas. So is there anything good or bad in that idea, in that kind of ideation? No, there's nothing that is actually good or bad. In order for us to have access to good or bad, we need to have a standard, an actual thing that we can call upon that says, hey, this is good or this is bad. We usually, when it comes to the ideation of it, we have different ways to go for it. When we need to have something that is transcendental, something that can have universal properties, and we need a mind, because it's mind dependent, that will have that capacity of having this kind of concepts that are mind dependent and universal for us to even say, hey, this is good or bad. Otherwise, good or bad is not actually a word that means good or bad. It just means what I prefer, or in his case, what my group prefers. So it's interesting for me to see these kind of ideas because the debate in and of itself is, can we be moral without God? And the answer is, if you're talking about having a justification for morality, no. If you want to have like this imagination, this imaginative idea of what good is, oh, I imagine it to be good because I say so, then maybe you can say that. But at that point, aren't you exactly the same thing you would be attacking whenever you talk to one of these fundamentalists? Oh, it's the sky daddy, the thing they imagined, the thing they thought, whatever. They don't have any reason to believe in that. But I don't have any reason to believe in you or your society or think that you have any reason to tell me what moral or good actually is, right? So in all, what I'm saying is we don't have access to what is good without having this idea of a transcendental mind for us to have a standard of what things are, right? Just like I asked when it comes to the constellation. If I don't know what the stars are and you tell me what a constellation is, there's no way for me to actually know what you're talking about. When you say, oh, this is good, and I ask you, well, what good is? And you say, well, I don't have a standard for good. How do I know you're talking about something that's good at all? And with this, I am sitting the 30 seconds of my time. Thank you so much. Well, one last time, sorry. Thank you so much for Horseradish to hosting the debate. You better hit that like and subscribe to him. And thank you so much to my opponent for accepting the debate.
Cheers. All right. So we will go back open to this. Lethe, 5 minutes is going on the clock. This is your time for cross-examination, sir. Go ahead and use it as you see fit.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
If a person standing on a cliff takes a baby and throws the baby off the cliff, did a good thing happen?
Mm-hmm. It would depend upon their society, right?
I'm asking you.
Well, I would say, in accordance to the belief of God, something bad happened. Yes.
Okay, so in a world without God and a person throws a baby off a cliff, did a bad thing happen?
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know. It would depend upon the society, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you, it would be dependent upon the society. If there is no God and there's no standard of what good or bad is, the society, which is a collective that decides whether a thing is good or bad, they will be the ones saying if it's good or bad.
Are you a member of society?
I am a member of society, yes.
So you get a vote in what you consider is good or bad in society. So I'm asking you, in a world without a God,
Well, yes,
do you
in
think
this
a bad thing happened?
society, in this society, I have a vote. But if I was in a different society, like a monarchy, I wouldn't have a vote. And I would still have my interpretation of maybe what is good or bad, but I wouldn't have any justification to say it is good or bad. It would just be a thing that happened.
So you can't collectively say what your opinion is in regards to an action that's being done.
Yeah, but it
You're
doesn't matter my
incapable.
opinion. It would
No, it
be
matters because I'm
upon the
asking you. I
collective.
asked
So,
what your opinion is.
yeah, again, it wouldn't matter my opinion. If my opinion is bad, but the collective decides that it's good, the collective is the one that would grant the right for people to throw babies off cliffs. Like they're doing right now with abortion, for example.
And you think abortion is good or bad?
I think it's bad,
Okay,
but
so
society think it's good.
that's perfectly fine. You're entitled to that opinion.
Mhm.
So you have given a metric of what you consider good or bad. Now, what do you ground that
No,
in?
I have a good reason to believe that
What
there
do
is
you
such
ground
thing
it
as
in?
good or bad outside of me. If there is no such thing as God, it's just my preference. I would prefer babies not to be killed, but it doesn't mean anything.
So subjectively, you would rather babies not be killed. So what is the thing you ground
Yeah,
this
subjectively.
opinion in?
I would ground it to the transcendentals. I would say that a mind for something to be universal, so something to be good, universally good or bad, for example, babies thrown off cliffs be universally bad, I would need to have a mind that is able to ground that universal concept. So I need a God in order for me to be able to say this is bad.
What God is this? What if this is a God that likes babies getting killed?
Yeah, this is
So
outside
your
the scope
opinion
of the
is
debate. We're talking
contrary to the
about whether
God.
or not God is necessary or not.
Well, yeah, you have to show me that your God grounds
Mm.
these morals that you hold.
No, I don't. I just have to show you that a God, well, a transcendental entity that has the mind of a God, I mean, in all but name, maybe, it's necessary for good to even exist.
So what you're telling me is that your morals can be aside from what this God deems good or bad?
I can have my preferences, but that's not morality, right? Because good doesn't depend upon me. Unless you think so. If you say, hey, Emmett, you are the one that decides what morality is in all senses. So let me ask you all of the questions of the world when it comes to morality
You're
so that I
entirely
can follow it to the
entitled.
letter, then yes.
You're entirely entitled to
Why would
deem
I be?
certain actions moral or immoral. You deem abortion to be immoral, even though society thinks it's moral. Am I wrong?
Well, you deem it to be immoral too, right? Because you think throwing babies off cliffs is bad.
I asked you a question. I would like you to answer it.
Okay, could you ask me the question again? My apologies.
I'm saying you consider abortion to be immoral. This is your moral system. It goes against society's moral system. Therefore, you have a different moral compass than other portions of society.
Yeah, but I have a good justification to believe that that morality is even accessible. So it's not about my
Can you
preferences;
demonstrate that
it's about my
justification?
duties.
Can you demonstrate that justification?
Yes, we can go through the. Yeah, of course, I can go through the transcendental argument if you want me to.
How does a transcendental argument demonstrate what the moral system is?
Because we need universality in order for me to say this is good or this is bad, so that everything in the instances of throwing babies off cliffs, it's universally bad. Otherwise, it's arbitrary. It depends upon the society I live on, or it depends upon my preferences. And if you're talking about preferences of my society or me, those things that we consider to be good or bad are not actually good or bad. It's just a synonymous for the preferences that we have. So we don't
All
have
right.
access to good or bad.
Just so you gentlemen know, it is now, we're going to move into, like I said, it's a really long time. It's 30 minutes. I'm certain by the pace you guys are already taking, you're not going to have any problems keeping going. But if you both decide that you've found the corners of the argument, you have nothing else to say, let me know and we'll call it and move on to closings. Also, don't forget that if you have anything that you need looked up, I am here and ready. So as you were, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Okay, so you
but
can't demonstrate the universality of these morals or where they come from. And people, even though
well, that's
this
your claim.
opinion, well, no, this is your claim. You're saying you can, yet you
No,
haven't
that's
done
your
so.
claim is that I cannot demonstrate it.
Okay,
I can
demonstrate it.
demonstrate it logically.
No,
Right.
demonstrate it.
So
Show me
now we yeah
the tablet
show
or
you.
whatever it is where these universal morals stem from.
It's a logical demonstration. We're gonna go through an argument. What are you talking about?
If that's what you need, go right ahead.
Okay. So would you agree that we're talking about mind-dependent concepts, right?
Yes.
So we don't have the object of it. I cannot show you the good as an object in reality made out of atoms, for example, right?
Correct.
Mhm. So if this mind-dependent concept is just dependent upon upon a subjective being, there is no such thing as good or bad. It's just whatever he prefers that is good or evil, right?
Say that one more time.
If there is no universality, if there is nothing in a true form of an action being good or evil, it's just whatever the subject prefers. There is no trueness of good and evil. It's just dependent upon the subject, right?
Well, there's a definition of good. So, yes.
That is the definition of good dependent upon an accordance or an agreement on the preferences of collective.
No, it's a concept. We don't all think
Yeah,
the
but
same
is
things
it
are
a
good or
universal
bad.
concept?
No, it's not a
Is it a
good is
universal
not a
concept?
universal concept.
The concept of, they said that there's a definition. Is this definition universal?
The definition is understood by everyone that speaks the language or understands the language. Yes.
What about the people that speak a different language? Would they have access to good or
They may
to
have a
this
word
definition
for
of
good.
good?
I assume they have a word for good, or at least a concept of good. There are things
And
they
this
prefer and
concept
things they
is
don't prefer.
universal, or is it dependent upon the collective?
It depends upon the individual.
So each individual has a different concept of what good is?
Yes, each individual has a different concept of what good and bad are.
Okay, perfect. And it depends upon what they prefer, good and bad be?
Yes.
So there's no actual good thing or bad thing. It's just a preference of the people.
To the individual, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So if that is the case, then there is no actually good or bad. It's just, a preference thing. I
Do you-
prefer this thing because I think that I like it. And they don't prefer it because they think that they don't like it. They don't have access to good or evil. It's just in your case, you think of it as a word game. We say good or evil because it's a word that we think can be fit into thing. But when you're talking about universal concepts of what good and evil what good and evil actually is in the worldview that I have, that means that there is a justification for me to say the actions that you're taking are against a nature, are against what good is, and there's an objective fact of good. That's the difference between you and me. I don't want to talk past each other.
I'm wondering, do you think anchovies are good?
They're irrelevant.
They're irrelevant. So you don't have an opinion on
Yeah,
things
eating
that
would
you
be
eat.
yeah. The thing is sustenance for the body would be good in some cases, but it's not a we're not talking about the terminology of what actually good or evil is. We're talking about whether or not,
So
yeah, eating, I
in
guess.
all the objective nature and your access to that objective nature, you can't tell me what you think is good or bad.
No, I can tell you I can tell you what is good or bad, but I can tell you what
Why?
is actually
Why
good
can
or
you tell
bad
me what's good or bad?
because I have justification.
From what?
I have good reason to believe
Give me your reason.
that
What is
something is
it?
good or bad.
What is it?
It's God. God is the reason.
What God? Explain, demonstrate the God.
Oh my God. I don't need to tell you which God because this is out of
You
the scope
kind
of
of
the
do.
debate. I just have to
You
tell you
kind
that
of
is
do.
God because you need to have a nature of universality for good to be a thing.
Okay, then let's say it's the demiurge, and the demiurge wants all
Mhm.
babies dead. That's the God.
Yeah. So we would need to go with what is just justification to believe in the demiurge, right? What is the
I have no
demiurge?
reason to believe in this. You're the one who's saying that this is grounded in a
Perfect. And you
God.
have no justification, so I don't need
The
to contend with you because
demiurge
the justification
can
is a
give you
good reason to
there's
believe,
there's no
right?
need to have justification for axioms.
In this case, we do because we're talking about why do you believe what you believe. So the justification of why do you believe what you believe is the necessary precondition. I believe what I believe because I believe in the transcendental argument. So they are universal concepts that are rooted in a mind that is transcendental because of the nature of these concepts. They need a specific kind of mind because they have a specific kind of attributes and they have to share them. So this mind that is transcendental needs to exist for these concepts to exist. Otherwise, I don't have access to said concepts. In reality, all I have is subjectivism, and there is no such thing as something outside of my mind that I can appeal to anything.
So you're
Right?
using a circular argument and you can't demonstrate the subject of the
It's not a
argument.
circular argument.
It's
The
definitively a
argument goes
circular
like this:
argument.
there are mind-dependent concepts. Okay, concepts are mind-dependent. Concepts that are mind-dependent, there are some concepts, that are mind-dependent that are not dependent upon my mind. An example of it is 2 plus 2 equals 4. If these concepts are transcendental and not dependent upon my mind, then a transcendental mind has to be necessary for these concepts to exist. There's no circularity in it.
So you're telling me that you're grounding this concept in something that you can't demonstrate.
The concept has specific attributes, right?
So can you demonstrate its attributes?
Yes, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Is that universally true?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true in your mind?
Yes.
Does it have to be true in other minds that are not yours?
No.
Wait, 2 plus 2 doesn't have to be true in other minds that is not yours?
People's minds can be in conflict. I can't speak for other people's minds. I'm talking about what I'm saying.
Okay, so perfect. So 2 plus 2 equals 5 in my mind is perfectly reasonable and right, because it's my mind.
So demonstrate that this has to come from a mind.
Because you cannot have it's not objective. What is the object of 2?
It's a definition.
It's mind dependent.
No, it's the way we classify objects. So it is an
No,
objective
we don't
fact.
classify objects like that. There is no object of 2. Unless you can show. Listen, I will concede my whole argument if you can show me the object that is the concept of 2.
No, that's not how that works. It's an objective fact. It's something that is not mind dependent, that one object and another object equals 2 objects. This is a concept that we use.
No, that we're talking about the objects now, but the objects is a different concept than 2.
Yes,
so I want the concept. I want you to show me the object, because we're talking about objective. So something material, okay, that is the concept of 2. For example, I have a concept of sun, right? Okay, if I point to the sun, that is the object of the sun. Now I want you to do the same thing with 2.
The sun is an objective fact. The classification of sun is not objective. It's subjective.
The concept, okay, the
So
pointer,
the numbers we're using are subjective.
Pointer to the sun, the object. Okay, I have a 2, the concept. Point me to the object that is 2.
I'm saying the way we classify the numbers is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
The concept itself
Perfect, then it's not objective. So it's mind dependent.
No, math
it's dependent upon the mind of the subject.
What you use is a classification
so if 2 plus...
So you're saying 2 isn't the same
I agree.
in numerals?
I agree. It is the same because we're talking about objects. You're trying to do word concept fallacy, which is not necessary. The concept of 2 is 2 here, and it was 2 in the Romans. When you're talking about 2 plus 2 equals 4, if you say, in my mind, it's true, but in your mind, it doesn't have to be true, then in my mind, I say 2 plus 2 equals 5 is perfectly reasonable and justified for me to say it, right? In your worldview.
So you have to understand, this is how we define objective reality. It itself is not objective. It is subjective, and how we chose to define it.
Yeah, so if it's only subjective, like I said, and I can say exactly what I said, and I will be justified on my subjective mind. 2 plus 2 equals 5 is justified in my subjective mind because I say it, right? No, I'm asking you.
That's the system that we use, and that's the system you learned. You didn't come into this world
2
knowing
plus 2
2 plus 2.
It doesn't matter. 2 plus 2 equals 5 in my subjective mind, and it's justified because it's according to my mind.
Great. And then if 2
I'm
plus
correct
2 is 5,
in my mind,
you can demonstrate it. Then you can demonstrate it, correct?
No, I don't have to. Why would I have to do it?
Because
it's justified on my mind.
If you're using that as a classification system, it's not going to work out for you
if
you can't demonstrate it.
You don't have to demonstrate good. What is the demonstration of good?
The demonstration of good is subjective, and some people are going to think what one thing is good, and others will think it's bad.
2 plus 2 is subjective. 5 is okay with me because I say so.
Then congratulations.
But they're imperfect. You see how you don't have an access to what good is? You don't have an access to mathematics either. You just conceded to me that 2 plus 2 is 5. You just conceded to me that 2 plus 2 equals 5 is completely justified in my worldview simply because it's subjective to me. So whatever I say that is good, even if you don't like it, it would be good
When
because
did
I
I
say
agree to
so.
that?
And the same thing would happen
No,
with
no, no.
evil.
You said
Anything I
you
say about
think 2
evil
plus
would
2
be
is
evil
5.
because I say so.
You said 2 plus 2 is 5. I just said, okay, if that's what you
I
want to do.
did.
I'm saying demonstrate
Yeah,
how you got to
exactly.
I'm saying demonstrate how you got to that point.
Through my subjective experience.
Then congratulations, your subjective experience is
Yeah,
flawed.
congratulations to you. You don't have access to good or evil. It's just whatever you prefer. So you need a God, you need a standard, you need something outside of you to say, hey, this is good. This is the good. Otherwise, it's just, it's 5. It's 11. It's 5,981. And it will be okay.
So wait a minute. So you're saying there's a
Mhm.
mind that decides these things and they're concrete and universal, correct?
Yes.
So that mind decided it, correct?
That mind is the justification for it,
So that would
right?
be inherently subjective, would it not?
It would be subjected to his mind.
Right.
Yes.
So that makes it subjective.
It would be objective to us
No, it wouldn't.
because we are not that mind, right?
But you're saying we have access to the subjectivity of that mind, which you have yet to demonstrate, but just going with your hypothetical, we have
Yeah.
access
Well,
to
listen,
what comes from that subjective mind.
We went directly to mathematics. I point out there are these concepts that are universal. We talk about them, and you went directly to absurdism because you had to concede that your worldview is absurd.
I didn't
Because
concede
you
anything.
think that 2 plus 2 equals 5.
I don't know how
No,
you
you
got there.
did because you said that it's fine.
No,
It's
I
true.
said it's fine if that's what you
believe that
want to
it's 2
think.
plus 2 equals fine. Exactly, but you don't have any reason to tell me that I'm wrong.
No, I can just call you a moron and move on.
Perfect. I can just call you a moron and move on. There's
Right.
nothing in
And
that
so-
case. There's nothing telling us if it's
wait.
right or wrong.
Wait,
There's no universality.
No, what's the utility there?
It doesn't. Why are we adding utility?
Because if it doesn't have any utility, what's the point in it?
There are a lot of things that we don't have utils that you would consider to be necessary.
You're telling me what I consider to be necessary and what's not necessary? Hold on.
Yes, there's a lot of different things
No,
that
no,
will
no, no, no.
that
You have
are
to
not
establish that
util
first.
based that we consider to be necessary.
No. You have to
In
establish that
society,
first.
even.
So what I'm saying is, if a bunch of people think 2 plus 2 is 5, then the utility that comes forward is they're going to get math wrong. They're not going to be able to function in society properly, and society is going to suffer from them being incorrect in that instance.
Is that bad?
I would say it's bad. It's bad for human flourishing.
I would say it's good. So what? Right?
So can you elaborate on why it's good?
I like it. It's my subjective experience of good, since I like that to be the good. And you have to agree with me that it's just subjective and there is no such thing as a universality of it. Then, in accordance to me, it will be good.
Do you understand the definition of good? Just wondering.
Go on, tell me the definition of good, let's say.
So, something that possesses desirable qualities, or is morally excellent, or is beneficial, pleasant, or satisfactory.
Morally excellent. So that presupposes that there's morality?
Morality exists, yes. There's no presupposition.
Yeah. Well, I would say that yeah, exactly, right? And morality is what tells you what good or bad is. So at the end of the day, I would say that the good is that which is in accordance to the nature of this being that has a transcendental mind. Because he has the transcendental, okay, he has the actual authority. That will not be a false authority. He has the actual authority to tell you what is good or bad.
You're presupposing
the way that he tells you
if what you're saying is the case,
yeah, but you presuppose utility.
I'm not presupposing utility. Utility is the survival of a species or a society.
Okay, let's say that there is. Yeah, let's say that there's the possibility that a baby being born right now is gonna be the next H-man. Would it be a utility-based action to go on and delete all the babies so that H-Man 2.0, that's going to be worse than H-Man 2.1, is deleted before he is able to rise to power.
Mhm. What's your question?
Would that be a good thing?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Unless you consider that the H-Man was inherently evil from birth.
No, I don't consider him to be inherently evil for birth.
Well, it's a very weird hypothetical. I'm just writing with it for you, but I don't think people come into this world having any moral compass or understanding of the world around them, and it's something they have to learn, and it's an emergent quality that they gain or don't gain morals.
Wait, gain? Can you gain morals? Can you be?
Yes,
Can you be?
morals are
How do you
learned.
gain morals?
Morals are learned
Well, from who?
through experiences, through teaching, through being in society, through seeing outcomes. You have to have
Through
experiences.
the collective?
Yes.
So the South in the 1800s, when they were doing things that you probably don't like, they were perfectly fine because their morality was that they could do it.
They considered it moral. A lot of people in society didn't consider it moral. And eventually the people that didn't consider it moral outweighed the people that considered it moral.
So all you care about is force, right?
I'm not saying this is about force. This is about opinion. I think without force, we could.
It's all about force because the only reason why they are not doing it right now is because people with force stop them. So all that is moral in reality is those who have power and can put up their preference upon society. Those will be the moral people, because whatever they say is the moral.
You'd have to demonstrate that.
Why?
You'd have to demonstrate that all moral actions are imposed by force.
That is your argument. Your argument
is we
have subjective morals that are set up by society through the collective, and whatever the collective decides that is the moral thing is the moral thing.
May I ask you a question? If you're doing something that society deems immoral, would you have to be forced to stop it?
Yes. You have two ways of forcing people, right? First one is coercion. The second one is through restraint.
It sincerely sounds
so you
like
either are coerced into it by saying.
It sincerely sounds like
you
derive your morals from is morally abhorrent.
You can say that, but I mean that's your preference. So when you there's two ways that morality deals with this, that society deals with this, right? One is coercion. So if you do this, you're gonna suffer X consequence, and the second one is you did this, thus X consequence is gonna happen to you.
That's a false
dichotomy. But there's nothing actually. There's not actually anything.
Stop. That's a false dichotomy.
That's what happens. Isn't that what society does? Isn't that what the system does?
Stop, dude. You're forcing a false dichotomy. You can do a thing, and there can be bad outcomes that come from it, from society. Someone may harm you. You may go to jail. Or you may do a thing, and you get a good outcome. And that reinforces what your moral compass is.
No, not when it comes to society. When it comes to society, is you know that if you're going to delete somebody, I'm trying to be careful with TOS, right? That's why I'm talking this way, okay? But yeah, if you're going to delete somebody, you know that there's the action that the police is going to try to go to you, to your house, take you, and put you in jail. So the coercion is don't do the deletion, or else if you do it, you're going to go to jail.
And what you're telling me is nobody's ever been
convinced. And the use of force of the society is to put you in jail.
What you're telling me is without force, nobody has ever been convinced not to commit violence. Do you believe this to be true?
To coercion. Right?
Convinced by one means or another.
To feeling. The only other way I see people being convinced to not commit force, for example, is through the appeal of something greater than they, and have access to moral standards that are outside of their own single-handedly mind. So they go through God. They appeal to these ideas beyond themselves.
If I come up to you and ask you, hey, if you don't steal that candy bar, I'll give you $100. Is that force?
It's coercion, right?
Is that force?
No, I said there are different ways. That would be coercion.
You if it's force. You can say yes or no.
I said no.
Okay.
No, it
So
would
there
be
are other
coercion. No,
means.
coma. It would be
So,
coercion.
but is it force?
No, it would be
Okay.
coercion.
So if it's not force, then apparently there are ways to get people to act morally in society without force. And it
Yeah,
doesn't seem
through
to.
the
It's
it's usually through the use of force, through coercion, or to appeals of higher good, or to something greater than them. Or in some cases you can also say that there is like some kind of gift at the end.
I can
You're
even
bribing them.
I can even, concede that it could be sufficient that somebody would lean toward a higher power, but it's not necessary.
It is necessary because otherwise you have preferences. You don't have access to anything that is good.
So what you're telling me is there's some force that is necessarily reinforcing
No,
moral
what I'm
actions.
saying, no. What I'm saying is, in societally speaking, as society, the only way they have to say what moral is, they do it through force. So what they do is they say, hey, we agreed on this. If you do X thing that we consider to be bad, we're gonna use force against you. That's the way that they do it through the societal standard.
Okay,
That's the way that you will come to the capacity of it. That's the only way you have. Okay,
so
so all you care if there is not such thing as a God, something that is telling you or grounding the basics of what good or bad actually is. It's just preference, right? So you have a preference, and then you have a bunch of people who have different preference, and as an agent, what you want is to have as much people that agree with you, so that you can impose whatever preference of morality you have. But there's not actually something good or bad. It's just a thing that is preferred.
yes, it is preferred that society function. It is preferred that we have people being able to actualize
Yeah,
themselves. It is preferred that people don't steal or
yeah,
kill
but we
for
don't.
obvious reasons.
Yeah, but that is not the case. That is not the case right now. For example, as I mentioned, can I say abortion, horseradish?
Yes, this would be like, I think, the third
Absolutely.
time you've said it.
Okay. Just I just want to be sure because I don't know Twitch.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you go yeah, it's right now. For example, you talk about you want kids to be actualized, and we're deleting them in the womb. Don't care.
Okay, so may I ask, what happens if you don't do the moral actions that this objective hypothetical being wants?
Well, you will be acting. You will be doing evil, right? You will be acting
Then what
in
happens?
disagreement with what good is.
Then what happens?
Well, what we normally see is, or if you go to my idea, it would be you would suffer through your own actions because you have free will. So you will suffer the consequences of not acting in accordance to his will.
That sounds pretty subjective, and that shows that people can act outside of their interests and go against their morals or the morals of society and suffer for it. But that doesn't show that this objective thing wants or doesn't want anything.
No, I think it would be very objective, right? To you, instead of you doing what you prefer instead of doing what is good, and you suffer the consequences of your stupid preferences because what you did is obviously wrong. Well, maybe not obviously, but it's
I mean, it's
wrong.
supposed to be
So
obvious if it's objective.
you would be having that you will be having the problems of acting that it's not in accordance to what is good.
So let's take an objective thing. So, like you've used the example of the sun. The
Mhm.
sun is an objective fact, right? The sun exists.
Yes.
Okay. So, in regards to this being, how do we know what it deems objectively moral?
In regards to that object, I would say that there's nothing moral about it. It's
I'm
just an
asking
object.
you what the necessary being, how do we know what it objectively states is moral?
Oh, you're asking about God? Well, I would say,
I'm asking about the
and I
necessary
would,
thing. If you say it's a god,
yeah, you're talking about God. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the sun. Yeah,
the
if
sun
you're
doesn't
talking
want
about
anything.
God, what?
The sun doesn't want anything.
No, the sun is just an object. It has no morality on it. There's no morality attached to an object. So when it comes to God, because it doesn't have a mind. Anyway, when it comes to God, it would be whatever he wants, right? The thing that is good is him because he is the being. And you, as a lesser being, don't actually have any right to tell him what good or bad is, in a
But
sense.
how
It
do
would be
we know
absolutely
what
directed
it
to him.
thinks is
Oh,
moral?
through his revelation. Yeah, through his revelation. He loved you so much that he sent your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to be revealed upon you,
Oh,
so that
well,
you can
okay, so
have
we're
access
talking
to see
Christian God.
and partake
Okay,
on
so
his
Christian God likes
energies.
dead babies. So it's moral to kill babies, therefore abortion is good. Thank you. This ends my TED Talk.
Wait, what? Where you get that from?
The book. You're saying the morals come from the
What
book.
book?
The book kills a bunch of babies. Matter of
Yeah.
fact,
Did you read it?
by the
Did you read
second
it?
chapter of the book,
Yes.
he wipes
Did you
out
read
all the
it?
babies except for one family.
True. Did you read it?
Yes, I've read it all the way through,
Through
cover to cover.
it was your own interpretation. It was your interpretation.
You're telling me there wasn't a flood in that book?
It was your interpretation.
No, it's the consensus interpretation from anybody that can read. Hey, there was a global flood.
Okay. Yeah, so we believe in the consensus of the interpretation.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, for the sake of this argument, do you believe there was a flood?
Mm-hmm. It's irrelevant what I believe. I'm asking you a question. Is it your interpretation?
You're telling me the Christian Bible is the source of this morality. So the Bible and what it says,
The revelation is the source of the morality. And even in the revelation, you would not have, if you follow the revelation of it, you don't have, once again, any you don't have any basis to say this is bad except your preferences.
So why bother reading
So
it?
when you say, oh my God, they killed everybody, okay, it means absolutely nothing, because you interpreting it as good or bad has nothing to do with the fact that it was good, simply
Bro,
because he wanted to,
I ain't
because he has the
seen-
authority.
I've
And it
not
doesn't
seen-
matter if you don't like it.
I haven't seen
It
anybody
doesn't
run
matter
from
if
their
you don't
source
like
material
it.
so hard in my entire life.
I don't have to run for anything. The
You were
debate is whether
literally
or not
running from it.
you need God.
Was there...
The debate is whether
So-
or not you need God, and you keep trying to make it about my religion or my beliefs, when it's about the belief system in and of itself.
It's about...
So the fact that, listen, you've been running away from the fact that
I've
you
not
don't
run
have
from
access to
anything.
good or evil, and you have this kind of moral indignation. Oh my God, the babies! When your ideas of liberalism and subjectivism has just killed 60 million babies
Through
in about
circular
60
logic, you're
years,
claiming
and
you
it's
have
going and
access
it's
to
getting
something you
higher.
can't demonstrate. Unless you can demonstrate it to me, why should I
I
believe you have
demonstrated
access to
logically.
anything? You never did.
Yeah, I
That never
demonstrated
happened.
logically.
That never happened.
I demonstrated logically. You said that it was a circular argument. It wasn't.
And I'm saying,
You
when you
have
got
any
to the
other
end of your
problems with the
argument,
argument
there
in and
was
of
no
itself?
God there. Sorry.
There was a God there. The God is the mind that is necessary in the argument. Do you have an actual problem with the argument
You
itself?
can't even tell me what God it is.
I don't need to.
Then why am I supposed to know?
All right.
It's objective.
Listen, for this argument, I don't need to go on and tell you and give you all
I'm
of the
glad you
revelation.
think that.
I
You're
just
just
need to get to
wrong.
listen. All I need is to go to the precondition that God is necessary for there to be a standard of good, or else it's just preference
Cool
based.
story,
That's
bro.
all I need.
Cool story, bro.
Cool story.
All right.
I mean,
All right.
cool
All right.
story,
All
bro.
right. All right, let me jump in. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that if I let this go, y'all could just keep doing this shit for another 30 minutes. So instead, because I do at least have some questions coming in, and I got a whole fucking page of them for myself. So I'm going to go ahead and put the 5 minutes on the clock for you guys. I'm going to get y'all's closings in. Then we'll get over to the Q&A. So Lethe, after all of that, I hope you still got 5 minutes left in you, sir.
I should.
Your opportunity to close it down. Start it up when you're ready.
Okay, throughout this debate, my opponent has presupposed that he has access to something that can only be understood through revelation to individuals from a mind that is outside of humanity, which is necessarily subjective and obviously circular. So if he can't demonstrate it and there's no material witnessing of what this thing deems moral or immoral, it becomes subjective as to which God you deem these morals come from, if this is the case that you're taking this as fact. Or you can go with the idea that morality is a emergent quality of consciousness, and using the experiences we have as human beings and the empathy and everything that we have accumulated over time, we have shifted that morality. Otherwise, if that morality was objective and universal, we would all have the same morality for time immemorial, because there would be something on record showing what the morality is and what the morality isn't. And this individual ran as hard as humanly possible from trying to demonstrate this thing, laying out what those morals are. There was absolutely no demonstration of any of this. So at the end of the day, it's just his preference as well. And I will end at that.
Right. And 5 minutes is now going to go on the clock for you, Emmett. Last word's yours, sir. Start up when you're ready.
I find it interesting that whenever I see this kind of debates, most of the time what they want to do is just complain about Christianity. When in reality, we're talking about philosophy. This is not a debate or what do you believe, Emmett? Is it true what you believe, Emmett? Because it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, my belief, if it's just subjective, it's justified in my subjective experience. I am the one that says, I believe what I believe, baby, and I'm right because it's my belief. At the end of the day, what we were talking about is whether or not it's necessary in object when you have an objective reality to say this is good or evil. Okay, what is exactly that we need to even say that? It's either you need the force of the state because all you care is about force, and whatever you prefer is going to be the good thing. If that is the case, then all of the people in the 1700s in southern United States were doing the right thing because they had the power and they did whatever they wanted. And if it comes to my subjective experience, then I can just say it's me. I believe it. It's me. I know it's right because I believe it. But if we want to say there is such thing as good or bad, and it's not just based on some kind of preference, if we actually look at, hey, killing, deleting babies, deleting babies is wrong, then that would be the wrong thing. That is wrong. Okay? Otherwise, it's just preference. It's my preference. It was like here trying to spurg about Christianity. Like, oh my God, how can you believe Christianity? He deleted everybody. It's like, it doesn't matter. When it comes to your case, if it's just the subjective mind of God, even in your own volition, even in your own volition, in his subjective mind, he can do whatever he wants because he is justified on him being a subjective mind. Now, I find it rich that he says, well, you're trying to run away from it. That's outside the scope of the debate. That's what the debate was. It's necessary for God to exist, not for Emmett's God or Emmett's belief system, even though I believe my belief system is correct outside of me even. That has nothing to do with this debate. I will say that if I want things to be as objective as possible, which I think is necessary in a sense, I would need to have a justification for my belief system. He would go on and say, "Oh my God, he just believes in these, in these what do you call it, like God fairy up in the sky, or whatever it is that they think that it is, right?" But they believe in their own fairy tale. Oh, it's me. I am the I am the one that will tell you what is good or right because it's my subjective experience. Well, I should believe you. Is there any good reason, any kind of justification for me to believe you or anybody else that is a subjectivist? Right? If there isn't, it's just collective power, then that means that, baby, all the Christians need to get together. We believe what we believe because we prefer it, and we're going to impose whatever morality is that we want because we got the force. At the end of the day, that would be the justification for any of my actions if I take your worldview, right? There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing in your worldview. In fact, it's completely justified. So it is necessary outside of my preference. Yes, it's necessary outside of my preference to have a universal mind that we ground and have a standard for what good or evil is. If you say it isn't, then we go into absurdism. And if you say it isn't, then everything I do and anything I do is finally justified on me and my preferences. And once again, thank you very much, Horseradish. And thank you so much, Leith, for the debate.
Absolutely my pleasure, sir.
Absolutely.
All right. Great job from both of y'all. I'm not exactly sure. This is our first time doing the showcase debate, so I'm still a little on the fence on some parts of how this is going to work. As I said, we do have a question so far coming in from the chat. Hopefully, the chat's going to throw a couple more questions if you guys have anything to either debater that you think didn't get addressed. I don't know if I should put the vote out first or if I should start asking questions, because I don't want to sway the audience, but I also feel like the audience should get to ask their questions and before they make their decisions. So, with that said, I think that we're going to leave the voting open for the entirety of the Q&A, or at least for as long of the Q&A as we can tolerate. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put that into the chat for you as well, Emmett. I believe you are streaming as well, yes?
I am, yes.
All right, very cool. Then I will give you the link as well so your side can say who they think did it. Sorry, I should have had this ready, but I was so frantically fucking writing that I have so many notes, so many thoughts on this conversation. Control copy. There we go.
I hope it was interesting.
It was. I've heard the transcendental argument for God. Literally did a stream with Lethe 2 nights ago talking about this, and this is the first time I've ever actually listened to it laid out like this. So that said, it was very entertaining. And for what it's worth, I also should tell you that I have self-challenged to defend the affirmative on this argument against ANCOM SciComm. So I was looking forward to hearing argument.
I will send you a if you want to. I have it in premise form if you want to look at it so that you can take a look at the argument in and of itself.
For sure. Yeah, no, I would love to see your notes. Absolutely. Oh, why did my shit just freeze? There we go. All right, here you go in there for you. Looks like we got another question come in. All right, close that. Yep. And I'm going to drop it over here into mine and Lethe's. Everybody on our stream should be able to see that. Click that. Y'all know what it's for. You know what to do. The judging is entirely in the audience's hands tonight. I'm just here to click the buttons and talk in between. This is entirely up to y'all as to who won. So let's look at those questions. First one, and I'm actually going to expound on this a little bit. I am going to interject my own question just because you addressed this question. The question is, what God is being used to justify Emmett's morals? Now, you did address the fact that you didn't understand why your God was relevant. I would say, because this is from my notes, different gods throughout history and throughout different cultures have had different morals, correct? Is that safe to say?
That's what I'm arguing, yes.
Well, hold on, Leaky. It's a good question for Emmett. So go ahead.
The idea of the debate would be, even if that was the case, right, the appeal to a god will be the justification of having a good reason to believe that that is the good. If you just think that the justification comes from you, then let's say that I grant that there is like billions of gods, which is not, I will not say is the case, but let's say that I say it, the justification of what good is will come from said gods. So even if that was the case in the debate, a god is still necessary for me to say, hey, this is the standard of good and evil.
Okay, so the question, the way that I was going to frame it for the person, I assumed that the different gods have different morals, shows you where I'm going. Do you believe that the Incan god was moral since it taught them to kill and sacrifice their own people to satiate the sun that you mentioned?
You mean the Incan from the
Yes, sir, the
Peru?
Incans. Correct.
Okay, yeah. No, I would say that I would appeal to Christianity, right? I will say, hey, this is the true reality of what is good in accordance to Revelation because of a series of things. It will not only be. I would go through other kinds of justifications, but it's a different. This is what I'm saying. It's a different debate. I would have to go into.
For sure. But I was getting you to why they were asking that question. That was the only purpose.
No, yeah, I understand. I understand it. I'm saying that the difference in the debate is what kind of justification do you have to believe that your religion is correct? And that debate is different from, do you need a god for you to have access to what is good?
Absolutely. So the next question, why is 2 plus 2 equal 5? Are we talking about the language of math, or are you suggesting that a quantity of 2 plus a quantity of 2 equals 5 quantity? So I'm going to try and summarize this one a little bit as well, because this was also in my notes. So whenever you're talking about the idea of 2 plus 2 being 5, I'm sure you understand that this many things as a concept existed before we had the words to label what this many things is, right?
Mhm.
So a concept can exist before we conceive of it, right? Again, this many things was always this many things,
Yeah.
and this many things plus this many things makes this many things, right?
Yeah, but
Like, let's
that
do fingers, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I agree. But we're talking about concepts, right? So these are mind
Right.
dependent, right?
Concepts
So
versus
they depend
labels or
upon,
terms.
yeah, they depend upon the mind. And the second part is, do they depend upon, are they dependent only upon your mind?
And I think that the answer there is, if I'm not wrong, that they are what they were before we named it. Our naming
Mhm.
of it or our labeling of it was what made it our concept, but the
Yep,
concept existed before we labeled it as well.
correct. I agree with you, but that when you're talking about the universal concept at that point, right? The
Sure.
concept is
Yeah.
true whether it's on your mind or in other person's mind.
It
And
was
if
there
I say
before I
two plus
thought of
two
it.
equals
That's right.
five,
Yep.
yeah. If it's if I say 2 plus 2 equals 5, it's true. Sorry, if I say 2 plus 2 equals 5 is wrong. It's not correct because it's not dependent upon my mind. It's dependent upon something that is transcendental. It's true whether or not I believe it to be true. Right?
Okay. I see what you're saying.
So,
Sure.
so when you're talking about the transcendental argument, I would say that is the point. The point is you have concepts that are mind dependent, so they're dependent upon minds. You have concepts that are mind dependent, that are not dependent upon your mind. So they're true whether or not your mind even exists. They are the existence. These concepts have specific attributes. For example, they're universal. They're always true, so they always existed. They have always existed. They need a mind that have the same kind of attributes. They need a mind that is always existence, that is transcendental, that is true, that is that it's not dependent upon you in a sense. So that's the point of the transcendental. You go through those kind of ideas, and then you come to the conclusion that a mind is dependent. That a mind is necessary for them to exist. Sorry, not dependent. Necessary.
But if different gods have different morals, then morals are still subjective,
That would
right?
say, again, it would mean that there are different gods, right? I would say that
Yes.
there
Yes.
cannot be different gods because there are different reasons why, but I would
Right.
have
But
to
it, but
go
it
to
comes down to
my
your personal
justification of
belief.
my
Yeah.
God. Yeah,
Yeah.
if it comes to the justification of, oh, there's only one God, why we got there. But if we're talking about is it necessary, then I don't need to go there in this 30 minutes of the debate. That's what it means.
Sure. Yep. Nope. I understand. Again, just trying to parse out their question. All
And
right. So
and I
we
know
got.
people are gonna be like, well, that's very bad faith, but it's not
No,
about being
you're
bad faith or
honest
good
about it.
faith.
You
This
acknowledge
is
that it's your belief. So
yeah,
you
my
acknowledge
belief is
that it's
not
your belief.
contingent upon the argument in and of itself. That's what it means.
Sure. But your belief is contingent on the argument if you have to believe that there is only one God.
No,
That is part of
even
your
if
belief on God,
that's
right?
what I mean. What I mean, if it's only in the argument that I'm proposing is, if it is the case that is only subjective and is
Sure, we
dependent
have to
upon
start with that
my
word if, right?
mind, yeah, if it's dependent upon my mind, and the
Correct.
only way I can get to power is through collective force, then there is not a thing that is good. It's just preference on force, right?
Yes.
And my idea is, well, if that is the case and good is not existent, we need something in which we're going to ground that is greater than us. And let's say that is billions of gods, fine, but even that would be greater than us, that is setting the standard
Sure.
of what good is. That is the
Feels like
argument.
we
It's not
should
about,
need.
it's not,
We should need would be more,
we
right?
need. We need, or it's just preference.
Yeah, right. Or it's just preference. So why can
Mhm.
it not just be preference?
No, it can, but if it's preference,
Got it.
if it's just preference, there is no such thing as good as evil. It's just what I think
Agreed.
is good, and I can
Yep.
change it whenever I want, and it can be
Yes.
as arbitrary as I want, and it
True.
can be whatever I want.
Agreed. Absolutely. And people can choose
Yeah. So
not
the
to live next
standard.
to you if your standards or your beliefs don't comport with theirs, right? So again, the
Yeah. That.
Incans. The Incans, you
Mhm.
probably wouldn't have wanted to live with them, right?
No, I would want to live with them to change
Yeah,
their minds and hearts and get them to know
unless you're the one whose stone
the
gets
true
picked.
God,
All right, so
right?
we got more questions coming from chat. Hang on. All right, so so Q for AF, if subjective morality is still a
Mhm.
form of morality, uh, why is God necessary to be moral? If
Because I
even
don't
a
think
subjective morality is still a morality, right?
because I don't think I apologize to Leith. I know that I'm taking like over
No,
the
he's
No,
not.
question
He's
and answers.
nobody.
carry
Everybody
on.
seems to have questions for you, my friend. It's easy. This isn't
Yeah,
his
because
choice.
I don't think that is I don't think subjective morality is an actual framework for morality. It's just a preference of what I like.
Right,
That's
but
the problem.
definitionally, it would still be morale. So I have a question. I'm going to
Well,
interject here because this was
if I
well,
if
and this one I am going to get from both of y'all. So real quick, let me set you up. What is the difference? Because and this is a peeve of mine and has been for a long time. What is the difference between morals and ethics? I'll let you parse that out, Emmett.
Well, I would say that the way I understand it is the ethics is the framework in which the morals exist. So the
So
ethical
morals,
framework tells you what you ought to do, and the morals is the way that you have to apply the ethics.
close.
So your actions will
Morals are
become moral.
individual, ethics are of a group. So ethics are a group's
Yeah, yeah.
morals. So in other words, the whether it's a group of friends at work, a country, a nation, or a church, or ethics are the group morality, and then morals are the
Hmm.
individual's ideas of right and wrong. So my question to you then is, why does good and evil need to be subjective?
To me,
Yes. Why does
no,
it
but
need to be
I don't say
subjective?
that it has to be. I said the opposite, right? I say I think
Okay,
it
so
has
you
to be
you actually
objective for it to
prefer
exist.
you yeah, you wait, I'm sorry. I said subjective. I mean, they are subjective. Why does good and evil need to be objective? I apologize. I misspoke. I read my
The-
shit backwards.
because there is no okay. This is the problem. The ethics would not exist if morality is just uh if it's just tied
Morals
to
are
the
the
subject
individual,
or the
ethics are the group, remember.
yeah, yeah.
Go
If the
ahead. Okay.
morals is just subject to the individual, the ethics cannot exist because the
The
ethics
ethics
needs
are
to
the
be
group's morals.
yeah, but there's no group's morals. What is the group's morals?
The group's
Each
morals
will
are
have their
basically
own
like you said. Yes. Each group is
each
going to have their
have their
own independently voted upon
exactly.
in Incan
No, not voted, not
culture.
voted. No, wait, not voted.
Each
Each individual
socially. We,
have their
we you know
own. No, not socially. Wait a second. Wait a second.
people are
Each
socially ostracized, right? If you act
yes,
outside of
but
the
it's
morality
for
of that
that.
culture.
That's what I said. That point is force. But I'm not talking about that. Each individual has his own preferences. So each
Yes.
morals will be dependent upon their preference. So they don't have access to the ethics. There is not a framework that they can reference to say what they ought or not ought to. It's just they either are getting coerced into not doing things because society will come with a club and hit you with the club, or they or I don't know, or they're the ones with the
And
club and they
no,
will do
no,
whatever they want.
or somebody else explains to that person why they shouldn't behave that way. I don't know about you,
Yeah.
but have you changed how you behave towards people over the course of your life? Have you
Yes,
seen
but
the effects or the outcomes of your treatment of people and said, "Wow, I don't want to be like that."
yes,
So
there is people who
your morals
no, not
changed
my
through
morals.
experience.
No, the way that I look at the framework is I have more or less access to the framework in a sense. But if if I was just a subjectivist, if I let's say that I decide to become a member of a cartel, And instead of my behavior becoming more towards what I consider to be virtue, but more considered to what is, own virtues, but I'm getting all the power, and I end up like having millions of dollars and the house and the
Sure.
all of them people, all of them women of the night. At the
Sure.
end of the day, he would be justified just because of force in his actions, and I would not be justified in saying that he's wrong because I have less force than him.
Oh, no, no, no. Both can be justified. So let me ask you one more quick question
No,
because we
no,
got
no.
two more
The
questions coming in from
justification.
chat.
Okay, the justification is a good reason to believe, right? He justification to believe that he is right in his actions, even if objectively there will be wrong, is because he has the power. That's the critique I have.
Do you believe that people set out to be evil or believe themselves to be evil? Do you
Set
think
out to be
anybody
evil.
do you think anybody sets out to be evil or sees their own actions as being evil?
Yeah, their actions to be evil, yes. Set out to be evil is a different concept. I think you have the capacity, the moral capacity to your actions to act evil. I think the problem that having is the being, because in my way that I look at the world, it's like men men can become evil, right? They in accordance to their actions, but it's not like a transcend. It's not an ontology claim. They're not evil because they're evil. They're evil because they've moved away from God in a sense. It's about
All
their
right.
actions, not about who they are.
All right. So I got two more questions from chat, but I do want to hear Lethe. Uh, do you how do you believe ethics are formed? You kind of talked about it, I think, and I don't mean to like set you up. I kind of already said the answer, I think, but in your opinion, are morals based on ethics or are ethics based on morals? Chicken and egg.
Ethics are
Does the
based
group
on
create
collective
the ethic
morals.
or does the ethic affect the group?
Hmm.
You see my question?
The
Okay.
ethic
Like are
can
we
affect the
influenced by
group.
our group or is it yeah, which one wins?
The ethic can affect the group and sway the morals of the individuals, but the individual's morals collectively usually will form the ethic, unless there's some outside force or motivating force to coerce it otherwise.
All right, so two more questions for you, sir. If God gave a revelation that the quantity of 2 and the quantity of 2 equals the quantity of 5, what would be right? Objective reality or God's subjective reality?
You're
Is
asking
that
me?
for me?
So
Just to be sure.
yes, yes. Well, I'm asking Emmett. I think it's directed towards the AF. Yeah, it's towards the AF.
Okay. Yeah.
If
Would
God
be.
sent a revelation out that 2 plus 2 quantity plus 2 quantity was 5 quantity,
Mhm.
then would that then be right?
Well, it would be illogical, right? So this is what I'm talking about, the characteristics of God as a being. He has a specific characteristics of him. So he's described as the logos, which means he needs to have he is logical. So he is in fact he is the standard of what we consider things to be logical in a sense. So that would make no sense because it would be that question itself would go against who God is, right? Now, if we're talking just about whether or not he has the he has the power, the justification to come to anybody and be like 2 + 2 = 5 or else, I would say that he has all of the justification and power to do that. But that if we're taking from the actual idea in the actual idea, the question itself would be disregarded simply because it would go against the nature of God.
One more question from the chat, and then I think we're going to go ahead and look over and we'll give you guys the judgment from the jury, and then we will give you guys your ability to give your shout outs and say goodnight. So, last question. Do incentives create a reason to be better? Do you believe that a person can be incentivized to be a better person, to have better morals
Yes, I believe so, and
through
I
perhaps
outlined
positive
this.
reinforcement?
Yeah, I outlined this when he was
Yeah.
saying force is the only motivator.
Okay.
I never said that it's the only motivator. I
No,
mentioned
you said,
two, but
okay,
then
so that's the other part of the question then. What were the two things that you said were the motivator? You said there were two.
coercion. It was coercion and force.
Is force
Coercion doesn't
not a
need to
form of
be.
coercion?
Well, you are threatened by force, right? In a sense,
Yeah,
but
so
it's not.
both are
The threat
coercion.
is not. That the threat is not force. Like you're not taking somebody and putting him in jail. But
So
yeah,
you
of
do not
course,
believe that a
I
person is
will
capable of
grant
benevolence?
persons capable. Yeah, I think persons are capable of benevolence. But that is the idea of benevolence in and of itself, right? It presupposes morals. You're saying
Or
this
just
person is
individual
doing
choice.
something that is good.
A person can choose to make the moral choice despite never having set foot
Yeah,
into a church. They can just
yeah.
choose to
Again,
not hurt somebody
yeah, but you're
through
presupposing
benevolence.
morals, right? Well, again, hurt is another.
Moral
There are
behavior.
reasons why you want to. There are reasons why you want to hurt people that are moral. There, for example, if there was the case that you have to protect your family and you have to hurt somebody to protect your family, but hurting the other people would be moral because you ought to protect the family in a sense. But yeah, again, yes, I agree that there is capacity for people to be good. The people will act in accordance to God. People will do good things, but the way that I have access to the saying of hey, you can do good comes from my justifications come from God. And otherwise, it's just a thing that I prefer, and I don't have access to the framework of ethics. It's just everybody has their own thing, and all I have is kind of force.
All right. All right, very cool. So I enjoyed the hell out of that conversation, gentlemen. That was a great debate. I think both of y'all did an amazing job. I'm looking forward to seeing what the audience thought. That was, let's see. I sure hope I put in the right vote. Did I put the right vote in? Did you guys vote? I hope everybody voted. I'm sure somebody would have told me if I'd have
I didn't
fucked up.
vote. That would be
All
immoral.
right. That would be immoral because God told you so. All right. So let's make sure that people have voted. Yay! People voted. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and lock it in right there. You guys had 30 minutes to vote. And our final tally comes out to be 18 votes in favor of Lethe Water Kai and 6 votes in favor of Emmett. So that makes it a 7-3 victory for Lethe. All right.
Mhm.
So I'm sure you're probably not surprised with that, Emmett. I'm sure this is not a very popular position to take. Is this the first time you've had the tag argument, or have you done this? You said you had a lot of prep. Is that all prep for this, or you've done this prep before?
No, I had the transcendental argument before. This is actually not the transcendental argument. Like if you're gonna have the debate for the transcendental, so it's different. This is just for justification of of your belief in good or bad. And one of the things that I like, I usually don't care. I see polls and all that pretty much
Sure, 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 sure. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter.
as a fallacy of ad populum anyway. So
Yes,
I don't.
absolutely.
I'm fine with we haven't lost. I'm fine
Yeah.
with what people think. But yeah, the whole point of the debate in and of itself is to showcase that with if you don't have the capacity of you need to have this higher being that is setting up the standards, otherwise it's just a preference of the individual. And if you want to say, well, it's not only the individual, it's the collective in and of itself, since you're saying it's subjective, so each one of them have their own framework for ethics in a sense, because
Correct. Throughout all
all of their
human
justification
history.
comes
Yeah.
from
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
themselves. All of they're doing is they're going to be using force to say this is the good thing or the bad thing.
And that,
And
well, that has been true. Yes. Coercion.
yeah,
So again,
correct.
and again, from my own personal, every different culture throughout America or throughout human history has had its own set of morals. There are things, even within our own culture, there are moralities and morals that have changed over the course of the last 200 years. A perfect example of this is my mother got married when she was 14. So that shit would never fucking fly today. But back then, that was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Even at her age or when that happened, it was still starting to be unacceptable. But you go 50 years back from that, and that was commonplace. So, and you go fucking further back, and it gets even weirder. So it's weird to us looking at it, but that culture had its own set of morals, right? So
Well,
morals are
the
therefore changing. And if they're changing, then they're clearly subjective by the group.
I would say that there's the we live in a fallen world, and what we have is the capacity of acting in accordance to his will, or in disaccordance to his will. So society just reflects that in a sense. The more you act in accordance to his will, the more moral the society is, and the better the consequences will be because you are acting what is good. But even in those cases, right? Like at the end of the day, for example, I had a discussion with somebody not long ago. The idea of the age of consent was not that a a girl could say, "I want to do it, thus it's okay." The idea was this was the age that is allowed for this person to marry with the consent of the parents. That was what the age of consent was. And then
Which,
when
for
they
the
were
record,
older,
my mom
they don't
comes
didn't
from a religious family, so that was why it was extra sus and weird to me is that this religious family was okay with that.
Yeah,
So,
I understand, but that didn't mean when you were older you could just do it on your own. You don't need the consent of your parents, so there was no need to have the consent anymore. But
sure.
I would say that I think is even if that was the case, I would prefer the idea of a girl gets married, even if it's at 14, then she just can't now be defiled in a sense by a guy doesn't care about her, throws her out, and or uses her because now she has the capacity to consent, right? So it's understandable that we can have this kind of moral indignations when it comes to looking at people in the past, but I think what we ought to do is have a lot of grace for our forefathers, and then move towards the idea of what is good in accordance to His will, so that we can do what is best, not only for society but for our lives too.
Sure. And again, and that goes back to why Lethe was asking which book you were referring to, because he would point to the moral, let's say, inconsistencies from those texts.
No,
But
he
I'm
can
sure
point
you,
to
yeah,
moral
you've heard, yeah,
inconsistencies, but if that is the case, I can point to whatever inconsistencies he has, right?
is
I can
just
just say
as immoral. Yeah, exactly. So,
no. It would be like, well,
I
if
mean,
you're
like
gonna be like, oh
modern
well,
I'm
sensibilities.
they
not
did
the
this because they
one
wanted to, and
claiming
it's like, well,
objectivity
you
based on
just
a book. If I were, then you could go to whatever
I'm not
book.
claiming objectivity based on a book. This is the problem that you have. I don't have
Well,
the
you
space
did
in
say
30
you
minutes to
were.
explain orthodoxy to you,
You did
right?
kind
I
of
don't
say
have
you
the
were.
time. I don't have the time and space to explain all of my religion in 30
No, no, no,
minutes
no.
so that you
Yeah,
can
no,
pick it
nor
up
should you.
apart,
Yeah,
which is
nor
not even
should you be
part of the
expected to.
debate.
But the idea of the mind of God and the moral authority of God, I think, was the interesting arc. And I get that that was exactly where you're trying to keep it. So I'm looking forward to doing this myself, like I said. So one more time, if
Yeah,
you would be so kind, because yeah, if you could send me that, like I said, that those links, that would be super duper
it's
fucking
just
dope.
I did it on my own. I explained it. I have a video of it that you can go on, but it's very simple. I can just tell you I just gonna write down the argument in premise form, so you have it
Yeah,
as premises, and you can just use it if you want to.
for sure. Thank you very, very much. I would definitely appreciate that. So, if you would, Mr. Emmett, one more time, tell everybody who you are, where they can find you. I'm going to drop your link in the chat.
Yes. Once again, my name is Emmett. I have a channel that I do mostly art, but I do political debates and sometimes philosophical debates, or go to panels and make people really mad most of the time. So if you are so inclined to, my channel is at Count Emmett in YouTube, and I've been doing a lot of Warhammer. I'm also, if you want your own knight based on your channel or your own little pixel art avatar that's gonna be doing things for you. Oh my god! I just realized something real quick. Give me a second. If you want it, you can just talk to me. I do this pixel character that you can have on your screen if you're feeling very crappy and you don't want to be on the screen, for example. So yeah, thank you very much for the debate, Horseradish, and that's my channel. That's gonna be the thing that I can pull out.
100%. And thank you very, very much, man. I definitely appreciate you every time you show up. And I hope you keep showing up and answering the call. So great job tonight. And Mr. Lethe, would you please also once again tell everybody where to find you?
Yo, I want to start this off. I want to thank God, and then I want to thank God, and then I also want to thank God. But no, thank you to the chat. You guys are more gracious than I deserve. Thank you, Horseradish, for your benevolence and providing this platform for us to have this conversation. And thank you, Emmett, for being a good faith interlocutor. It was a great conversation.
Amen. Absolutely. And for what it's worth, if you guys want to stick around, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to run off. You ain't got to go home. You just can't stay here, as they say. So, all right. We're going to go ahead and let everybody change the set dressing behind the scenes. Hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. Our next debate is going to be between a regular and a new guy. So hopefully Lethe sticks around since he knows the new guy, and hopefully that he can sit in the back room and cheer for his buddy. So that said, I think both of them are in place now. So let's go ahead and head on over here. Our next debate of the night is going to be between Razor Sharp G on the affirmative and Kung Fu Joe on the negative. Our prompt tonight is going to be evolution is scientific. So first things first, please, Razor Sharp G, introduce yourself to the people. Tell us where we can find you. And you might want to unmute before you do that.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I almost forgot. Thank you. Hello and welcome, everyone. And thank you for having me, Horseradish, for this wonderful showcase on the DMZ. If you, after tonight, if you like what you hear and you want to hear more, if you see me do funny voices like this one, like Cell, like Beetlejuice, other different things for all the games I play and for anything I talk about, follow me on RazorSharpG, Twitch.tv. Hope we have a good day today.
Stuff. And Joe, I actually don't have your socials yet. If you want to message those to me, I'll drop them in the chat as well. I don't know if you're streaming or if you stream or if you're available anywhere. I do know that you're about to be in that Word War debate competition, so hopefully you've at least got a fucking Twitter or something folks can follow. But please, sir, tell us who you are. Tell us where we can find you.
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me okay?
Really loudly, and I'll fix that too. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're perfect.
Okay. All right. So I guess first off, thank you, Horse, for having me. I know you've invited me a few times, and due to scheduling conflicts, I couldn't make it. But alas, I am here. And a little bit about me is I'm a veteran in the fighting game community. I play the best fighting game of all time, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Been in the community for about over 25 years. And I kind of gradually made my way over to debating during the COVID era, just still kind of on a hobby level. But I've been kind of making some people very upset and angry in a few places. And so here I am. I've gained a little notoriety here and there, especially for debating things like evolution, feminism, and kind of like the debate you just heard between Lethe and I'm sorry, I didn't catch the Emmett, I think. Yeah. So I'm here to continue the march for our Christian brothers against the atheists tonight.
All right, there you go. So once again, do you stream Kung Fu?
Yes, I stream fighting games. I'm on Twitch at Kung Fu Joe. I have a Twitter. You could look me up at Joe PC Bro on X. I don't have a YouTube channel yet, but that will be coming soon once I put some content on there.
All right. And I'm guessing you are nope, not Kung Fu Joe. I'm sorry, that's
It's got
Kung
the
Fu
picture
Joe.
of me. It's got the same profile picture as my Discord.
Got it.
It's Kung Fu Joe _
Fuck me. Okay, I give up. Chief, if you
Very
would,
similar
sir.
to your
I'll
very
just
similar
I'll
to your
just
the
stop.
_ horseradish.
I'll just stop. All right. So, all right. Did my shit just freeze? Oh no, okay. Sorry. I guess it did, but only for a second. All right, gentlemen. So you both know the format for the tonight. Please keep your shots above the belt. Stay as respectful. Attack the ideas, not the idea holder. And without anything else, let's get into it. Evolution is scientific. Razor sharp G. 5 minutes is on the clock, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Welcome to science class, everyone. I am your teacher, Razor, and with me tonight we have a very special guest, Joe. Tonight we discuss the scientific method and how evolution clearly follows it. We need to start with a quick overview of the skeleton our guest will more than likely be using or sticking to, which is question, research, hypothesis, test hypothesis, check results, repeat. This is the most bare bones form of the scientific method. We can clarify it later, but let's start with what it's not. It's not a formula that you can plug variables into like a math problem, and it's not magic. Among the many ways the scientific method can be done, there are two large overlaps: observation and prediction. We can observe this with something like snails, nautiloids, squids, octopi, and cuttlefish, which reveal similar body forms for each. One possible explanation is they somehow independently acquired equivalent organs coincidentally. But the most likely reason is inheritance through common ancestry, a parsimony, if you will. There is little doubt to the study of evolution as a cause of diversity of life on Earth is directed by forming and empirically testing hypotheses. According to the hypothetical deductive methodology, my new favorite STEM word, by the way, this is also used in physiochemical sciences and other empirical disciplines that investigate causative processes, such as physics, chemistry, electromagnetics, and so many others. Let's also be clear, also be sure that we're clear, evolution is not just one big thing. It's a multidisciplinary field of study. We have taxonomy, systematics, paleontology, biogeography, comparative anatomy, comparative embryology, comparative molecular biology, and even the mechanics of evolution is multidisciplinary. We got population genetics, population ecology, paleobiology, molecular biology, and so much more. We can get into all these details possibly throughout this prompt, and I would love to, but we're going to stick to the prompt of figuring out if evolution is scientific. And based on what I've shown you so far, and as we get into this, I would prefer that our guest sticks to the prompt and actually gives evidence or a falsification, if you will, that shows how the overall study of evolution is not scientific. Done.
All right, very cool. Well, then in that case, Kung Fu Joe, just so you know, this is your first time here. I'm going to put 5 more minutes on the clock. This part is for you to use to ask directed questions of Razor. You can use this time to set up arguments for yourself. Use this to knock down arguments he's already made. It is entirely your choice. Ultimately, it is your time to use as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Could I ask a clarification? So I don't It doesn't go opening statement, opening statement. It goes
No,
opening
it goes
statement,
open
cross-exam.
question, open cross, open cross. That's right. You'll get to set up your arguments here
Mhm,
for your opening statement. And then after
mhm.
that, he is going to get the chance to poke holes as he sees fit.
Got it.
So
Okay, cool,
go ahead
cool.
and question him now, and then you'll get to open.
Yeah, okay, Razor. So the problem with the
Hi.
approach you unfortunately chose to take here tonight is that it assumes that Common Ancestry is the only game in town as far as an explanation for why we see either similarities in genotype or
May I ask
phenotype.
if there's a question here?
So, yeah, I'm getting to that. So,
Okay.
what I'm going to ask you is, if we were, let's say, to walk into a crime scene, and there's a body on the floor that has different weapon wounds, and there's a variety of weapons in the room that has, uh, you know, blood on it, how would we determine which weapon made committed the crime? Yeah.
Could you clarify that a little bit? It was a little. Apologize.
If you have a body with multiple wounds on it, for weapon wounds, and then you have a variety of weapons in the room, how would you determine which, if any, of the weapons in the room were used in the murder?
So this is going to be forensics. More than likely,
Yeah, I
you will take
understand
it. You
that.
will observe. I know. You will more than likely observe you'll observe the room first, and then make a hypothesis.
Hold on,
To what
I
what
gave you the observation already. I already gave you the
Yes.
observation. The observation is you find a dead body with wounds, and you also have
Mhm.
weapons with blood on it. That's the observation. What's the question you ask from that observation?
The question you would ask is what could have happened here.
Well, would you ask the question, could one of these weapons have been used in the murder?
Possibly. It's
You
not
wouldn't
just one
ask
question
that
at a time
question?
for the scientific method. It's not
If
just
you're
one
if
question
you're
at a time with the scientific method.
Bro,
It's
this
not
is my
just one question at a
cross-exam.
time. You can
This is
ask
my
multiple. I
cross-exam.
know.
Stop interrupting my
I know.
cross-exam. Listen,
I'm answering your
no, you're
question.
not. No, you're not. I'm asking you,
I literally am.
would it not, listen to me, would it not be
Oh.
reasonable to ask which one of the weapons, if any, might have been involved in the crime? Is that a reasonable question to ask?
You worded that weirdly.
Yes or
I'm sorry.
no?
You worded it weirdly. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Please restate your
I'm being
question.
serious. Legitimate.
You're trying to dribble out the time right now.
No,
There's going to be a whole half hour. Just go ahead and restate the question, please.
Yeah, if you, again, wouldn't it be reasonable to ask which one, if any, of the bloodstained weapons in the room were possibly responsible or used in the crime? Yes.
Yeah,
So what would
because
you
the
do
scientific
to
method allows you to
determine?
ask multiple
Yeah,
questions.
okay, yes, yes, you don't have to bloviate. So what
It's not
then would
bloviating,
you do
just
next?
answer.
What would you do next?
Gather evidence.
To do what? What the evidence are the weapons, right? Would you pick up, what would you do in order to figure out which one of the
You
weapons were
make
used?
more observations of where they are, where the blood splatter would be, where the blood would drip. You make a bunch of different
I just said,
observations
I
while
told you,
gathering
dude.
evidence.
I told you what the observation was already. This is the second time now I
You
told
need
you
to
the
make
observation.
multiple. Yes, I know. There needs to be multiple observations beyond just,
Dude.
I see body with holes. You need to look around and gather the evidence by observing more evidence.
Are the bloodstained weapons the evidence? Would you consider that evidence?
What does that have anything to do with? What does this have anything to do with science?
My goodness, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
No, what is what does that have to do with
That's
evolution?
crazy.
What are you?
That's crazy.
Like, I'm
It's
legitimately
my
no,
cross-exam.
I'm sure he's going to
I
get to
know.
that, Razor, if you just answer.
I don't. I'm trying to answer. Yes, I'm trying to answer, and I've answered
No.
multiple times. Like you
No,
observe.
I asked you a
observe
question. No, I asked you a question.
Yes.
I said, would the bloodstained weapons be considered evidence?
Yes. No shit.
Yes. Okay. So when you
I
gather
answered
that
that.
evidence, No, you didn't, dude. You danced around
Yeah,
and
I
said,
said
"What does
you. I
this have to
said
do
you
with what?"
observe them and you
Let's
said that you gather evidence by observing them.
stop what you're doing right now. Stop what you're doing. What would you do with the
Answering your
evidence
question,
next?
I haven't even answered your
What
questions. I'm
would you
answering your
do
question.
with the evidence next?
You catalog it. You gather the evidence.
And
You
then,
need to
and
do
then,
that,
yeah,
and then
what you gathered it, and then what? Yeah, you gathered it. Then what?
And answer that.
then you check for a hypothesis. Then you make a hypothesis as to what happened. Like, what the are you doing?
How would you?
All right.
Okay, whatever.
All right.
dude.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Time's up. You're going to get your chance to cross-examine him later.
He doesn't-
So option is now yours, or the time is now yours, Kung Fu Joe. This is your uninterrupted opening. You've got up to 5 minutes. Go ahead and lay it out for us.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the question is evolution scientific? No, it is a post hoc story that fills in the gaps, and it used certain, scientifically observable things as kind of like a faux buttress to it. So, what is evolution? Evolution is basically just the hypothesis that species change over time, share common ancestors, and diverge through a process called natural selection. It posits that organisms with heritable traits better suited to their environment are more likely to survive and reproduce, passing those advantageous traits to offspring. But one of the immediate logical contradictions that one can notice from this view is that if all life evolved from microorganisms, it would posit that evolving from a microorganism into a larger multicellular life form would be the clearly advantageous path that the environment was selecting for. But if that were true, why would we still have microorganisms today? How did they escape the selection pressures that caused the transitional branching off into larger organisms? You can also see this contradiction in asexual reproduction. If asexual, aka in house reproduction, was advantageous for millions of years, why would sexual reproduction suddenly be more advantageous when the life form now necessarily needs to take on the need for more energy to find mates and take on a lot more risk having to fight off rival suitors, often in mortal combat? In some cases, the mating itself leads to death, and one needs to wonder what would be the evolutionary advantage of a female black widow eating the male black widow mid-coitus? Wouldn't the male being able to go on living to impregnate multiple females be more beneficial to the species? You can see a similar problem in the peacock mating ritual. It doesn't seem that the female is choosing a mate based on the best ability to survive. The female peacock actually selects against survival fitness when it chooses a mate based on its giant train, aka tail, possessed by the desired male peacock. The tail of the male peacock serves no other purpose but a display ritual for mating. It weighs the animal down and costs more calories and energy to have. Yet the female seems to always select for this trait. These and other species seem to challenge the very theory of evolution itself and poke holes in the so called theory. The second problem with evolution is that it's touted as a valid scientific theory. But in order to be considered a valid scientific theory, at minimum, it must make its way through the scientific method. Now, a scientific theory is a likely explanation of what causes an observable natural phenomenon based on an experiment using a scientific method. The scientific method goes as follows: observation. Question: what causes phenomenon? Hypothesis: I think X causes the phenomenon. Experiment: introduce X, remove X, repeat, draw a conclusion, and develop a scientific theory. Evolution is claimed to be a scientific theory because it can, but because it cannot be run through this experimental process, my conclusion is that it is not a valid scientific theory. This brings this brings me to the second condition for qualifying as a scientific theory: is its explanation of falsifiability. Basically, I will not accept an unfalsifiable answer to the question of what would falsify evolution. For instance, my opponents will often try to falsify evolution by positing that the discovery of an unknown life form that would be phenotypically and genotypically completely different from us could emerge. But the problem with that is if it was unsimilar to us in genotype and phenotype, then it probably wouldn't even have the function to exist in the first place because most similarity is just related to function in our environment. And I'd like to close by just reminding my opponent and the audience that this is not an evolution versus Christianity debate, so I do not need to defend my Christian worldview at all. I could take the position of a Pastafarian, believing in a flying spaghetti monster, and it absolutely wouldn't make a difference. I'm critiquing evolution by its own standards and that of the scientific method. Thank you.
Landed that right on the button. Well done there, Kung Fu. All right, so it is now going to be your opportunity to cross-examine Razor. 5 minutes. This is for directed. Remember, we're going to go to 30-minute open conversation after this. I will ask you both to please continue to keep it civil. I appreciate this. You go ahead. Your time is now.
Sorry, grabbing my stuff. I have the notes and everything. Okay. What do you believe falsifiability is?
I believe in the Popperian standard for falsifiability when it comes to scientific theories.
Could you explain that a little bit? Popperian, I've never heard that name.
Ooh, you shouldn't be debating me on evolution then.
Could you explain it?
That's a loss for you.
No, can you explain it, my dude? Like for the audience as well. I may have never heard it as well, but the audience probably never heard it. That's a weird fucking name I've never heard before. Can you explain
Bro,
falsifiability?
this is so
Because I
bad
can
for
tell you what falsifiability is myself, but if you have
Google
your own
I'll let
version
you.
of it,
I'll allow you to.
no, do you
Google it.
have
I
no?
won't
I need
fault-
you to answer a question. I need you to answer a question and not run like a child. Please answer.
It's
What is
so
falsifiability? Just answer.
Popper made up a list of standards to prove falsifiability for valid scientific theories.
And those
Karl
are
Popper.
I know who
for
Karl
a-
Popper is. I'm asking you.
No, you don't.
Sorry, you. Oh, you
You're
said Karl
liar.
Popper. You said
Karl
Karl.
Popper,
You
yes.
said something else. I misheard. I'll admit I misheard you because I do know
I
Karl
said-
Popper. I just never heard his
I-
falsifiability thing. I apologize. I misheard.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. Popper's
on.
falsifiability standard. Yes, correct.
I misheard. Okay, I misheard. If you had said the full name, I would have gotten it. I know him as Karl Popper. I never hear him as just Popper. I never
it's
hear
referred
just
to
Popper.
as. Yeah. Okay.
So what? So
Did
what
I
is
answer the
his, what is his
question?
criteria for falsifiability? You didn't.
Well,
No, you
let's
didn't.
see.
You just said that.
For a
You just
theory
said
to
do
be
you follow
considered
Popper's thing?
scientific, it must be capable of being proven false through empirical observation.
Okay, so pretty close to what I have. Thank you.
What would-
So
Okay.
to prove to be false, hypothesis that's generated must be able to be tested and either accepted or rejected. It's very close. What specific scientific method do you follow? Because there's more than one way to do it. Which one do you follow?
The one that would most likely introduce a symmetry breaker between more than one hypothesis.
Would you say that multiple different scientific studies altogether with plenty of evidence would open the door to saying that a idea that they all agree on is scientific?
No, that's a fallacy. That's a ad populum fallacy.
That they all agree on based on the evidence? I don't feel like that's an ad populum. I feel like they have plenty of evidence. Like they all corroborate evidence. Like, do you
I
think if
don't
they all
grant you.
corroborate evidence, do you think if they all corroborate the same evidence that it would then prove that there's not prove, because science never truly proves anything so much as it gives it constantly evolves.
No, the
um,
standard no, the standard of which for which the evidence would be proven would be the scientific method. That's how science is done. It's not done through ad
yeah,
populum
when you
agreement.
no, and yes, I know. What do you believe the science? Like, when was I right that you're in this bare bones skeleton only type of understanding of the scientific method? Or
Well, I guess you didn't understand my answer to your earlier question. You said how would you determine it? And I would
I
say I
define
would use
falsifiability. I said falsifiability with my earlier question. I'm
not
asking
I don't mean
now
that
specifically,
question.
what is the
I wasn't talking about that question. You asked
Mhm.
me earlier how I would prove whether or not a theory like a hypothesis was correct. Like the thing is, if there were more than
No, I
one
asked
competing
you.
hypothesis, yeah, if there were more
Mhm.
than one competing hypothesis, I would use the original scientific method that you learn like in high school.
So as I said, the basic bare bones
The
one where no, there is no such
the
thing
one
as
where
the. There is no such
yeah,
thing as
when you
the
yes,
scientific
there
method.
is. If
No,
you
there's not.
if you
No, there is not.
Google the
There is no
yes,
such
you do.
thing as
If you
the scientific method. There's
you're wrong.
it is not
I
a,
disagree.
because as I stated in my opener, there's as I stated in my opener, and
I'm like, why? I don't know how he's getting.
Okay, it's not my cross, but whatever.
I don't know.
Well,
Well, I
actually,
just now saw
so
the timer. That's why.
we're going to the 30 minutes, and I am currently doing exactly as I was just asked, and I am looking up
Huh?
the scientific method so I can see before I start
Usually, you
that
just don't go to
timer.
scientific method.
Yep.
If you
It
go
usually
to
just
the
comes
So
up as
photos,
scientific method.
hold on. If you go to the
scientific
photos,
method according
horseradish
I'm
will
going
show
yep,
you.
I'll go backwards, but just from Wikipedia first. Scientific method is an empirical method for acquiring knowledge through careful observation, rigorous skepticism, hypothesis testing, and experimental validation. Developed from ancient and medieval practices, it acknowledges that cognitive assumptions can distort the interpretation of observation. All right, so going back to our basic, we have I don't like the wiki or the search
Ask it for
assistant.
the steps.
Yep, this is what I
Scientific.
thought.
Ask it for the
Okay,
steps to the scientific method. Yeah.
sure. The steps
If you
of
were to go to the images, I just saw
the
it there, and you
sure.
had
Yep,
it.
yep. And we'll go back to that too. Steps of the scientific method. Okay. So you're saying go to images. We can do that instead. Boom. This is what you're looking for. Steps in the scientific method: asking a question, formulation of hypothesis, design of experiments, logical reasoning, testing of hypothesis, formulation of theory. So
Correct.
now, I'm putting 30 minutes on the clock. Go ahead, gentlemen, and do me a favor if you would. Please try to engage in the questions that are asked to us. Again, this is both directions. Try to actually engage with the arguments if you would, please, as you were.
Mhm. So as I
Yeah,
was
so
saying, there is no such thing as the scientific method. As multiple times has been said, more than like what you had just said. Sorry, more than likely what you have most of the time what you have said is usually what you see at like school science fairs, where you think it's almost always question, hypothesis, procedure, data, conclusion. That and then repeat like that.
you were
Correct?
just
Is that
proven
what you
wrong
believe it
on
is?
that. No, you
No,
were just proven wrong on that because when
no.
we looked it
Would
up,
you
it
like
was
to? Or would you
exactly the
like to
one that
engage with what I'm saying? Would you like to engage with what I'm saying?
I
I'm
did.
asking
I
you
am.
now.
I
Do you
no, yeah,
believe?
I
Do you
am.
believe that
I'm
it is
saying it
the way it
wrong.
is the way it's done in like it's all at all times on the expert levels, that it is only ever done uh in this weird like rigid, it has to ask the question first, then you make the hypothesis, then you do a
Yeah.
procedure, data, conclusion, and then repeat like that. It
Right.
has to be like that. Is that what
Okay,
you're asking?
so what
Is
yeah,
that
yeah,
what you're
yeah.
asking? Is that what
So
you think it is? I mean, is that what you think it is?
well, I'm asking how would you what other scientific method would you use as a symmetry breaker between two or more competing theories?
No, I'm again asking you, like, do you
What?
know how the scientific method actually works? I'm asking you,
I
do you know
know
how
that,
like it
and
actually works, how it's used, how it's
okay,
used in
listen, I'm
science, like
granting
not
you.
just what it is.
Okay, listen. You got to pay attention here.
Mhm.
Lock in, all right? If I'm
You
granting
need to
you
lock
that
in as
there's
well because
more,
you're not listening.
bro, listen.
Please.
If I'm
I
going to
am.
grant you that there's if I'm going to grant you that there's more than one scientific method, I'm going to
Mhm.
ask you now, which one are you going to use as a symmetry breaker between two or more
It depends on the discipline.
hypotheses?
It depends on the
What?
discipline.
Okay, let's say
It depends
let's
on the
say
discipline.
common ancestor theory has more than one competing hypothesis, right? Let's say there's flying spaghetti monster created everything as it is and just made them
Why
all
are we doing
similar.
Why are we
It,
doing pseudo
dude,
religious
stop,
stuff on
stop.
this?
I'm asking you a hypothetical. You're
Mhm.
not engaging. I'm saying that you have multiple competing hypotheses. You could say
Mhm.
aliens came here and made every life form the way it is, and not that
Mhm.
it evolved from a single common ancestor. So I need you to tell
Mhm.
me if you hypothetically, let's say Thanos snapped the theory of evolution out of all our brains and we had no record of it tomorrow, how would
Mhm.
you rediscover that theory all over again just using the scientific method? Like, what would be the observation? You find a fossil in the ground, and then what?
You observe and you need to not interrupt me when I do this. You observe, question, observe more, continue to question. You make a hypothesis.
Observe,
You look for
question,
more. You look for
observe
more.
more.
You then continue to question. You make a hypothesis. You look for more. You look for more. You then observe again. You then test the hypothesis. Then you observe the test. Then you observe the hypothesis. Then you test. Then you possibly
Okay,
go
you're no,
back
no,
and
no. You're
test another
going too
hypothesis.
far. No, step by step only. Step by step only. So one step
That's
at a
your
time, please.
problem. You're not
No, one
understanding what I'm
step at a
saying.
time, dude.
You're not
I am
understanding what
understanding.
I'm saying when I'm no, you're
I am
not, because you
understanding.
just
You're
did
going
that.
through
You
each,
just said because you
you're
just
just
did that.
no, no. You're just rambling
No, I
through
am
every
understanding. You're
step.
not getting what I'm
I'm
saying.
asking you.
The
No, I'm
scientific
asking you
method
through
is not a
step
rigid
by
thing,
step, dude. Calm down. I'm
and
asking you. What do you
evolution does this.
listen? Stop, dude. I'm asking you. Look, you
Stop
find
giving
a
you answers.
fossil. You stop you find a fossil. You look at it.
Uh-huh.
What's the question you
Uh-huh.
ask about the fossil?
How old is this? How old is this, or what is this to?
How
Those
old
are two different
is
questions you
this?
could ask. You could ask those two
Okay,
different questions. Yeah, you could ask multiple different
okay.
questions. Like, would you like a
You
specific question for this hypothetical, or do you want me
I'm
to
just
go as
saying,
many
how do you
questions I can ask?
get me to the theory of evolution? Get me to finding a fossil to you coming to the conclusion that it's got to be common
This is
ancestry.
not a.
That
This is not a type of hypothetical that gets you to evolution alone, because it's only fossil here versus the many fields of science that would teach you what evolution actually says. The fossils is just one part, paleontology. There's also
okay?
genealogy. There's
How do you
also things
listen?
like Pictalis, who when that because
No. That
predictions,
now you're all over the
as
place.
I said in my no, because as I said in my opener, there's the two biggest overlaps among every single scientific method that can be used is observation and predictions. Predictions can sometimes be first. You can end up thinking, I believe that so and so will be at this area and it will be this many years old. And then they go and look in that area and they find it, and then they test it with the proper dating method, not just carbon. So I know how you work, not understanding how to actually measure things. Um, with proper
What's
dating
the
methods,
dating
they end up
method?
finding out that not only there's multiple
What's the
different
proper dating
ones.
method? What's the proper one?
It depends on the mineral slash layer that you are using, that you were dating,
Uh-huh.
that you were trying to date.
And what's the margin of error?
The margin of error can be anywhere from again, it depends on what you're measuring. It could fuck, I forgot what was it called? It was there's carbon dating, radiometric dating. Fuck, what was the other dating? There was the other dating method. Did I not grab those?
Do you know why all of those go out the window?
No, they don't.
Do you know why they do?
Let
Do
me
you know why I
understand
can
your
yeah,
misunderstanding.
no, do The reason why I could throw all those away is because even if you were to find a falsification for that,
I
you could
already
just
know.
say
what
that.
you're gonna
Oh,
talk
stop
about.
it! Stop, dude.
You're gonna
Why are
pretend.
you
You're
interrupting?
pretending.
Why are you interrupting? I was right in the middle of talking. Why are you interrupting me? You
Okay,
have
go
so
ahead.
little confidence
Be
in your
wrong.
position.
Okay,
Okay.
be wrong.
it-
Go ahead.
okay. Yeah. Stop interrupting me for being right. So
Be wrong. Go
you
ahead.
would
Just
you would
continue.
have, dude. You just
Got it.
can't help yourself, can you? How can we
And you
ever
can't
do
help but
this?
not
How can
continue.
we
Please
do this?
continue.
How can you do
Please
this if you
continue.
keep interrupting me?
Please
Every time
continue.
I try,
Please
every time I
continue.
try. Okay,
I
I'll wait
know
till
you're
you're
not
quiet.
continuing. You just keep whining.
I'll wait till
Continue.
you're quiet, dude. I'll wait till you're quiet. Okay. So, look, how would you prove common ancestry? What's the proof?
Again, science doesn't deal in absolutes and proofs.
So,
No science.
wait,
No
hold on,
science
wait.
does. Don't try. Don't
So
try.
the
The science
science.
does not deal in absolutes.
So what? So what proves evolution is true?
It's the amount of evidence that makes it beyond a reasonable doubt.
What's the evidence?
There is many different avenues. As I said,
Give me
evolution
one.
is
Give
not
me
just
one piece
one
of
big
evidence.
thing. Evolution is not just one big thing. It's a
Give me
it's a
one piece of
multifaceted.
evidence.
It is a multifaceted. Let me
Bro,
finish.
give
It
me
is a
one of those
multifaceted.
multifacets. I don't care about your explanation. Give me one of those explanations.
I
Give me
said it in my
something.
I said it in my open.
What is one?
I said it in my
What is
open.
one piece? Dude, don't dodge
Taxonomy,
and say I said it.
systematics,
No, taxonomy.
paleontology, biogeography,
No,
comparative anatomy,
no. Give me
comparative
one. Stop rattling
embryology.
them
Which
off.
one?
Stop
Which
rattling
one do
off.
you want?
No,
Which one do you
pick a
want?
single thing. Pick a single piece of
I
evidence.
want you to choose because you
One.
don't seem to understand that
No,
it's
pick
all of them.
one.
Which one?
No, what the fuck?
Which one do
How
you
am
want?
I going to ask you to? I'm going to ask you to give me one piece
I'm
of
asking you
evidence, and
specifically so I know. I'm asking you
you're
specifically
asking
so
me
that I
which
know
one
what
I
to look for.
want.
Which one
It's
do you
not
want?
my view,
From
bro.
which field? From which field do you want the most?
Evolution. From
Taxonomy,
your field, the one
systematics,
you believe in.
paleontology.
Evolution.
I
Proof
believe
for
all.
evolution.
I trust in all of these fields because they have years
Okay,
of scientific
I'm sorry.
rigor behind
Horse,
them,
I
proving
can't
many
do this,
different
Horse.
things.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
I'm
asked, what
asking
is?
you. I'm
I'm
asking you
appealing
very
to the
light.
moderator. I'm
Yep.
appeal to
No,
the
I'm
moderator.
I'm here.
asking you to
So
give
so
me something.
hold on, Razor. So hold on. I am going to jump in because I feel like both of you guys are kind of talking past each other a lot, and you are both talking over each other. And I do understand. Like I get the little jabs, but we do have to actually try to answer the question. Let a person set up their argument, and then we can contend with their argument. I understand that you believe that you guys both already anticipate what the other person's going to say, and you're trying to get out ahead of it. But for the purposes of the audience, presume none of us have seen this argument play out. So let us actually hear the arguments be made. Please continue.
Okay, so
I would
back to my question.
I would like you
Can
to.
you give me a singular piece of evidence for evolution being scientific? One single scientific piece of evidence.
It is
One,
going
just one.
to.
He's
It
going to
is
give you the
going
one.
to depend on what you. I'm trying to give you one, but I need you to answer this question. I need you to answer a question, or you're not going to be able to get the one because I want to be able to sure I grab you the right evidence.
I'm only going to ask you that question, and you're going to do your best.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask you for clarification. Do you want it to be taxonomy, systematics, paleontology, biogeography, comparative anatomy, comparative embryology, or comparative microbiology? Which one do you want?
Make an
Those
argument.
are all different fields.
Give me
Those
the
are
one
all
you're
different
most
fields.
confident in.
They're
Give
all
me the one
evolution.
you're most. Bro.
Yep. So he's asking you to give him the one that you are most confident in. Lay out whichever one you prefer. Let him hear it so he can contend with that one individually. Please.
I did bring it up. It was another piece that I brought up in my opener. There's the it's a comparative, comparative anatomy. Jesus Christ, comparative anatomy. With the squids, the cephalopods.
Okay, yeah, that's it. You said it. Thank you. Comparative anatomy. tell me why comparative anatomy is proof that we have common ancestry.
Again, not proof, evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Wait, hold on, wait.
You got
How
be
is
sure you
that?
have the be sure you have
I
the be sure you
understand.
have the
Yeah,
correct
I understand. It's
verbiage.
evidence. Okay, tell me how it's evidence when the further back you go in time, we are more dissimilar than similar.
Actually, the more you look at our bone structures and the way
Well,
that
you
they are
didn't hear
placed
me.
and what they are,
You didn't hear me.
I
You didn't
did.
hear what I just said.
I
No,
did.
you didn't.
You
I'm
said
sorry,
the
Kung
further
Fu
we go
Joe.
back,
Kung Fu
more
Joe, can
dissimilar
you
we are?
explain how we were more different further back, please?
Yeah, so
Someone
the further back yeah, so there are certain similarities he's talking about, like apes, right? Like great apes and stuff like that. But the further back you go, the more the tree goes backwards to like reptiles, then fish, then I guess I don't know, smaller ocean creatures, and then microscopic life. So the further back you go in the evolutionary tree, so to speak, the more dissimilar we are from each other as far as like phenotype. So I'm trying to ask him, if that's a fact underneath the evolutionary theory, how could just similarities in later life forms be proof that we came from a life form further back that is dissimilar from us today?
And once again, this is why I said it's not always just one thing. Because when you ask for just one thing, you are missing so many details that come alongside the phenotypes and the anatomy. You're missing so
But did you
much
hear
when
my
you ask for
question?
one thing.
So okay,
And I said, if you wanted to go with anatomy, I can give you
But there's a question
at
in
least the
there. Did you
small
hear the question?
anatomy.
The question is, how does similarity
Mhm.
prove that we
I,
share common ancestry,
how is
given the
similarity
reasoning I
evidence for
gave
it?
you? Yes,
How is similarity evidence of it?
given the argument against
Hmm.
similarity that I just gave and that Horse and the audience just heard, what is the reason
Hmm.
that similarity holds up now? Can you deal with my argument and how similarity now holds up under the argument I just gave?
I'm going to answer this entirely, but I need to ask you a clarifying question, so don't spurg on me. I need to ask you, do you know how the evolutionary tree is? Do you
Generally,
understand
yes.
what that is?
he says generally.
Yes.
So go
I
on.
wouldn't.
You know how
Yeah.
okay. So the evolutionary tree has many branches. There's a reason why microorganisms still exist even though we have higher evolved things. There's a reason why certain creatures still exist even though they are comparatively close to comparatively or genetically similar to later more evolved species, because they are what the later species are branches after something called
I
uh
understand that.
fail
I
a
understand.
failed after what's something called a failed replication or
I
flawed
understand, but
replication,
how does this address my argument?
because the anatomy is as you get more and more evolved, there becomes a point with, like, say, Tiktaalik, as people always talk about, where once you get from there, where it actually has a bone structure, that bone structure is then later seen very similar to every bone structure on the planet of any what is the word for it, like when you have your bones on the inside, vertebrates. Yeah, thank you there. Thank you, me. With modern vertebrates, the bone structures are in similar shape, are in similar uh similar placements but with different shapes, uh like certain joints are in certain spots, certain ligaments are in certain spots, because
But,
as
but how does this
as the
address
failed
my argument?
replication continue to happen, by telling you
How does
that
how
comparative
does this
anatomy because by telling you that comparative anatomy shows that from the first vertebrate all the way to now, the bone structure changed only in size and
changed
shape,
where? Where do you
not
see
in
a
layout.
change? Where's there a change? You didn't observe any change.
You do through the
Where?
continuous and this is where the other part comes in. Like I said, evolution is a multidisciplinary field, which is why it's scientific. Which is why it's scientific. The multidisciplinary field of all the different sciences of paleontology and archaeology are able to, and then all these comparative anatomies are able to work together to find
how do you
fossils.
use paleontology? Can I ask you, how do you use paleontology to see a change in genotype and phenotype?
Did I mix up paleontology and the other one?
You did say paleontology.
I know I mixed did I mix paleontology fucking art. I said archaeology as well. Why did I add paleontology? Yeah, I know. Why did I add paleontology?
Why does archaeology how does archaeology prove that you're seeing any changes in one life form to another?
One more time. I apologize.
How does archaeology show any changes happening from one life form to another? You don't observe any.
Well, most archaeology is like when it comes to the human evolution, like that's for society type stuff. If we stick with so again, I don't know why I added that. Paleontology is actually.
Did you hear my question?
What I want. Continue.
Did you hear my question?
How does archaeology do what again?
How does it contribute to your evolutionary theory? How does it prove anything? What does archaeology do for to make evolution scientific?
I was thinking paleontology. I keep you screwed me over. I keep mixing up paleontology and archaeology. Paleontology is the study of bones. Fuck me.
Because you dig for both.
Archaeology is more the study of ancient. Yes, you dig for both. That's why I mixed them up in my head. Fuck me. Yes, no. Paleontology is the word I was looking for. I said archaeology because that's for like human evolution of societies. Paleontology is the study of the bones. Sorry. So it is paleontology I was talking about. I apologize. That is
based on bones.
Brain fart on that one.
So what about do you remember my question or do I have to repeat?
Ask the question again, please.
Yeah,
I know. I think
just ask it again.
How does any of this how does the paleontology or whatever you want to use, like how geology, any of that, how does that support evolution as a scientific theory?
Again, thanks to evolution being a multidisciplinary facet of paleontology. Let me finish the whole thing before you whine about it. Paleontology is one aspect where they are able to find the bones, date them with. I had the invading. You have.
I didn't ask you to tell me how it works. I want you to tell me how does it support the theory of evolution? How?
Because comparative anatomy mixed with. Let me finish. Because with comparative anatomy, comparative embryology, and comparative molecular biology, all three of these things can combine to with paleontology to grab all the data we need that shows, oh, this is a former ancestor of these creatures.
No, hold on. How do you know that? How do you know it's a former ancestor? You get a fossil and you look at a fossil. How does the fossil tell you anything? How does it tell? Like,
with comparative anatomy,
hold on, wait. No. We did the comparative anatomy thing already. You already admit that comparative. You admitted that comparative anatomy is not enough. You said comparative anatomy is not enough, and I'm like, okay.
Because like evolution is more than just one thing at a time. It's
I understand that, but every time you're doing the ultimate Mott and Bailey, because every time I corner you on one, you skate to another.
I'm answering your question.
Yes, you are. You're doing an
I'm answering your question by letting you know that all of these things go to different things. Yes, I am.
I ask you how
evolution is a multifaceted.
I say, okay, and then I ask you, okay, give me the proof that.
What does each of the different forms of evidence contribute to the greater picture, Razor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to know one at a time.
Yep.
Just
that's the
one.
problem. You saying you want to know one at a time.
He doesn't
using
think it
using
requires
off-
just one, Razor. To be fair, he doesn't think it requires just one.
don't.
He just wants to engage with each one in turn. That's why I'm saying give them out one at a time. Let him engage with it individually. He understands
I'll
that you
go-
believe that it's going to require all of them, but go through them one at a time for him, please. Continue.
I'll go hyper specific. I'll go hyper specific to make it as easy as possible. A fossil,
Please do,
right?
yeah.
So if you look at look at the fossils, how does the fossil record support any kinds of stories of a transitional period from like a Pakicetus to a whale? Like, tell me how that supports the theory of evolution. Fossils.
So I am going to start at with one step real quick, and you're going to
Just
probably
just
groan
do
when I
it.
say
Just do it.
Using
Oh.
comparative anatomy.
Okay. Using comparative anatomy, go on.
Using comparative anatomy, we can take a look at the bones of the Pakicetus and the other transitional. I think it was Pakicetus, Ambulocetus, and I forget the entire line. You can find a structure in the Pakicetus's snout that you can only then later find moved to a different spot on modern day whales.
Move.
The
Where?
comparative
Where did it
anatomy is
move?
being
How did it move? Wait, where did you see a move?
from the snoot.
No.
And
No.
up
How do
for-
you
let
see
me
a
finish.
move? How
Let
do you
me
see a move
finish.
just by looking at a fossil?
Let me
Wait,
finish. Let me
I
finish.
need a
Let
clarification.
him. Yeah,
me
he's
finish.
he's going to kung fu. He's gonna kung fu. I promise you. He will answer your question. Finish your point, Razor.
The way you can see it move is by finding and by predicting and then finding later iterations of this creature, which then scientists categorize into different species because they have changed so much. But they all have this very similar little piece in their skull that is just ever so slightly over generations, because it's a generation by generation thing what evolution does. That little piece of their snout was moving up and up and up and up till we end up where whales are right now, where their snout is at the very top of their heads after so many generations of imperfect mutations causing either detrimental and or either causing detrimental
I know
and
the theory.
or
I know the theory. Please save us the time. I already know this. Let me ask. Okay, so
did
is
you know
a
that
move, dude? What the fuck?
Go
That's
ahead.
crazy, dude.
No, why'd you
is a
ask me?
move? Is a move?
Sorry.
You're over explaining. I already know that, but you didn't answer my question. So I'm going to ask a different.
This
I'm
is a
going to
science
approach it a
class. I'm
different
trying
way.
to give everyone else in the
I'm going to
audience
give it a.
like
I'm
what
going
happened.
to ask a different way. Okay, is a move or a transition an event?
Is a move or a transition an event? What?
Yeah, a transition or a move, like the thing you're describing, where one thing transforms into another. Is that an event? A transition?
Technically not. The way that transition works is the way that transition works
No.
is
I didn't ask
it's
you
on a
about the process of
gradual.
transition. You're using the word transition. I'm asking you,
Yes,
in the word
it's gradual.
transition, is a transition an event? Gradual transition
When you
is
look,
gradual
when you,
transition an event? That's a yes or no.
I can answer that. Yes, I can answer that question with a question to you. Do you believe
Yes or
adaptation
no?
is an event?
No, it's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question. I need to ask for clarification. I need to be sure if you understand what you're saying here.
Yeah,
Do you believe adaptation is an event?
towards
Do you believe
I
adaptation
think
is an event?
yeah, I believe the changes
Okay, there you go.
involved in adaptation are an event. Yes.
There you go. Then can do that event 1,000 times over for generational generation.
Wait. So that event a transition or a change is an event. Yes, you accept that? I just said
apologize.
yes
Say
to
that one more
your a move or a
Repeat that
transition.
sentence.
A transition, as you're describing it, incrementally is an event, even if it's happening incrementally. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is a fossil an event?
It is the records of an event.
Is a fossil an event?
It's a records of the event.
Is a fossil an event? Yes or no?
It's the record of an event.
Is a
I'm
fossil an
answering
event?
you
Yes or no?
plainly. I'm
No,
answering you
that's not the
plainly. I
question I'm
said the
asking you.
record. It's
That's not the
a
question I'm asking
record
you.
of an
Is the
event.
qu-
It's a
is
record
the
of an
fossil
event.
is a fossil an event? Yes or no?
It's a record of an event. Yes.
Bro, I'm gonna keep asking the
It's a
same
record
question.
of an event.
It's no, that's not the question I'm asking you. Is the fossil an
Because you
event?
don't like
Yes
my
or no?
answer.
Is a that's
The
not
fossil is a record
that's
of an
not
event that
answering.
happened.
That's not an answer to the
The
question I'm
fossil is the
asking you.
record of an event that happened.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask if the fossil was a because you would need to prove
You
that. How do
asked,
you
is
prove
a
that?
fossil a record?
No, I did not. I asked
And
if it
that's
was
not
an event.
incoherent.
Is a fossil an event?
Yeah, sorry, I said record. My bad.
Is
You
a
saying a
fossil
fossil
an
is an
event?
event, and I'm
Is it
answering
an
by
event?
telling
Yes or
you
no? Is it an
it is
no?
the
I'm not asking that
record.
question.
It is the
No,
record of
I
an
didn't
event.
ask that. I didn't
Okay,
ask
so
can
if it's
either
hold on,
move
hold on, hold on,
on
hold
because
on, hold on, hold on. If it's the record of an event, then it is not an event. It is a representation of an event. So move on from there, Joe, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So that you're wrong there.
It's not a
There
wrong.
you
It's,
go.
but
So,
it's we've established that it is a record of an event.
Yeah.
So go on.
Yeah. Get it? Yeah. So you you see how dodgy you are. So now what
I'm
is
not
your
dodging.
you're
I was
you're
answering the question
asserting you're
directly.
asserting you're asserting that it's a it's a what is it? What did you say it was?
It is a record
How?
of an event that happened
How
in
do you
a
know that?
far away time.
How do you know that?
Transitionary fossils are,
No, you're
while
using the
rare,
thing in question. That's the thing in
yes.
question. The transitionary fossil, the fossil is not an event. Transition is an
Yes,
event.
we're
A
calling it a
fossil, no,
transitionary. We're calling it a
no,
transitionary fossil because we're saying
no,
we are recording that an event
no, dude.
happened at this point in time
You can't just
because we
call it a
dated this. We
transitionary
dated this.
fossil
Let
because
me
a
finish. Let me
fossil is
finish.
not
Let me finish. Let me
transitionary.
finish. Let me finish.
You're just wrong.
The fossil is a record of an event that happened long
How do you
ago
know
that
that? I ask
scientists
you
can
how you know
find.
that. You
I'm
circle
answering.
back and you
I'm
say
answering. I'm answering. I'm
you
answering.
no, your answer
The
was
fossil.
I asked you
The
how do you know that and you
fossil.
said because it's similar. I
I'm
asked you how do you know it's similar? Because
answering.
it's
Okay, I'm
similar.
sorry. I'm sorry.
answering.
I have to interject. The answer is because of fossil depth. Please continue, Razor.
The
Wait,
fossil
that wasn't
is like the fossil. Let me finish. The fossil is a record of an event from from a far away time that it shows this species existed at this position, and a later fossil will then show something very similar, but with just a slight change, showing that an event happened in which a
what no
mutation
change.
happened
Wait,
because of
you're using that word,
let me
you're
finish.
speaking in change. What
Let
how is
me
there a change?
finish.
A change is an event.
Because of
A
mutate,
fossil's
I
not an
already said
event.
it. Let me already said it. An imperfect replication or a mutation.
Imperfect?
That change happens because of an
What's
imperfect
imperfect about it?
replication.
Wait. So are you saying that
Mhm.
human beings are just a series of
Of
imperfect or
imperfect
accident
replications, yes.
so
We are a
accidental
series of
replications?
imperfect replications. Do you look
Imperfect
exactly?
meaning
Hold on. Do you look?
accidental,
Hold on.
right?
Hold on. I can answer. I can answer that even better. Do you look like your father?
Imperfect?
Do you look exactly like your father?
I don't that has nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
It does. Do you look exactly like your
No,
father?
it doesn't. I'd say
It
so
it
it
does
seems
answer.
like
No, do
your
you look
brain is the
exactly
product
like
of
your father? Let me
imperfection
finish.
for sure.
I need you to answer this. Do you look exactly like your father?
That's it wasn't intended to be that way.
So you were adamant about him answering with
now
yeses and nos earlier. Kung Fu returned the favor.
Oh, no, I'm not exactly like my father. No.
Exactly like your mother.
No.
Okay, then that means that there was an imperfect mutation that happened when they made
That's who?
and they didn't come out with a copy of anything. You are
Why
an
would that be
imperfect mutation
imperfect?
of you're not mutation, an imperfect you're an imperfect replication. Sorry. You're an
According
imperfect
to
replication.
who? According to who? Who's making that judgment?
According to science. According to how
Science
science
says
works
that I'm
and our
imperfect?
genes.
How did
Yes,
science
all are.
how did science determine that us coming
Your
out the way we
genes,
were is
your
imperfect?
genes. If you were legitimately
My
trying to
genes.
do this, oh, I'm perfect because whatever reason, that's so disingenuous. I need you to understand when I'm talking about your genes, our genes are constantly replicating each other, and
And
imperfect replications happen, which cause
what are you
mutations.
comparing perfect to? There's nothing perfect to compare to,
A
so how do
perfect
you know what
replication?
imperfect is?
What do you okay? What is a perfect?
How,
What is a perfect replication? What is a perfect replication? Do you know what a perfect
that would
replication
be
is?
something artificial. That would be like a fax
No,
machine.
no, like pretty close. Okay, that's relatively close. So like if I say so, if I have like this little Kuromi doll, if I were able to create a second, like just snap and create a second one, and it looked exactly the same, it will be a perfect replication of that doll. When it comes to genetics, uh, the way that when it comes to genetics, these imperfect replications go all the way back to the time when we were single cell organism, where they would do mitosis, where they would
Okay,
split apart, where they would grow.
why would being
Mhm.
uh producing asexually, like why would producing sexually be an advantageous, like an advantage over asexual reproduction?
Greater diversity of the genes makes for stronger genes in the future, thus
Didn't need that.
making survivability even easier.
No, that's obviously false because single cell, asexual reproduction still exists.
You remember what I said about imperfect replication?
It doesn't
This
answer my
asexual
question.
thing you're talking, this imperfect replication you're talking about, uh not imperfect, this fucking not damn it, my god damn it, I'm saying it myself. The imperfect replication is
Mhm.
showing that this asexual um replication you're talking about, that's where imperfect replication starts happening, because it can't always be perfect 100% of the time.'re not always going to have a
Mm.
perfect copy of the next gene. Something will
Yeah, but
fuck up,
you're not
and it will
addressing
either
my
be
question though.
advantageous, or
You're
disadvantageous. Jesus Christ.
But you didn't answer my
Sorry.
question though.
Water.
Repeat the question then, please, Kung Fu.
The question was, if it was disadvantageous to reproduce
Mhm.
asexually, why would we still have asexual reproduction today?
Did you
How
not
did
hear
it
what I said
escape the
earlier about
how
did you
did it
let me finish.
escape the selection
Did
pressures?
you let me finish? Did you not hear my earlier statement about how the tree of life works?
Just say it again.
Okay, so yeah.
The tree When we look at the tree of life, it branches off. In the previous iteration, doesn't immediately go away, just like you being born didn't make your father immediately die. You are the next iteration of your father, and I am the next iteration of my father. Uh, Horse is the next iteration of his father. But are our fathers like actually dead? I'm sorry if I said that and someone's dad is actually dead. I apologize, but I'm trying to make a
Okay.
So is that
Was there a
do
question
you
there,
understand what
Razor?
I'm
Yeah.
saying when I say how the branch works? Do you know what
I
I'm
just
saying when
don't
I say about how branching works?
I'm just saying, how would it doesn't make sense that it would be more advantageous to produce sexually when you're introduced to more threats and you need to spend more energy, um, and you'll
The
possibly
more
die, right?
biodiverse,
Like
the
so.
more biodiverse you are, the more advantageous your survival is, or the more advantageous it becomes to survive and spread that even more, because more energy can end up being used. You end up consuming you could
Well,
end up consuming.
that's not true because asexual reproduction still exists. So if it was more
Again,
advantageous,
did you not hear what I
that
said
would mean,
about the branching?
yeah, I
The
know, but like I said,
branching.
like you're
Those
going
things
to
are
assert
fine to
because it
stay where they
doesn't.
are, because
Okay, again,
there's a God, what is the term? There's a very specific term for it. It's like something
okay, you're
equilibrium,
not connecting.
like horseshoe crabs. Do you know those things have been around for fucking millennia. and they just never evolved. But there are plenty of creatures that are basically offsprings of those things. They're later iterations of it.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
that's what I'm talking about. The evolutionary tree branches.
Okay. What would falsify evolution?
If you can find it, and you already said it in your thing, and you seem to sneer at it. It's finding this is one of many finding something that has no comparative anatomy, biology, uh, or molecular. Yeah, it has no comparative anatomy or molecular biology to the rest of the creatures that we have found, which is why I say, and this is why I keep trying to specify, science never says we have a 100% definitive proof. We have enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well,
Because
hold on
because
there. Yeah, hold on there. And if you go back to Karl Popper's standard for falsifiability, this would not pass.
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna jump in there since Karl Popper's not here, or John Popper. That was the dude who was the which one was the harmonica guy?
Oh,
anyway,
Blues Traveler.
Oh, there you go. That's right. So you said that there were a bunch of others, Razor. Would you please name one that he didn't already mention? You mentioned that was the one that he said, but you said there are others. Can you name one of the others for us, please?
Another way to possibly falsify evolution would be finding a combination. Like there's a what's the word? There's a thing that creationists have done where they say we should have a turcoduct if evolution is real. That's not true. If we found that, evolution wouldn't exist, because if we found something like a turcoduct, yeah, evolution is disproven at that point. Evolution never says that if you combine animals that they'll immediately become a thing. There needs to be compatible genitalia and compatible reproductive systems. A duck and a gator don't have that.
View, though. I already accept that in my worldview. I believe that.
Yeah, that's not the point of the prompt, though. You said evolution isn't scientific. That's not the point of the prompt, though. Whatever your worldview is, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like that's not a symmetry breaker. That actually,
a turcoduct, like a turcoduct or a crocoduct would definitely not turcoduct. A crocoduct, Jesus Christ, a crocoduct would definitely be a way to falsify evolution.
Okay.
So basically, he basically listed two figurative unicorns, right? So, like I said with the first one, if most of our genetic build is due to function, right? We need to function according to the laws and the environment of reality.
Well, humans have broken evolution, but whatever.
So what we have to do is, yeah, that's weird, isn't it? It's weird that we have like primacy over everything else on Earth. Isn't that strange? I wonder how evolution explains for that. But anyway,
it explains because of our brain cavity. Our heads got bigger and bigger, leading from brain brain to make.
I got a question for you, Razor. Do you think some humans are more or less evolved than others?
Can you ask a serious question?
Yeah. So all humans around the globe at the same time, did we all hit the exact same levels of advancement at the same time, or no? What's wrong? Are you there?
Considering I'm sorry, I was trying because that question.
I'm gonna let you finish that, and then we'll go to our closings. Nope. Let him answer, Joe, and then we're gonna get to our closings. Go ahead, Razor.
Yeah.
He understands the question. He does. I promise. He gets it.
No, I'm not asking. I'm asking. Are you able to pull anything up on your screen? Like if I shared you something?
Yeah, drop it in the chat. In the chat of the Discord channel. But Razor, go ahead and answer the question. Then we're gonna get to our closings. So.
Okay, so first I want Razor to look at this. Now, this first one. These are hypothesized to be the great ape, the great apes that we came from.
Gotcha. So okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got
well,
those up first?
we'll get to that. We're like I said, let him answer the question, and then we're going to get to our closings. So
No, hold on, wait.
I understand. I've already added an extra 10
let
minutes.
me answer the
We've got
question
questions, so
real quick.
let him answer your question. Do you believe, Razor?
there's no
There was. Do you believe, Razor,
Yeah.
that all humans have evolved at the same rate, or are equally evolved?
All humans like Homo sapiens, when they became Homo sapiens, the population of Homo sapiens all started showing up gradually after I believe Homo erectus. So technically, if you want to dumb it down to beyond to like earlier, like preschool level, if you want to dumb it down to preschool level, sure. But if you want to actually talk about it entirely, you have to look at the different species that existed long before Homo sapiens, of which we are.
Okay.
Sure.
Which I showed to Horse, and I asked Horse to display it. Now, do you see that?
Yes, I will. Yes,
picture?
let's see what it is. Is
Sure.
it going to be the walk? Is it going to be the? Is it the walk of evolution where I was?
No,
by that one dude.
I looked this up earlier, and this is said to be one of our last.
Yeah. Do you have a link?
like,
Because I can't bring up just a picture. I've
Oh.
got to bring up like internet. So do you have a link?
Oh man.
That was why I can't bring it up. We need an actual source.
If
We're
you
only
wanna send it to me- if you
we're only
wanna-
yeah
if
we're
you
only set
wanna
up for
send it to me-
like source work. So
No, it doesn't work as
Like,
well.
if you want to send the image,
I understand. Yeah. So that again,
Yeah. Oh, well.
no worries. We don't have the ability to
So wait,
present
I can show it
visual
on- I can
aids.
show it on my end, right? So here, I'll do this. So
share screen.
this no, you could look at my camera, right? So these are pictures of what was hypothesized to be the form we came from, right? Do you see that?
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
I
that's
see how-
actually 3 different species.
Yeah, well, it's 3 different hypothesized species.
Sure.
Now,
Yeah.
Okay, so and you say you think
know where
that
he's
we
going with
all evolved
I know where
at
he's
the
going
same
with
time,
Yeah. No,
right?
I do too.
So
We all
would
do.
you say, like, if we looked at these 2 pictures here, would you say one or the other is closer to the ancestor?
See, I knew he was doing it.
Well, I mean, it's a fair
Do
question.
you ask it? Can you make the question more serious or?
No.
Because,
No,
like,
this is
that's-
a serious question. This is actually a serious question. If you were to say that we all evolved to be equal at the same time,
Mhm.
right? And I say, well, here's actually hypothesized what our ancestors.
May I ask you a question?
We've seen the picture. I'd like to see your face again.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
so-
So
Would you
yeah,
may I
I
ask
think
you a
it's a fair
question that might be able to
question.
clarify?
Sure. Let
May I ask you a
him.
question that might be able to clarify this.
I don't like being asked a question with a question.
May I ask you a question and see if I can clarify this? Because I want to
No,
be
I'll
able to
take an
clarify
answer.
it so I can answer it clearly.
I just want y'all to get through it so I can answer the question. So please just
Sure,
do it.
fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. This is not my debate. I still need to get you guys through your
No, not you,
closings.
not you.
But please, Razor, just answer the question.
Go ahead,
So
Razor,
I
yeah.
need to know if you understand the thing that you agree happens. You agree adaptation is a thing, don't you?
If we have the same understanding of what adaptation is, yeah, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you have the same understanding of what adaptation is compared to mine.
I think I have a somewhat similar. There might be some small things that are.
I'll give you a rough breakdown.
Uh,
I'll give you a rough breakdown of what I think adaptation is. So let's say, I'll give you an example. Let's say we put like an elephant behind a silhouette, right? I could make 1,000 different changes to the elephant without you seeing any changes to the silhouette. That's what I believe adaptation is.
So like all you think it's all it's all in.
Not internal. I could make external changes to the silhouette, but you can't see the silhouette.
Wonderful. Okay, wonderful.
Right.
Okay, sweet, wonderful. You actually, sweet. That's actually pretty close to what I'm thinking then. Okay, so when a certain portion of humanity once it became a when it became either Homo erectus or Homo erectus or Homo sapiens, certain groups from each of those different species, that would later become their own, become Homo sapien, went to different positions of the world after leaving the cradle of Gaia, as people call it, in Africa.
Mhm,
They went to different areas where people who went
mhm,
north, their skin started to lighten, while people who stayed at the
mhm,
equator or went south, their skin
mhm,
either darkened or, again, because they went further away from the equator where more
mhm,
heat and more sun is active, their skin might
mhm.
have either lightened or
I get
darkened.
that. But phenotypically,
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether through phenotype or genotype, are there certain humans that are
Both.
closer to our ancestor than others? Yeah.
No,
And it seems like through phenotype, at least.
we are all constantly evolving, and we are all Homo sapiens right now and we're getting close to possibly some scientists are saying that within the next possible 5 to 10 generations, we could end up changing to what could be described as a Homo superior. Possibly. It's a
No,
hypothesis that's a prediction of what could happen for
and
humans.
it's possible we could look like apes again too.
All right. So I'm going to jump in
Mm.
there. I'm going to jump in there, and we're going to go ahead and go to our closings because I know the audience has some questions, and for fuck's sake, I want to get in there too. So even though I said I'm not going to engage with Joe until after the word war debate, so this is going to be very
I hope
tricky.
so.
This is going to be very tricky for me to do what I'm going to try and do. So I'm feeding my questions to the
Okay, not yet.
chatters right fucking now. Anyways, Razor, thank you both, by the way,
Yes.
for as long y'all. I know y'all talked over each other a lot. It was what it was, but at the end of the day, you guys did calm down once I intervened, and you actually did try to engage with each other's arguments. I appreciate that. So that's it. We're gonna go ahead and go to our 5 minute closings. 5 minutes is on the clock for you first, Razor. Give us your closing thoughts.
Sorry. Uh, so as we saw, my opponent didn't really have any way to say that evolution wasn't scientific. He simply speculated and used his personal incredulity of not understanding how sciences work or how they are done or how they are uh, uh, calculated and how they are in fact scientific. He conflated and pretend that evolution is just one thing that can be completely debunked because one question might be a little unanswerable now because he doesn't understand that proof is not a thing that science does. We look for evidence. We continuously rework our hypotheses and rework our numbers. We rework so many details until always trying our best to debunk our own theories, to debunk our own hypotheses, which is what science does. It does not go on to prove something. It continues to try and debunk itself with more and more evidence, which is part of the scientific method. So, to answer the question, not the prompt, to answer the prompt that was here today, evolution is scientific. That is a known fact. That is a known fact in the mind of everyone. Even if science doesn't deal in even if science doesn't deal in facts itself so much as it deals in evidence. So if I were to use the scientific method to show how evolution is in fact scientific, the observation would be that it does many sciences. The hypothesis would be that these many sciences have many benefits when once applied, and there and the test is showing the years of agriculture, medicine, even even technology and our understanding of our own ancestry are all things that show that evolution across all of its many iterations and disciplinary studies is in fact scientific.
And that's it. All right. So then in that case, we're going to go ahead and kick this over to you now. Kung Fu Joe, 5 minutes is on the clock for you to put your cherry on top. Let us hear it.
Oh, thanks again, Horseradish, for having me, and thanks, Razor, for coming in. You know, my opponents for this topic are getting scarce, and I think that goes to show. I think this debate is another reason why, because I just kind of displayed that they can't answer any of the questions that, you know, to the things that they claim supports their theory, right? I wanted to get into what would the symmetry breaker be between two or more competing hypotheses. And it is no doubt that the scientific method is the number one way to do that because it involves an experiment. The experiment is where you know, introduce X, remove X, repeat, and then you record data after that. Evolution can't do that. There is no. He ran from that probably because Ancom coached him to. He ran from ever there even being an experiment to prove whether or not a change is happening in life forms from an entirely different phenotype and genotype from one to another, right? He can't demonstrate that. So he ran from even confronting the scientific method, which was just turned out to be a cowardly tactic on his part. Then he wanted to, you know, I tried to ask him, okay, well, if you don't want to use the scientific method, what else would you use? Like, what is scientific within this theory that would buttress or, you know, provide some kind of evidence that this story you're giving me is true, right? He goes, well, it's, you know, based on the bones, right? You look at the bones, as you can tell by the bones. He did the bones meme, right? And it's like, you look at the bones, and I mean, he says, look, you see the changes? There's changes. You know, we look at, if we dig up the rocks, if in this rock strata we find this group of bones, and in this rock strata we find a different group, therefore, one evolved into the other. I'm sorry, that's an extrapolation fallacy, right? You can't just make that judgment based on the layers. You have to show some kind of testable process. You have to show the introduction of some kind of causal mechanism, right? That is creating this event we call a change, where it is changing in phenotype and genotype from one thing into another. And a bone or a fossil can't do that because it's just a static object. There is no change there. So after that, we moved on to whatever falsifiability would be. And as you could see, he went to fairy tale land, right? And he might as well have pulled you out a fucking unicorn or the tooth fairy, right? He could have said, hey, you know what? If we find the tooth fairy, that would prove evolution is false. I mean, it's everything in my opening statement came true, like I'm fucking Nostradamus, right? And this is just what I do. You could find me on the internet. I'm glad to do this just over and over again. I could just kind of like repeat this script and just pound evolution into the fucking ground, one debate at a time. So with that, Horse, I thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. So, you know the deal. We do not have anybody over on YouTube now, I think. It is entirely here in Twitch land. Joe, you are not streaming, correct? So you don't have anybody like... No. All right, cheers. Well, with that said then, we have at least one question from the chat right now. Hopefully, if you guys have any other questions you want to throw in here, throw at them. Just click that little link that keeps popping up every so often. I think it's still... yeah, it's still pinned in the chat. Thank you, Let's Chief. And yeah, we'll get your questions in front of them as well. And I may or may not have a question or two. So, first question, Razor. Is a fossil an event, yes or no?
It is the record of an event.
Okay. All right. Well, I had to ask.
Can I put it on my vinyl player?
Different sort of record, I think. But okay. Do we have any other questions coming from chat before I put my elbows in there? I'm gonna guess. Yeah, I actually figured that there would be a ton of them. I think they're all waiting in the lounge to get a chance to step in here.
Pay him money. Ask me questions. I want to talk. I did so much research.
If we hit $30, they get half.
Ask me to define stuff. I looked up so many definitions. Ask me to define stuff.
Then what,
please,
man? Then why didn't you when he asked you? I'm gonna get into that. All right. So.
He didn't ask questions about the certain. He didn't ask anything about things I grabbed for defining because.
Okay, all right. So
there's certain things he didn't know.
Sure, I'm gonna ask Kung Fu Joe. Please, would you, without interruption, give me your shortest, sweetest, most succinct explanation of where you were gonna go with the bodies in the room and the weapons on the floor?
Sure. Yeah,
skip any questions, but yeah, just give me the thought argument pattern there.
So the pattern, what I was trying to show Razor there is that there is actually no way you could come to the conclusion of which, if any, of the weapons in the room could have been involved in the crime without doing an experiment, without doing testing. So I was trying to show to him that you need the scientific method, which involves testing and experiment, in order to separate hypotheses. If one detective says, I think it was the axe, and another detective says, I think it was the samurai sword, well, now we got to do a symmetry breaker, aka an experiment, testing.
Well, so you can also just do comparative observations. Like, observation is a form of testing, isn't it? Is it not?
Yeah.
So you can just look at the wounds made and be able to make an assessment based on that observation. Is that a sufficient answer for the test?
Not exactly, because you have the capacity
to
answer
analyze.
Well, yeah,
you have the capacity to analyze more than just that as evidence, right? So you could trace the blood samples. Sure. You could compare the cut marks to the weapons and see which cut mark, right?
You could do all of that.
So
yep. Those would be extra layers of confirmation, but it would not be the only ones necessary to have a hypothesis, right?
Right. But you could do testing, like there's blood splatter on the wall, right? From swinging the weapon.
Yep.
You could take each weapon and replicate.
You could do that, or you could look at it and make an extrapolation from your observations. You could look at it and then know that, well, it was obviously done in that direction, because if I was doing it this direction, the blood wouldn't be over there. We don't need to do experimentation to have that rudimentary understanding. We see that it's a cut. We know it was. We can rule out the blunt objects, right? So, like, just we don't have to actually act it out in order to test this hypothesis.
My question to you, I guess, Horse, is
I'm just asking.
I know. Would you ever go backwards in time to a previous age of how forensics was done, where a lot of it was filled in with just guesswork, or would you do the most strenuous version of it that we have today?
Whatever I have access to personally would be my answer there. Okay. Still no questions coming in. So I'm going to go to you, Razor. So you said you gave me you mentioned that there were like 6 different stacks of sciences that led evidence to the theory of evolution. Well, how many was it? You said 6, 7? You rattled them off at one point when you were asking for clarification time. So
yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's about 7 disciplines for evolution, and that's just of what I remember off the top of my head.
Perfect. You mentioned how much research you did for this. So if you would be so kind, Joe, I'll let you engage later but let him just get through them. Will you give me each one by name and a 1-sentence explanation about its contribution to the theory?
add a lot. Forgot to add certain. Taxonomy is going to be. Fuck! I always forget taxonomy. I forgot to write that one down. I had it in my face. Fucking goddamn it. Taxonomy is, from what I remember off my head, is the phyla that certain species will go into.
Okay. Next one.
Systematics is systematics is usually the God damn it! I know these words, but I forgot to write them down. Fuck me. I did research, but I forgot to write these down. Systematics are usually going to be something along the lines of how certain certain systems within each phyla or each animalia will work. God damn it! Yes, systematics will be usually a fuck. If my brain would work.
Got it.
God damn it! I should have had more water.
All right. Out of curiosity, Joe,
All right,
Joe, for the purposes of, will you name? You got through 2 or 3 of them. What's the next one called?
No. The next one is paleontology. That one is the of that is the study of like fossilized remains.
Okay.
Like majority of the time dinosaurs.
Okay. Next one.
Then there's biogeography. That one's going to be the placement of different bioorganisms around the world, and and how it affects their species or population of that area.
Okay.
Comparative anatomy, as we stated multiple times, it's usually how most bone structures or certain structures of each ancestor, all the way from their ancestors to now, how their anatomies compare. They they basically similar builds with slight differences over generations, but always have almost the exact same placement.
Okay.
Comparative embryology, that one is shown in when it comes to pregnancies, or even in like eggs.
Makes babies the same way.
That
Got
if
it.
you look at they end up looking the same. They end up looking the same way. Like there was the thought, like there was the misconception that one dude had, but he was super close when he drew the diagram of the different embryos and how close they looked, regardless of what species they were from. Humans, dogs, all that stuff. The embryos looked somewhat similar. He was super close, even though he was wrong, and science later corrected him. He was really close.
I'm gonna jump in real quick.
Comparative molecular biology.
Okay, comparative molecular biology. So I'm going to jump in there real quick. God, why'd you say that last one? Because now I got 2 questions. So going back to what you were saying about those others, those most of those sounded to me more like classification methods, as opposed to things that specifically lend evidence to the theory of evolution, right? Like, because there are different types of embryonics, so that seems to make it like less connected, correct?
No, it's connected. It is still connected because each one of these things are always intermingling. Like with taxonomy and systematics, you need both of them in order to have the correct phyla, that in order to know the correct phyla where it goes, because of the system of the ecosystem that they live in. Like how does this species work, and like, are we able to put them in this spot, or do we need to move them to this spot on the data? Paleontology and biogeography, if you understand the biogeography, you can make predictions as to where you'll find certain fossils. Like Tiktaalik was one of the first fossils that we found that was predicted pinpoint, because they understood biogeography and then paleontology and how to dig up and preserve that fossil.
Got it.
And then comparative anatomy, embryology, and biology are all connected to one in a way, are all connected to one in some way. They just, each one of those different things are able to specify more when you get into them specifically.
Got it. All right. Now, Joe, so do you believe, address adaptation for me? What is adaptation to you? How does it happen? Do you believe adaptation is real?
I do believe that adaptation is real, yes.
What is the benefit of adaptation? Like what is, and this is an obvious, I'm not looking, it's not a trap. Well, I mean, it's, I'm leading you somewhere, but again, what is the benefit of adaptation?
The benefit would be that we could live in different temperate zones.
Okay. So do all species exhibit adaptation?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. If one was to suppose that there was a grand design or master plan for the creation of these species, such as intelligent design, would one not think that it would be designed without the need for adaptation?
No, because its survival would be in conflict with nature.
By design?
Right, so it wouldn't make sense, right? Like,
how's that intelligent?
It would be intelligent to make us able to adapt to like, let's say God creates the world, right? It would be intelligent to create a being that could live on the world rather comfortably, reasonably. It's not perfect, right?
Sure.
We got to wear clothes.
Sure.
Kind of cold sometimes.
Yep. So if you adapt to your environment, you are more successful in your environment, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you are more successful in your environment, you are able to continue your progeny, correct? Your lineage, your heritage, right? You get to make more babies because you're successful in your environment, right? And those babies get to go on and make more babies, right?
So the thing is, I parse this when between humans and the animal kingdom.
Sure. Well, you can pick either one, whether it's humans or animals. To me, it applies the same. So which would you prefer this to be about? The trait I'm describing, I mean.
The thing is, depending on what you're asking about, I'm going to give you a different answer.
Okay, you pick. Which one do you want to go with first? Give me both.
If you want to go with humans, I could give you humans.
Sure.
And then if you want to know the
so humans adapting to their environment makes them able to make more babies, makes more of them. Go on from there.
But so how we adapt is actually we have a free will. So part of it is, let's say I'm from Hawaii, right? Like my dad's Hawaiian, I'm half Hawaiian. When I go and I live in Hawaii, my skin gets a little darker, right? That would be like the genetic part of adaptation, just kind of at play.
That's actually that's cause and effect. That the sun is literally burning your skin. When you walk away from it, you don't adapt. You're not adapting. That's just like,
well, I don't burn. That's the thing. I don't burn. I just get browner.
Right. That's tanning. Again, that's not adaptation.
You have a
adaptation would be you being able to suddenly breathe water.
What I'm saying is the native Hawaiians can walk around like in the sun and they don't burn easy. That's like an adaptation.
Okay. You know what? Fair enough.
That was an evolution.
Hey, look what I can do.
So well, hold on. So the people who were able to have that response to the sun, right? They were able to make more babies and live longer, right? And carry that trait on to other humans who had that trait. Okay.
For humans, it's two parts, right? The first one I listed is an automatic kind of biological response in adaptation.
Okay.
The other thing that will determine adaptation is going to be metaphysics, because humans possess metaphysical properties.
Sure.
Aside, like something that the animal kingdom doesn't possess, right? So we could use our free will and our metaphysics to create a nuclear bomb that wipes us all out, right? that could be bad adaptation. Whether you know.
What evidence do you have that animals? What evidence do you have that animals don't have a conception of metaphysics?
Well, so the way metaphysics in the way we understand it is we could form language.
Oh, I didn't know that language formation was metaphysics. All right, cheers. So
Yeah.
one more quick question for you. You were asking in the debate about what about a fossil indicates that it was a record of an event. So when we watch a movie, we understand that that event is not currently happening. We understand that it is a series of single snapshots that when put into a string give us a actual representation of the event and as it transpired. We also understand that sedimentation over time, the ground goes on top of the ground, goes on top of the ground, and it blows around and so on and so forth. So we know that the further down we dig, we have no reason to assume that a fossil would voluntarily dig itself under the previous fossil layer to die. So if we go back deeper and deeper into the ground and we find subtle changes to the physical shape of a species and can therefore go back through time and see, would that be enough evolutionary evidence for you?
I actually love this question because it highlights perfectly my problem with the evolutionary theory. So, given that most life forms to have said existed on Earth throughout its entire existence were not vertebrates, therefore, we only have access to 1% of all fossils or remains of the grand total, 99% of said species that were to have inherited the earth in the past, right? So if we were taking your movie example, right, it would be like you see a scene and then there's a bunch of missing parts, and then you go from a bedroom and then there's a bunch of missing parts, and all of a sudden you're in the middle of a bank robbery. That's kind of what the analogy would be if you're really looking honestly at the fossil record, because what do they say? There are a bunch of missing links and missing fossils in between each iteration. If you were to look at the example I brought up earlier between the Pakicetus and the whale, if you look at an example of how many forms it went through, it's only going to show about 6 or 7, right? But that's not the way evolution sees it. Evolution says that it happened over 15 million years and more. It didn't just jump from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 forms. It had to go through multiple iterative forms between that, but they don't have the evidence for that. They just fill in the gaps with a story.
In all cases, correct? There are cases where we have closer representative documentation, like through historical records, and we also see that like it makes sense that things change over time based on adaptation and passed on heritage, right? But real quick, okay, so I want to go back to you now, and everybody, make sure you vote, because we've got about I'm going to do this for probably 11 more minutes before I look at the votes. So I'm just doing what I can to push back on them a little bit, since you guys aren't. So Razor,
Howard,
you were talking about the different flavors of scientific method. I'm very, very interested to hear you give me an explanation of how going into a scientific endeavor with a predetermined expectation of what you are going to find is not going to lead to confirmation bias, and how, if it does, confirmation bias is in any way good or beneficial to the scientific method.
I apologize. I repeat that last.
No
part.
worries.
I may have
You said it's okay. You said, yeah, I said a lot of words. You said that you believed that there were multiple different iterations, methods, or concepts of the scientific method. I believe that one of the ones that you
Not
said,
exactly.
Okay, you refused to engage directly with the scientific method as being the scientific method. You implied heavily that there were different the scientific methods. So one of the ones that you said, hang on, let me finish. One of the ones that you said was that you create a prediction and then you seek confirmation of that prediction. But in science, they refer to that as confirmation bias. If you are looking for evidence that supports your supposition, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be political, but this is common with MAGA people, where they will only find evidence that supports what they expected to find instead of seeking evidence that contradicts it and testing the validity of it. If you go into a scientific endeavor looking to find a thing, odds are you're going to find it, or you're going to manipulate your perceptions of what you are finding to turn it into what you are looking for. So, would you please explain to me what scientific method you were talking about that doesn't involve confirmation bias?
Okay, so there is a massive misunderstanding then, because when I say that there's no such thing as the scientific method, I mean that it's never going to be as rigid. It's never going to be that it will follow this exact formula consistently. I said in my opener, the scientific method is not a formula. It's not magic either.
What's more rigid than
So when I
running
say
an
there's no such thing as
experiment?
let me finish. There's no such thing as the scientific method because it's not a formula. It is there's instead of you always going step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, you sometimes go step 1, step 2, back to step 1, back to step 2, back to step 1, back to then you can move on to step 3, then back to step 1 because something went a little wrong, then back to step 2, then back to step 3, then 4, then back to step 1, then back. There's no like immediate like just down the trail repeat that way. So when I say there's no such thing as the scientific method, I'm talking about that rigidness of saying you have to do
go in a
1, 2,
loop
3, 4, 5
instead.
repeat.
You want to do a loop. You want to say, I want to say,
You
hey,
have
well, tell me,
to.
what's the evidence? I say, what's the evidence? You say, well, you look at the evidence. I'm like, how do you know that's the evidence? Well, you
That's
look at
not
the
the.
evidence. You just loop over and over
Please
again,
don't straw man my point.
bro. How's
You are
that not
straw
what you're
manning
doing?
when you say that.
That's totally what you're doing. How do I know that's the
No, it's
evidence? You
not.
look at the evidence. You just do that over and over again.
No,
Okay.
I'm saying that you have that step 1, step 2, then then
What's
after
step
that
1?
hypothesis happens, you will end up.
What is step 1 and
Step
step
1
2?
is
Hold on,
usually.
hold on, Kung Fu. Let him
Let me
finish.
answer. Step 1 will be question. Will be question and observe. Observe and
What are you
question.
observing?
That's step 1.
What are you observing? Yeah, you observe a
A
fossil,
phenomena.
then what?
A phenomena.
A fossil. Let's say a fossil, right?
Okay.
You look at that fossil.
Yep. We're looking at a
Yeah,
fossil,
looking at
Joe.
a
Go
fossil.
on with it. I'm following along. Let's go, buddy.
No, I'm asking.
No, I know.
Razor.
I'm engaging
Yeah,
for
I know.
you.
I know.
Yep.
Like,
So I want to play. I want to play. Like I said, I've been
let's
pushing back.
play.
It's your turn, Joe. So yes, I'm looking at a fossil. Go on.
Yes. So
What's
we're looking
next?
at a fossil.
What's next is we sit.
make it.
Okay, go ahead, Razor.
Sorry. We ask a question.
What do you ask?
How did it
about
get
the-
like
what do you
it could
ask
be
about?
something and here and let me finish. You need to let me actually answer without
Just finish.
jumping in at
Yes.
all here. You will ask possibly multiple questions. How did it get here? How old is this thing? What is this connected to? Why is it here? And did this possibly come from somewhere else? And then you start and then you make multiple hypotheses.
Whoa, one hypothesis.
You
make
answer
at least
you
one
make multiple
hypothesis.
you make multiple hypotheses from that point onward.
Give me one. Give me one hypothesis. What's one?
The hypotheses are possible answers
Give
to
me
the
one.
questions you
No,
just
no,
asked.
give me-
Let me
Give me an example
finish
of one
the
hypothesis.
sentence. Let me finish the sentence and you'll understand what I was going to say.
No, you don't not answer my question and then say,
I'm
"Oh, you're
trying
interrupting
to
me."
answer.
Answer
Let
the
me
question.
finish. I'm trying to. Let me finish. Jesus fuck. The next step is to make a hypothesis based off of the questions that you asked in the previous step, where you will so if the question, let me finish. If the question is how did it get here, you make the hypothesis of it possibly got here via insert a reasoning. I off the top of my head I can't think of one right now. If you let me
Just keep
finish. That's
talking,
just
for
how to
fuck's sake,
get here
Razor.
part.
Please just keep talking.
If the question for the hypothesis, if the hypothesis is I believe it to be this many years old, you then can end up having the test be a dating method that is compatible with the rock layer that you found it in, because there's more than one type of dating method. My fucking head. And then possibly after doing that, you have to go back to the hypothesis stage, grab that other question you had, and say, what era is this from?
Question? Okay, what era? Yeah.
Yeah, what era is this possibly from?
Okay.
So again, another hypothesis. If when you ask that question, once after you ask that question, will be, I believe it will be this. It will be from this era, and then while using the tested method of this is how many years old it was, you can then look to what the era was and go, oh, those overlap. Therefore, it's obviously this many years old, and it's from this era. And then you go back to your hypotheses to answer the questions you asked in the questioning stage, which then can go back all the way to the testing stage to then connect it even more. It makes you're making multiple connections all the way in the testing of the hypotheses, and then you gather all of your results, and once all of your hypotheses were correct, you then communicate those results.
We know the
Well,
process. Tell us how it
Yes.
specifically. Be specific with evolution.
You
I'm
asked what
asking
how would the process go?
No, but no, I didn't ask you. I in accordance
Well,
with
you didn't ask.
evolution. Tell me. No, come on. We use the fossil example, right? You look at the let's stay on the fossil, right?
I'm telling you that.
Yeah,
So
we're on
all
the
those
fossil.
data,
What's
so
next?
all that
What's
data is gathered. So then all that data is gathered about its age, its where it's from, where it comes from, what era it comes from,
And then what?
I guess another question would be, what species is what modern species has an anatomy similar to this?
Why would you?
That could be a
matter?
that could be a question. That would be a question. That would be a question that could be asked. The
Well, you only have one
hypothesis
fossil.
can be. Let me finish.
You don't have the
The
whole. You don't have
hypothesis.
access. Wait. You don't
Let
have
me
access
finish.
to the entire
Let me
anatomy. You have
finish.
one fossil.
Let me finish. Let me finish. There are experts who, because they are experts, are able to take bone shards, and due to the shaping of that bone shard, can what's the word?
Back to the bias again.
They can map it. They can map out the rest of the bone, like how we have modern day. Have you ever seen the show Bones?
Yeah. So what if
you know
the
how she's
example
able to
Horst
take those
brought up
small
with
skull cap things?
Yeah.
And then
No, I
put
let you
together
talk a
small
long
skull?
time. Now I did let you talk a long time. So did you know how earlier Horst brought up the example of like the MAGA people using their bias? What if I didn't actually have a reason to trust the people in the lab, so you're just appealing to like a fallacious appeal to authority?
You're
like,
not appealing.
Hold on,
I can
wait,
answer,
hold on, wait, hold on.
I know where you're going. I know
But
where you're
let
going.
us hear, because I don't know where he's going. Please let me hear it.
Right? Yeah. Yes, I'm
fair
still talking, right? So what if I think that the people in the lab who are pro-evolution are anti-Christian and they just have a bone in the fight to just use evolution as a way to debunk and get rid of Christianity and push their doctrine in school and push ours out? What if I think they just have an agenda?
What's wrong with that?
My God.
Let's say Razor says
That
sure.
would be that. Yeah, that would be what
Yeah.
could best.
How does
be
that relate?
So-
that is
so-
what is
so
to be
why would I-
described as the.
Why
Let
would
me
I
finish.
trust their
Yeah,
I'm
let
answering,
him
I'm
answer.
answering,
Let him
I'm
answer Kung
answering.
Fu. Go ahead,
I'm
Razor.
answering.
Yep.
That would be a genetic fallacy, because the way that science is supposed to work, even if you don't trust the very specific people who are doing these scientific experiments or gathering this scientific data, they then give you the methodology of their stuff and say, here's how we did it, here's what it says. If you don't believe us, take this data, do it yourself, and try to prove us wrong.
Okay, so how
That
so
is what
how,
science does.
How from one fossil did they determine that it was an entire species that was taxonomically or phenotypically similar to a current species? How from one one single fossil, you don't have the DNA because it's a rock, right? You don't have the DNA. You just say, oh, it looks similar, right? It looks similar based on one bone. How do you extrapolate that to it's a past version of a human or whatever it is, a chicken?
Okay, you're being really weird about what bone we're going for. We're going for like a dinosaur. Let's be sure we're clarifying in this.
Let's say you found a dinosaur bone, right?
Okay.
Like how would you know?
Okay.
It was
I just want to be sure which bones we're talking about, because my answer.
Dinosaur bone.
Let's
He
say
said
you
it.
found let's say you found a dinosaur bone and you said, dude, this is obviously a dinosaur skeleton. And I come along and I say, dude, that is obviously a dragon.
All right, so you can call it a dragon or you can call it a dinosaur. Maybe a dinosaur is a dragon and a dragon is a dinosaur. All right, so we do actually have a question from chat real quick. Hold on, we do have a question from chat, and I think this is for you, Razor. Why didn't all water creatures adapt to one shape? Why do we have octopuses, eels, prawns, crabs, etc.? Yep. Well, okay, but he doesn't believe that they've. Yeah, he doesn't believe in adaptation. Or well, no, he believes in adaptation. Okay, so it is Q for J, KFJ. I thought that was like, man, I wanted some fried chicken. All right, so Joe, why didn't all water creatures adapt to one shape? Why do we have octopuses, eels, prawns, crabs, etc.? Why haven't they died yet if they can't adapt to the perfect shape for water?
Right. So since we're not debating my view, I could just tell you what.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm curious. Yeah. We're past the debate at this point.
No. Yeah. So yeah, God obviously created everything as it is, and it just created. It just gave all kinds. Dude, it's my answer. Calm down. It's all kinds.
I'm not going.
You can calm down now, bro. Hey, take another Adderall.
I don't know why you're saying calm me down.
Okay, calm down, dude. Bro, calm down. It's my time.
I am
Hold on.
very
He
calm.
asked me a question. Calm down, bro.
I know.
Anyway.
Let's all calm down and please answer the fucking question.
Yeah, sure. I was trying. But anyway, yeah, God made everything as it is, and within every kind, He gave it the ability to adapt, not limitlessly, but within limits of its kind.
Okay, so if a fish is never going to learn to fly and a bird is never going to learn to swim.
Well, a bird is never going to become a fish, and a fish is never going to become a bird.
Okay, so a bird is never going to learn to breathe underwater, basically.
Well, no, they could do certain specialized tasks, right? But it's never going to be like a bird is never going to become not a bird.
Can I ask if a specific type of species?
Sure. Yeah. Huh.
Have you seen the lungfish or what people call the mud skipper.
Ugh.
Maybe.
Fuck that
It's been
thing.
a while. I guess it's pretty.
You're probably thinking of the blobfish. You're probably thinking of the blobfish.
Maybe.
Unfortunately,
Maybe.
the blobfish is
called?
more of a deep sea thing. The mud skipper,
Mud skipper.
lungfish, or mud skipper. I think it's the lungfish specifically, but people call it the mud skipper because it's a fish
Yeah.
that has lungs and gills because it mutated and it's able to walk on land. It uses its fins to walk on. It uses its fins to walk on land,
Mhm.
which
Yeah.
is which is which is a form of evidence to show that our ancient ancestors, the older lungfish, can could get out of the water and become more land dwelling creatures over multiple generations. As the mud skippers will usually go back to the water after laying their eggs on land, and then those fish will come. Then those fish that were in the that got birthed from those eggs will go back to the water, but then come back to land. And as each generation goes on and on, they will stay on land more and more until it becomes possibly a lizard. If as people saw what Horseradish was showing there, they start having a very lizard-like look to them, don't they? They look like they're starting to become more lizards because they are becoming more land dwellers. Like
We've
more
actually
land
never
dwelling.
we've never observed them to change. There's
We have
no
actually.
evidence. No, there's no evidence to say that.
No, we have legitimately seen them like stay on land longer and longer time until they if
That's just
humanity
adaptation.
continues on.
Evolution is just
evolution
adaptation
is.
over a long enough timeline.
Well,
Thank
that's
you.
what
Micro,
we say.
you're because you believe in because you've already stated before in your you've stated before in the past that you think microevolution is a thing, but you don't believe in macroevolution.
So
right?
so the way what I use when I use the term microevolution, and it is
You're talking
a
adaptation.
separate. Hold on. It does have a separate definition, but the word I use for my particular worldview is adaptation. Now they overlay a lot, but I use the word microevolution to talk to atheists to as kind of like to break the language barrier so they know what I'm talking about.
We don't need to do that. We understand.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know why you keep bringing up the atheist part.
No, well, that's
why there are
right,
atheists who
enough.
believe you're nonsense.
Actually,
really
for what it's for what it's worth, in just a second, I want to go ahead and take a look at the scores so we can actually move into a little bit. I want to get more involved because I'm about to make a case for you, Joe, that'll make you agree with evolution. So that said, yeah. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and give you guys the last couple of seconds. Lock it in. If you're in Leafy's chat, if you're in Razor's chat, if you're in anybody's chat, fucking click that link. Give us the vote. Tell us which of these two you think made the best arguments tonight. Please, we are not looking for you to tell us who you like the most or who you agree with. I am asking you to please vote based on who you think made the best arguments, presented their case the best, and controlled their conversation as they wanted to. So, that said, 5, 4,
That's
3.
a hard ask.
I know it is, but we do it every week. All right, where are we at? Boom. We got a pretty good turnout tonight, kids. Drum roll, please. That is very close. So it is actually 57-42 for a 6-4 win to Razor. But it is a 12-9 vote. So again, at the end of the day, it goes to you, Razor. But the audience says it was a really good battle, gentlemen. So I appreciate that. 6-4 for the AF. And we all were winners tonight, because we got to see that happen. All right, so I'm going to go through it real quick one more time, and then we're going to, for the VOD, and then we're going to go ahead and get into a little bit of after party. A couple people might want to jump in here and conversate with us. Hopefully Lethe's going to be able to open his mic and be able to say, see what he thought of his buddy's performance and all that. So Razor Sharp Chief, you first, sir. Please tell us who you are, where they can find you, and all of that jazz.
I would like to thank everyone once again for coming, helping me to have one hell of a good time. But yes, I am Razor Sharp here on Twitch.tv. I'm eventually going to get a YouTube channel going. What it's going to be, probably going to be something where I read Reddit stories and different funny voices. I can do Kane from Amazing Digital Circus, Cell from the Abridged series of Dragon Ball Z, Beetlejuice if I want to go further down. Patrick Star, who knows? You don't know. No one will ever know. Sometimes I might even put this on. Who knows? When I get this, fuck. If you like what you saw, you want to see more, you want to see me play a game entirely on this thing, hit me with a follow, maybe even subscribe. Help me make this be more a common thing.
All right, so I put the link there in the chat, everybody. Joe, I still don't have a link for you, man. People might want to watch you whoops. That's all right. People might want to watch you whoop some Ryu ass. So please tell the folks who you are, where they can find you, and all that jazz.
All right, so my name is hold on. Well, thank you very much, Horseradish, and I am Kung Fu Joe. Of course, you could find me tearing evolution a new asshole on Twitch or on multiple other platforms, as you could see what I just did tonight. And if you'd like to see me do that as my hilarious announcer voice, I could be Terrence and Phillip from South Park, and you can come in and talk to me about it. Could be Meatwad from Aqua Hunger Force.
Oh wow, that one's really good, actually.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, or you could come in and be part of my administration. We're the greatest debaters against evolution, some of the best. Yeah, you can find me at Kung Fu Joe _ on Twitch. Watch me kick some ass in Marvel. I will have a YouTube soon. I don't have one yet, but if you want to hit me up on Twitter, it's at JoePCBro on X, and I'll take on anybody on evolution or, feminism, atheism versus theism, naturalism versus theism, whatever you want to do. I take all comers. So yeah.
Right on, right on. So if you guys were auditioning, you're both hired. Well done. So, all right. Before we have Lethe hopefully turn his or unmute himself, and we're also got at least one person who wants to jump in here with us. I'm gonna just please just bear with me, sir, the way that you wish Razor would have played along with your logical trails. Pick up the breadcrumbs I'm about to leave for me, okay? So you believe that God created everything, correct?
Correct.
You believe that God created humans, correct?
Correct.
All right. If I tell you that I say created, made, would we agree that created and made are the same thing? Because I'm going to use those words synonymously unless you have a problem
synonymous.
with it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
No,
cool. So if I was to say to you, I created or I made a cake, you do understand that I had to break some eggs, I had to put some flour, I had to put some vanilla, I had to put some you understand that there was a process involved in me making that cake, right?
Yeah, you use pre-existing materials and put them together.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I might have said to you that I made flour, right? I made the flour. You would understand that meant that I ground the wheat? Who knows? Fuck, maybe I actually planted the seeds to make that wheat to grind. Fuck, maybe I harvested those seeds from last year's grain. Point is, you understand that there was a process involved when I say that I made the flour, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So when God says that he made man, you understand that that doesn't necessarily mean that it had to have happened instantly, right? You
You
understand that
made man.
it could have been like he was baking a cake.
Well, I believe he made man the way it says he did in the Bible. Yeah.
Well, right, but in the Bible, it's not specific enough, right? And the reason I say it's
Mhm.
not specific enough is because we conceive of a day based on the sun and Earth's rotation, right? The orbit of the sun, or the Earth around the sun.
Could
We
I
understand
try?
that. Well, hold on, I'm almost there. We understand that God said that a day had transpired before the sun was even created, right? So how did we have a conception of a day before the sun had even been invented, unless a day to God does not mean the same thing that it means to us?
Yeah,
Fair?
the days are understood to be I forgot the word I'm looking for, but not literal, not like
Not literally
it's
24
kind
hours.
of
Yeah.
like
So again,
right.
what is a day to God? So we don't know how long the day that God
You're
made
roboting a little
mankind
bit.
was. I'm sorry. It's because the man
Yeah,
knows I'm about to scratch the ultimate truth. So
I don't
can you
know
hear
if
me
it's
now?
on.
Okay, cool. Am I back? All right, cool. So
Yeah, you're back. You're
so
good.
fair enough. So once again, we understand that God's day is not the same as our
No, I
24-hour
can't hear you
period.
because you're roboting. I don't know if you could hear me, but I can't hear every
Oh,
time.
it might be you. It might be
No,
on
and
your
you're
end,
both
Joe.
roboting now.
Yeah,
Hold on, wait.
it's on your end then,
It's happening on my
Weird.
because
end.
it's good for all of us.
How crazy. How kooky.
That's crazy.
The Lord does work
Oh wait,
in
hold on.
these
I heard.
mysterious
I
I've
heard.
ways.
heard.
Okay, there we go. There we go. We're
Are we
back now.
back? Are we
All right.
back?
You fixed
Huzzah.
it. You're
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Awesome. Wonderful.
So let me
Yeah.
let me put the
Please.
ball back on the tee and let's try this one
Yeah.
last time. So if we understand that a day in God's terms is not a 24-hour period, we understand that we have no concept of how
Mhm.
long the day that God created mankind
Yeah.
was.
I get where you're
So
going.
so again, we don't know if we're not just we're still a bunch of cupcakes and
Mhm.
we're almost done.
Mhm. So there's a theological problem with that um, clashes with evolution.
Let me hear it.
So in before the fall of man, I don't know how familiar you are with Christianity, but you know,
Very.
very okay, great. So before the fall, what changed? What changed after the fall? After they ate of the tree of knowledge?
They were cast from the Garden of Eden.
What else?
Well, everything. They were cast out into from the Garden of Eden,
Mhm.
naked and afraid, and
Mhm.
they were also cursed with knowledge.
What happened to the nature of the earth itself?
Well, obviously we're going based on the Judeo-Christian Bible's accounts and our depending on which book you're reading from, exactly the interpretations are different.
No, it's
But
universal.
the earth started to age.
Well, death was introduced. The world
Yes, that's
became
the same thing.
fallen.
Entropy, it was
Yeah.
there are different ways to say it. Yes, correct. Things started to
Well,
deteriorate, things started to age, things started to fall apart, death was introduced, it was no longer
not just
eternal,
that.
etc.
The nature of animals changed. They started killing each other. That wasn't a thing before the
Sure,
fall, right?
sure,
All those things. But for
sure.
evolution to happen, you need death,
So
right?
hold
You
on.
need
Let me hold you there just for a second. When they were cast out of the Garden of Eden, were there other humans already outside of the Garden of Eden at that time?
no, I don't know.
How many
That's
children did Adam and
my
Eve have?
understanding. A lot from what I remember. Not I don't remember the exact number, but it was a lot.
And all of those humans, in your personal belief, all of those
Mhm.
humans spread out, intermarried, and created the biodiversity of humans that exists today. Correct?
Through divinity, they were all different, so that it wasn't
Until when?
incestuous.
When did that stop? When did that change? Why did the divinity cease to function?
There was I believe that it was handed down from God to Moses or something like when he began
So
to
at some point,
introduce.
God got pissed at humans and decided we couldn't fuck our siblings anymore.
It wasn't supposed to be. At some point, yeah, there was. I think most of that came in maybe with the fulfillment of Christ.
Hey Joe, real quickly, if I almost want to like join you a little bit on this conversation.
Yeah, I'm
This
almost
is
done,
something
and
that my
hopefully
that
Lethy's
my
gonna start jumping in here
Let,
too.
let him
So
finish. Let him finish.
yeah. Please, Razor. I'm gonna do some stuff on
Okay.
my end, but yeah, keep talking. I'm just gonna be moving stuff around as you were,
Okay,
gents.
sure.
it was long.
Take your time, get it out.
You wanted me to go? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
The whole like incestuous thing that you're talking about. My grandmother has given me an answer to this. She's still very much a Baptist Christian. And I've asked her
Sure.
about this,
Let me
and
hear
she
it.
said, "Well, back in those days, our genes were more perfect, and so it deteriorated to where we are now." That's the answer that's usually given. Is that something
roboted
similar to what
again
you
at the
think,
end
Joe?
of that.
Or
Okay. I don't know why it's doing that.
okay, can you hear me a little bit better right now? Ollie,
The Lord is punishing you, Joe, because you don't believe hard enough.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Yeah, now I can't hear. I couldn't hear the end of that.
I don't know that you missed much.
She sails down by the seashore.
Okay, no, and I can hear that Leith is interjecting, but I can't hear what he's saying. It's just kind of like roboting. I don't know why it's doing that.
Try leaving and rejoining.
Okay.
Try leaving and rejoining. See if that helps.
Let's see. I don't know why I can't hear anything.
Mic check 1 2.
Testes.
Mustard on the beat. Yeah.
Okay, now I can hear you guys. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Was that
So,
only me or
yes?
That's only you.
Fuck. I don't know why that happened.
Yeah, it's a I don't know. Discord's been weird today.
Discord has been tripping balls all day.
So my grandmother
you were saying that they were more pure or
has
something?
been tripping balls all day.
Yes, my grandmother has.
You were saying that they were more pure or something?
Yes, my grandmother has stated to me when I've asked her this question, because I like
he's steel manning the argument for you, basically.
And I wanted to know, like, if this is what you think as well. Do you believe that back in those times that our genes were more perfected? So even though there was a ton of incest, it didn't really matter because all it did was get us to where we are now.
I haven't investigated like that particular question because like I have like certain assigned readings for the Bible as a catechumen. So what they do is they start you on the New Testament first, and then
catechumen
they back through the old.
Like you're like a catechumen high grade.
That
sounds like evolution, man.
Do you not see the ears? That's me.
No. A catechumen is someone who's going through catechesis. That's what we have.
That sounds like you need treatment, or is that the treatment?
It's kind of, you could call it the treatment in a way. You're so preparing yourself for confession.
Word. So what's the difference between catechumen and catechism?
It's basically the same thing, but the Orthodox have a different process. It's
just got to be weird, huh?
But, yeah, well, so there's a process to go through. There's certain steps you got to go through before you're crowned into the church, before you're like an official member of the church, so to speak. So part of my studies, because I'm a recent convert, so my studies involve like going through the New Testament first, and then you go back through the Old Testament to understand what was changed, right? So it's kind of like you show the contrast between the Old and New Testament.
Gotcha. All right. So for some reason, I guess I lost Lethy in Discord, but that's okay. So we're just going to go back to this since it's just us. No, it's all right. He's still here. He's here patiently. Yeah, no, I know. I was trying to change. All right. So before I do, I'm going to go ahead and say my goodbyes. because we are in the after party for sure now. All of this has been in the after party. You guys are not going to get to see this once it goes to the VOD. So, for those of you who do not know, every Friday and Saturday night here on this channel, we are the DMZ, the Demilitarized Zone. We are trying our best to change hearts and minds through good faith debate and rhetoric. We are trying to help each other out at becoming more reasonable and ability in engrossing ourselves in the ability to engage in good faith with people we disagree with. So, which thing?
What thing?
The thing? Oh no, you can you can if you want to. Can you put your camera in the other thing? Yeah, okay, yeah. Put your camera in the other thing, and I'll do the thing there. So, Joe, you can go ahead and go to the other thing too, and it'll be all fine. So we can all do our thing. So that
Leave the
said,
video
What do I
ninja.
got to do?
yep, everybody, just leave the
You can
video
leave the
ninja.
video
Turn your
ninja
camera,
if you want
turn
to
your
get back.
camera on into
Oh.
Discord instead. That way, everybody can join
Okay.
in. Because if people want to cam up when they jump in, so. All right, so I feel like I'm supposed to be reading a whole thing right now. There we go. Boom. Much better. And
Oh, so you can't rewatch this after it's over, Horse?
oh, you'll be able to watch the
The
debates.
after party.
The after party. So the way that we do this is
it.
members, people who are subscribers to the Discord, to the to the Twitch channel, are able to watch the entire VOD for 2 weeks. Otherwise, you have to be here live to watch the after party. Basically, after I looked at the judges' score, everything after that is only if you're here live. So. But don't worry, I will link you in and give you the link to the debate as well. What'd you say, Mr. Lethe?
I gotta say, it was a lot closer than I thought.
Yeah, it was a 6-4 win to Razor. So
I thought I was
was-
gonna lose by more than that, but
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I honestly thought so. But remember what I told you here in the DMZ, we really do try to reward people
I
for
know.
for their actual performance, their debate, for their rhetoric, not whether you agree or disagree. I
I can
mentioned
give
it at
you
the
your
beginning.
I can give you your props, Joe. Even though I have a very large issue with you, you at least are good at rhetoric, no matter how wrong it is.
Thanks.
And that's the thing is, again, people are whenever you demonstrate to people you're willing to actually listen, and you demonstrate to people that you at least understand where they're coming from, it makes a fucking huge difference. And I've found that when you have a timer above your head, you have a tendency to stop and actually listen. So that's why we started doing what we're doing here. And so far, it actually does seem to work. So keep hanging out with us, Joe. And who knows, you might actually start getting fewer and fewer haters and more fans. Wouldn't that be dandy? Wouldn't that be awesome? I guarantee you,
Well-
Stone Cold Steve Austin was super stoked when he got to be a good guy.
I found out that
I am gonna say he's
it all
gonna need
it all
to
depends
wait.
where I go, right? Like, so when I'm in Speakeasy's channel, it's like they're all, they're
Shout
all,
out
it's like
Speakeasy.
unanimous.
Absolute goat.
Yeah, so shout out Speakeasy. Yep.
Yeah, no, we again, we hear
Yep.
a different thing, and we're doing a different thing for different reasons. So that
Right, for
said,
sure.
you are definitely welcome back anytime. I do ask that people try to be as respectful as possible whenever we're here. But as you also saw, for the most part, I'm not, as long as you guys are still getting somewhere, you can be a snarky little bitch. I don't care. So yeah, it's what I was just fixing to do. I was about to say, speaking of snarking bitches,
Oh, Lee.
everybody,
Lee,
your first competitor of the night, sir. All right, let's get Circa up in here. Circa, yeah,
Oh,
he
shit,
has.
I
I
got
heard you got pulled the fuck up.
What is
Circa.
happening, my
I
friend?
only like near the end saw your messages to me, Circa. I would have.
Dude, I will
So-
fucking end
I'm
you.
not looking at Discord. I'm looking at either my camera or my notes. mean?
So real quick before I put the mic on you, Circus. Yeah, I just want to clarify one more time for everybody because I didn't clarify this before. Give us a follow every Friday night, 7 o'clock, every Saturday at 6 o'clock. These are Pacific Standard Times, the real times, the ones that matter. We go live with either 1v1 or 3v3 debates. Next week, so far, we actually have 6 women who are going to be debating the biological causes of or biological influences on social roles. And we're also going to have another showcase night, much like tonight. But more importantly, tomorrow night, you guys tune back in because we're going to have a 3v3 that has been in the fucking oven like humans in evolution for a really long time. We are going to have the Citizens United versus FEC should be overturned. This is going to be a big fucking deal because everybody in my environment knows who Groofus is, and this will be the first time that Groofus ever cams up. So, if for no other fucking reason than to see what Groofus looks like, y'all tune the fuck in tomorrow night, 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And again, all of my debaters, so am I. All of my debaters, like after I see him, I feel like I'm going to see his face outside my windows. Anyways, so I appreciate all of you guys debating tonight. We're going to stay live, but for the VOD purposes, adios. And go ahead, Circa, give him a piece of your fucking mind.
Yeah, Razor.
Respectfully.
For the rest of this.
Who came up with the prompt? I'm curious.
Him.
Is it by either of
Yeah,
them?
this was Joe's specific request.
Okay, Joe.
He wanted to go after me specifically, so he picked it.
Yep, they were sword fighting in chat. So I said, as it happens, I need somebody to headline Friday night. So because I wanted to try out this showcase.
I think you should start with a Google search of what evolution is, man. Because
it wasn't the original prompt. It wasn't the original prompt I wanted to go with, but it's the one we settled on.
Well, you specify scientific. We need to.
The original prompt was the original prompt was is evolution inherently racist?
How the fuck did we get to this prompt from that?
Oh, you didn't see that clip? He literally got to that. He made sure to get so far as to put his fucking phone in the camera.
I was trying to not have that be a thing.
Did we hit a randomized button on the prompt?
I was trying to. No.
I did that for Leaf, by the way.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Again,
it doesn't matter. My question.
That was,
I'm asking questions.
That was the argument.
I want to ask some questions. Okay.
Sorry,
so Kung Fu.
Go ahead.
Do you think that variation does exist, though? Right. I'm pretty sure you probably agree with Ken Hovind, right? I'm sure he shows the hummingbird thing. 376 variations of hummingbirds.
Sure.
Okay. So.
Oh, Eli sends his regards, by the way.
I'm sorry. What?
Eli sends his regards, by the way.
Very cool.
Eli?
Is Eli here?
The guy debated on tag?
No, Eli. Yeah.
That's he's much better than you, but
tell him we said hello. As you were, sir.
Eli is cool.
Like the Lannisters. What are you going for the Lannisters?
The guy who blew you out on tag mercilessly.
Yeah. Got you.
So
Eli is the one I'm going to need to
variations,
talk to.
my friend. Variations. You agree that variations can happen in a population, right? Like hummingbirds.
Oh, I could hook you up with Eli Horse if you want to tag black belt. That's
yep. Nope.
Sure.
Yep.
Bro, do you want me to give you a track so you can run all the way to some other fucking planet right now? What the fuck is going on?
Sorry, please go on.
Go ahead, Circa.
Yeah, you think variations happen?
Yeah, we see that.
Okay. So, do you know what the definition of evolution is?
It's a description of a process, of a theory.
No, the theory of evolution is not the same as evolution. You're wrong. You just don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, but we're debating the theory of evolution, though.
Are you? Well, I'm pretty sure the prompt is evolution is scientific, my friend.
Yeah, and that was the debate.
It is.
So why are you
which is what I was trying
injecting theory of evolution as evolution? One can happen without the other, in virtue of the other, unless you didn't know that.
Yeah, but the prompt we're debating is whether or not the theory of evolution is scientific.
How come you didn't put the theory of evolution then? How come you put evolution?
It's colloquially understood to be the same thing.
This is a debate prompt. There's no colloquial shit.
Colloquially, but we're talking.
Well, it's not my platform. I didn't put the, I would have, made it different, worded it differently.
I can still show you how
I
you're
was literally
stupid in
given
the
it by
fact
you, sir. No,
that
I'm
the
sorry,
fact that
real
you
quick.
Well,
I
it
gotta
wasn't-
jump in it.
Wait,
I gotta
I
defend
can
myself.
show you right now,
I
Kung Fu.
literally
The
asked
fact that you
y'all
think
what the
variation.
what the
I
prompt
was
would
going to
be.
say,
Hold on,
I was
hold
going
on,
to say
Anyway.
that evolution isn't supported by the science. That was the original one in the chat that I put out.
Okay, well,
I
whenever I
remember
went to
it being-
Razor,
Let me tell you the definition of evolution.
I
okay,
was
Kung
going
Fu?
based on what Razor said you said. So with that said,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
I've
I
actually
remembered
looked
it
at the
specifically
definition.
being a different.
But look,
A process of
either
change
way,
in a certain direction.
right? Process of change in a certain direction, right? So
That is what
No,
evolution
that's
is
not.
defined
That's
as.
not what the definition is.
Right,
I'm gonna tell you
when
the
we're-
definition.
Literally
but
looking
we're-
at it.
I'm gonna tell you the definition. It's important. It's important. It
Okay,
is
yeah, let's hear
a-
yours.
It's
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
genetic change or a change in genetic material of a population over time. That's it. So
Where's
it
that
Yeah, I
doesn't
from?
know.
need
A
Where's that
speciation.
source?
yeah,
It doesn't need a
into
change in
what, though?
speciation.
That's what we were debating. Yeah,
No,
that's
you
that's
weren't.
exactly what we were debating. Yes, we were.
No, we were debating
were
like
not.
how the scientific
No, we
how
were,
the
dude.
scientific method is
I'm-
covered by
okay.
evolution.
So you agree
Listen,
with
evolution is
evolution?
covered by
then.
I was
scientific method.
You think
asking-
evolution
Sorry.
is
That's
true?
the thing in question, right? No, I.
No, you
the
believe
thing
it's
you
true
just
because
described,
you just said earlier
No.
that variations exist.
variations are
He
observable.
doesn't
Things
he doesn't
changing-
connect-
Yeah,
So he
What
doesn't
exactly
connect,
are variations
he doesn't
inside
connect
of a
like,
population?
microevolution
Kung
with
Fu, Kung
macro.
Fu,
Yeah,
Kung
like-
Fu. What are variations
Sorry.
inside of a population? What are variations?
like different breeds of dogs.
Okay, and that's phenotypically described by
That's,
something. What is it? Genetic something?
It's phenotype and genotype. It's both.
Genetic material. So you've now agreed evolution is
Yeah.
true, unknowingly and
But you
unwittingly,
don't-
because you're dumb.
There's no genetic material in a fossil, dude.
What does it have to do with evolution? We're talking about evolution and how you already
Because-
agreed to evolution, not the theory of
No,
evolution.
I believe that's adaptation.
No,
There's
you're
a
just
difference
bringing in
between
the theory of
and
evolution because you have
adaptation.
no idea what you're doing when I'm talking about
No,
evolution
dude.
right now.
Real
A-
quick,
a
okay, now
dog
John,
never-
I
back
don't
in.
need to look
Circa,
at fossils to tell
Circa,
you
where did
evolution
you
is
get your
happening. You
definition
don't
of-
need
where-
speciation.
Yeah.
You need
Circa,
population.
where did you? Because I'm looking everywhere. I've just looked at every different place I can for a definition of
Mhm.
evolution. Where did you get yours? Because that's
This
I
is
don't see that anywhere.
This is a biological text, like a biological evolutionary textbook. That's where you get this from.
Okay.
Wow.
And that
Bro.
well, no, why is that textbook? I mean, I've seen
May I- hold
some textbooks with some crazy ass shit in it. Why do we trust that particular textbook above any other
May
textbook's
I-
definition?
We're talking about
May I real
evolution,
quickly?
guys. So the point
May I
here
real
is
Right,
quick?
I'm trying to
evolution-
understand the definition of the word. Hang on, I
So
promise.
you don't
Razor, you're gonna
need
go.
the reason you don't need successive generations or the broad understanding of the theory of evolution is because we see evolution happen every day through variation.
Okay.
That's literally what evolution
Watch,
is.
can I show
Right,
you-
I'm just
can I show
asking
you
don't
about the
need-
definition you gave for
Yeah.
evolution, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah, can I-
means
real fast,
populations.
can
It's
I-
based on
I-
populations.
Okay, I have a couple.
Thank you,
I have something I
Razor.
wanted
Yeah,
to
go ahead,
add.
Razor.
There's a chance that there might be some wires crossing here in talking about when we say evolution. When we say evolution, what you're seeing is just evolution in general. What Circa mentioned is
definition, yeah.
biological evolution,
Well,
like the
No, no,
way
sure.
no, what he's mentioning.
he
no,
was trying
Razor,
the
he's-
theory versus
the theory of
the
evolution
definition of the
is
word.
a historical claim about the history of life. It is not
yeah.
a definitional biological
post-hoc?
It is a
definition.
theory.
because
Is
the
that
change
post-hoc?
Theories are pretty
biological
strong.
evolution
We have a
is
theory of
change
gravity,
in
but it
heritable
is a
characteristics slash
historical
traits
claim.
of biological populations for successive generations.
Yes.
You
So
don't
once
need
again-
the successive generations for evolution. I'm sorry, that's not
How do you
actually
know-
the definition. You only need a population.
so
Well,
what
that's when we're talking about speciation specifically, but yeah, legitimately,
So-
like what you're saying is
Horseradish.
true.
But
You
this
don't
is
need
the
successive
problem. The very
generations.
Yes, sir.
fact that he's
Adaptation,
now
yeah.
agreed
Did
to
you-
variations
Did
within
you
a
read what I
population
sent
means
you?
he must logically agree
looking
to the
now.
variation over
So-
time.
Right
Well,
here it
that's a
says
leap.
allele
That's a big leap.
frequency or gene frequency is the relative frequency of an allele at a particular locus in a population expressed as a fraction or percentage. Specifically, it is the fraction of all chromosomes in the population that carry an allele over the total population or sample size. Evolution is the change in allele frequencies that occurs over time within a population.
There you go. No speciation needed.
That is
Yeah,
the
okay,
definition of
so-
evolution right there.
Gene
Wait,
frequency.
so
Speciation comes
How does
late.
a
particular
peacock change
locus.
color, dude? You think it does it without
Is there
genes?
no?
Fracture percentage.
That's adaptation in my worldview.
So
dude.
speciation.
That's called variation and
speciation,
evolution, which you just now
So real
admitted to.
quick, hold on, Kung Fu. So check it out. This is the frequency of what you're calling adaptations is defined as
That's a
evolution.
mechanism. He described a mechanism.
Yeah.
So there's
Right.
mechanisms
No,
afterwards.
exactly. So again, yes, adaptation is a thing. What you're calling or what those changes are adaptation, but the more frequent those adaptations appear is defined as evolution.
No, again,
Well,
this is
evolution
the
is
Literally what the thing
so-
just said.
so-
then.
What,
Hold on,
okay,
I-
so what? But what I'm
Lethan's
attacking
definition was more
specifically is called macroevolution.
That's what I was
Macroevolution.
Okay, and that-
Yeah,
hold on.
That's,
That-
hold
that's
on,
a
wait, hold on,
Cartesian
let me get
argument. It's
Let me
fucking
get this.
fake,
Hold on,
and it
let me
doesn't
get
have any
this.
basis in fucking science, bro. It's literally fake.
Here, hold on, let me get this real quickly because I.
What
If
is
you
this?
if you
Illegal
agree to
frequency?
variation on the microscopic scale, you must logically agree to it at the macro scale.
No,
We're made up
no,
of
that's
Oh, you're
an
cells.
still talking to Kung
extrapolation
Fu.
fallacy.
Okay, got it.
Okay, no, because
That's-
understand.
We're made up of
understand me.
cells.
No, that's
Okay,
Do you
well,
think
hold
we're
on,
made up
hold
of
on,
that
hold on,
knife
hold
you
on.
mentioned earlier,
show
bro?
you
Like
how.
that fucking bloody knife?
I'll
Are
show
we
you
made up
how.
of
Hold
cells?
on. Hold on, hold on,
I'll show you how.
hold on.
This is
Real
your
quickly.
argument, basically.
Joe,
No,
hold on, Joe,
hold on.
please.
Let me
Joe, please,
reply
hold
to
on.
him. Let me
Yeah, let him reply first, Razor.
Okay.
Go Kung Fu.
Yeah, so this is basically the fallacy you're making, right? You're like,
Which
hey,
one?
look, let's do it's an extrapolation fallacy, basically.
You mean
And
based
so
on the
what it
fundamental
is
particles of what humans
let
are
him
made of?
explain. He's going to
Listen,
explain to you, Sirga.
So let's say you have the fruit fly experiment, right? Where you change something and you're like, hey, look, there's something changed about the fruit fly. This one's got polka dots now and it can't breed with the previous kind. Therefore,
Why are
flies
you
used to
doing
not be
speciation?
flies in the past.
Why are you doing speciation?
Because it's the same thing, dude. That's what
Except
I'm debunking.
we don't need
I'm debunking.
speciation. We
Can
don't
I-
need speciation.
hold
We
on,
just need a
can I-
population.
Hold on.
That's what
hold
I'm
on, because
debunking.
I would
Yeah,
like to.
Razor,
I would
You're
like
Razor,
to-
saying,
Razor.
hey, we can't make a rock from a banana and acting like that's somehow a fallacy. You know that, right?
Dude,
That's
one is
not what he's
living and
saying.
the
Or at
other
least that's
not.
not what
That's
I heard.
exactly what he's
That's
saying.
Razor.
He's literally
hold
asking me
on.
to point to a
Cool.
moment where
That's
the
not what
fruit
I'm-
fly
Yep.
can become completely something else. That's not
And-
how it
and
works.
we-
in
we-
continuum.
That's what
Sure,
evolution
Razor.
entails.
May I? Okay, so I just want to be sure we're understanding things because when you're doing the when you say that the macroevolution can't happen but microevolution can, you're I think I remember talking to you or saying this and you were very flippant about it in a way. The analogy of going to the store, where every single step you take is a micro travel. You are micro traveling with every single step you take. Every breath you take or watch you. Sorry. So for every single micro travel you do, you are getting closer and closer to a point. Like you're going to the store. The only thing this analogy doesn't cover is the fact that evolution doesn't have a set goal. You might have a set goal to go to the store, so you'll macro travel all the way to the store.
No,
but
but evolution is saying
evolution
that
does not have
once
that.
you get to the
Razor,
store,
you're
you
correct.
become
You
you go from
define
an
No, like I
age
said,
to
there's no.
You're correct.
No,
define
like I said,
transitional stuff. This is
evolution
not
doesn't
the
have that
argument right
endpoint.
now.
There's no. It's
The
not.
argument
doesn't
is
have
that
it doesn't have a
because
set
we are
goal.
made up of cells, we're made up of cells, which he already agreed vary and mutate and do evolution. The very fact that happens, okay, means that he's now logically agreed that we, on a macro scale, because we're made up of cells, again, he has to agree to the fact that we can change over time. And
But
he's
you
looking
agree
for a
with
snapshot.
me-
He's looking
does
for
he
a different
have to?
species.
Wait, do you?
He's looking
but
for a
you-
different
do you
species
agree?
right now. He wants me to go.
He
Look,
wants you to play Loki's
we were
wager.
a monkey,
right.
and
with
we were
species.
now up human. But the truth
Wait.
is there is no moment where you can literally point to a species being
Yeah, It's a
that
gradient
box.
thing.
That's
Hold
us.
on.
That's a compartmentalization.
That's
for
my
us.
point. That's my point, dude. Thank
Okay,
you
well
for
then
making
you're
my
using
point for me.
scientific understanding without knowing what it is, which again, big no. Maybe learn it.
You
before
made
try
my
and use
point
it.
for me that you're using a story to confirm your narrative. You're filling
No,
in the
May
gaps with a
I'm not.
story.
I'm literally not at
Yeah,
all.
you are.
I
yeah,
just
you
told
are.
you that you
So
expect
you agree
me
with
to
me-
somehow give you
You
that
agree with me that
compartmentalization.
speciation doesn't exist, right?
It's a continuum.
That's what you're telling
we
me?
continually
Okay, hold
evolve.
Hold on. I need you to hold on.
Based on what? Based on
Pause.
what?
Pause. Hold on. Pause.
The
Hold on.
microevolution of the
fallacy?
cells which make up
Your
our body, which
extrapolation
you already
fallacy.
agreed to.
Right.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I want to answer that
Yeah,
question.
Yeah,
I
Razor,
would love to answer that
Razor.
question.
Yeah, let Razor throw something in. Go ahead.
sorry, what you just now said, Joe, what you just now said about like speciation, did I hear that correctly? You said speciation doesn't exist, is what you said?
That's what he's
I miss-
saying. He's basically saying like, oh, look, you admit that this thing happens. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm saying that
Okay,
this other thing, hold on, wait,
Speciation
dude.
does not exist
hold on,
as
let
a
me-
real
wait,
objective fact.
let me get the full thing
wait,
out. Hold on.
That's true.
Let me get the full thing out.
Yeah, wait. I'm saying that little adjustments within the thing changes, but the thing itself doesn't change. You need to make a leap and a story to make that true.
No. Humans
Right?
need
You're
to
just-
No,
compartmentalize it
hold
for
on,
them.
hold on.
Humans
Circle,
need to put it in boxes.
Please,
Humans need to point to different distinct categories. But the truth is, the categories don't exist. We draw boxes around them, and then we have
Right,
to do
there-
that in order to understand it and
He
communicate.
got it.
Right.
He took
You-
what I was
wait,
saying.
wait. So there's,
Circle,
that
what I
there's
was
no such thing as species, right? There's no such thing as species.
So hold on.
Species
Yeah,
is
so
only an
that was the
idea
question I was
used to
trying ask.
communicate
Stop.
biology
Stop.
between other people. That's it.
Stop. So hold on. So species aren't a scientific fact, correct?
They're not an inherent
Again,
fact. If that's what you're
science
asking.
doesn't do
Hold on,
facts;
stop,
it does
stop,
evidence.
stop. Yes or stop. Yes or no. Are species a scientific fact?
That's like asking me if
There
a
is
word is a scientific fact.
concept.
Bro.
You're
Yes or
asking
no.
me,
Are
is
species
the word the
scientific
a
This isn't a yes or
scientific
no
fact?
question, my
Are you
dude.
fucking stupid?
It's a
What
yes
are we
or no
doing?
question. Yeah. If I
It's
Google
not-
this
it's not a-
question,
it's not a
I
question you can
guarantee
ask.
you it's going to give me an answer.
In
I
biology,
guarantee
it
you
is a
it'll-
scientific fact. In biology, it has a specific
Hold on,
meaning
wait,
and is a
what?
fact. It is an
What?
assertion.
No, it's not. You're
biology.
fucking wrong. You're an idiot. No, you're a fucking idiot. You're
Why?
wrong.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Species is Google it, idiot. Species is
I
not a
have.
scientific
Clearly,
fact.
you
hold
haven't.
on,
You didn't even
may I
know the
real
basic
quickly?
definition.
Do you know what? Do
Species
you know like
are
how?
not a
Do
scientific
you
fact,
agree?
you moron.
Hold on, Joe. Do you agree
Species
that
definitely means something in
humans
taxonomy.
categorize things? Do you
Species
agree that
are
humans
not a
categorize?
scientific fact. You're a moron.
May I ask like again? Do you agree that humans categorize things? Yes or no?
Yeah, it says that in my Bible.
Do you like kung fu?
God damn it. No. So
Do you
you
like kung
agree
fu?
that
Seriously, do you like kung fu? I'm serious. Answer the question.
Yeah, sure.
don't know.
Do you think kempo or karate is the better form of kung fu?
They're all kung fu under the actual
Are they?
definition.
I thought.
Yeah,
I
they
thought,
are because
no, that's not
yeah,
true.
you don't.
can't
You know
box
that
them
you
like
know
that. What do you mean?
No, you know.
Wait, so when we
you
talk
only
about
know
kung
the
fu, though,
westernized
you
version.
get to make a
That's why I
descriptive
love
claim
that.
about
Yeah,
this
no, see,
scientific
you're a
use of the
dumbass. You don't
karate
know.
over the kempo, don't you?
You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass.
No,
we
no,
all
you
just
don't
don't know
know
what we're talking
no,
about,
because
and we're over here doing
you-
kempo and we're doing
don't think
you're
karate
getting
because
it.
we're fucking
I-
kung fu man.
I don't think you're getting it. Hold on.
No, in
hold
China,
on.
kung fu
Hold
just
on.
means
Joe,
a learned or an
Joe,
earned skill. You could have good
Joe,
kung
you're not
fu
getting
at playing the fucking
Joe,
piano.
I don't
Okay, well,
Joe,
how
I
do you
don't think you're
communicate it
getting
though?
what
Because
we're
kempo is
trying to
slightly
say
different
here.
than karate, right?
You would use wushu as the term you would use
So
to
you're
narrow
putting a
it
box
down to
around
like
it a
a
little,
martial
right? You're like
art.
you're
Yeah.
putting like a little box
Yeah,
on it,
because
right? You're like, this
That's
is
what
kung
God
fu.
gave us the ability to do. God said to Adam, name the animals basically whatever the hell you want.
Sure. But let's
That's-
go
that's
ahead
fucking
and
my
let's
world.
talk
Restart.
about-
What
hold
just
on, hold on. This
just
because
happened,
again,
bro?
the speciation thing. I need you to talk. I need you to understand how speciation.
Did your
an
memory
idiot.
just fail, dude? Why did
Oh,
you just
we're talking
invoke
about-
God and
I-
Adam?
I'm saying that yes, we arbitrarily name things. Yeah, big fucking deal.
Is it arbitrary
If I-
when you like kung fu?
Yeah, it is.
Is it arbitrary if you want to understand karate if you like kung fu to not know what karate
It's
is?
all arbitrary. Yeah, we all made up those systems. They're all arbitrary. Yes.
It's not arbitrary to the idea that you want to know
It
kung
is.
fu, though.
No, the only thing
So-
that's not arbitrary is you got 2 hands and
The only
2
thing that's
feet.
arbitrary is this
everything
fucking
after that is
discussion with you, man. That's
arbitrary.
all I'm gonna
Okay,
say.
No, dude,
you-
you
hold
suck.
on.
You fucking
Hold on,
you're such an
please.
idiot,
Seriously.
dude.
Hold
This
on,
is
hold
why
on.
Eli
Please,
fucking wrecked you. What are you
Let me
doing
ha-
here?
Can someone? Can Circa like hear me? I don't know if Circa can hear me.
Circuit
trying
can
to
hear
answer.
you.
Okay, I'm just being sure.
He
Please, I just want to.
doesn't care.
I want to get
Atheists don't
across.
care
I
about
want-
each other.
trying
You
to
guys
do
eat
something.
your
I'm
own.
trying to speak to something. Okay. So the way that speciation is supposed to work is what Circa was just doing with you. We categorize things in the same way how we categorize languages and how we categorize different fighting styles. But when you actually take a look at these different things, they will have gradients. They will have.
very
Hold on, I got a question.
Good
Do you
word. Gradient is
categorize?
the right word.
Do you
Let me finish
categorize-
first. Let me
hold on.
finish first, then you can ask the
No,
question.
wait, I gotta ask-
Let me ask the question. Let me finish first. You can ask the question, okay? So the
Not quite my
reason
tempo.
why we have the reason why speciation is a thing is because humans want to categorize things, but that's just so that we have something. We have a label to make it easier for us to understand. That's why Homo sapiens are Homo sapiens and not Homo erectus anymore, because we decided to cut it off at a certain point. And sometimes we're still finding fossils of Homo erectus who are super close to Homo sapien, and some scientists are still fighting over, is that Homo erectus actually Homo
No,
sapien?
you didn't agree
Is that
with
Homo
that
sapien?
earlier. You actually didn't agree with that.
Yes, he did. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I gave him the chance of whether or not he agreed with that earlier when I showed
Maybe
him
you
the
were
picture, and
restarting
he
your
was
computer
like,
again,
"Nah,
bro.
You
Because
weren't
no, he definitely
listening.
didn't
You
do
weren't
that.
listening.
Hold
when I
on, hold
talked
on.
about
What
it.
are when are you talking about, Kung Fu?
when I
When he
showed
did
him the
monkey-
picture
when he showed the monkey
between
thing.
the two the
Right. Oh,
two
I'm sorry.
women,
Yeah, no,
like,
he explained that evolution can happen different based on environment, right? Which is the
yeah, but I
reason
asked
that
him
there's different
specifically,
species.
right, but I asked him specifically which one is phenotypically closer to our past ancestor,
We're
and
all
he
Homo.
refused.
We're
It
all
depends on where you
we
draw that box.
right now.
Right
Phenotypically,
between Kung
Every
Fu and
single
karate,
phenotype.
right?
What's phenotype
right
mean?
now,
What does
every
phenotype
single
mean?
human
Sure.
right now is Homo sapien.
Well,
But
so
what does
for what it's worth,
phenotype
Joe, and
mean?
I'm not trying to insult you. Okay,
I don't
so
believe
please
you,
do not
Lancer.
take it that way. No, hear me out, because again, you seem like a
All
very
little
nice
Homo
person.
here.
I promise this
You're
is
all
not
in.
ad hom, but
Okay,
looking
okay.
looking at the roundness of your jaw, the straight ridge line of your brow, if I look at you, my first thought is caveman. So the fact of the matter is, if I held your picture up next to a picture of what we know of as Neanderthal, you look remarkably similar. So I would say that I guess
ahead.
perhaps
Talk.
like
Pull
I
it
said, I'm
up.
not doing this as an insult, but you are showing a picture of
Calm
a
down. Pull
person.
it up.
You are showing a picture of a person that is compared, like that one individual has different traits. I have seen plenty of people who look like a fucking Shar-Pei. Nobody thinks that they are actually descended from a dog. You know what I
Some
mean?
people might think
Like,
he's literally a
There's a
Neanderthal,
fun
bro. I
fact,
don't
by
know.
the way. Fun fact, by the way. The only reason why Neanderthals are gone is because not only did we kill most of them, we actually bred with them, and
yeah,
our
we fucked
genes
them
were
out of existence. 100%.
No, no, it's a box, okay? Kickboxing cannot be Muay Thai. Stop it. You can't steal the moves
Oh no,
from
but
Muay
yes,
Thai
and
if you're a
that's and again
kickboxer.
that's the other analogy
Okay.
that works well to help
Okay,
you understand
so
what we're talking about when we talk about speciation.
yeah,
When did
yeah.
Latin stop being Latin? When did Latin become German?
Language is a terrible example.
No, when did Latin become German? This is an analogy to understand how speciation works. When
It's
did
a
Latin
terrible
become German?
analogy. There's a reason why. I can
How?
tell you why it's a terrible analogy, because we
Hey,
just
I'm
decide
gonna give you a little thought
arbitrarily.
experiment, okay? You see this
We
little
just
number line I
decide
put up here, right?
arbitrarily, dude. Hello,
You
we're
see this
having
little
a fucking
No,
you see
when
this
did
little number
Latin
line?
special. You're real
Come on,
see
slow,
this?
man.
hold your number line, Circle. Let them finish their
Okay.
sentence. You can
I'll
do
hold
your
it.
number line next. I promise. Yeah, hold it.
hold on,
It's
here.
up, baby.
So
Finish what you're saying, Kung.
when did Latin,
Wait,
the
hold on,
the
dude.
ancient form of
He's
Latin,
re-asking his question. When did Latin go on?
I understand. Yeah, I could make me and Leith could get together tonight and make a language in like a few hours. You could do it with sign.
Absolutely.
That's how sign language was
would
made.
you use?
This is a
Yeah, but you
terrible
would
example.
use. But I'm guessing that you would use a lot of overlapping phrases and words from your current language that you understand right now.
No,
You could
no,
possibly
you
create
don't.
a new language, yes, but it would still have all of the hallmarks of your previous
That's
language.
metaphysical. It has nothing to do with science.
That what the fuck?
There's
Metaphysics is a
metaphysical
form of
look
science.
Just out of
Circus
curiosity,
face.
my first question is
It's a terrible.
Tolkien made his own language. Do you think Elvish is similar to English?
It's
What were you
metaphysical.
going to say, Circle? Let's see your numbers. Let's see your
No.
numbers straight. Come on.
I
Yes, by
changed
the
it to
way.
letters to make it simpler.
Okay, give it. Yep, I want your presentation. Please give us your TED talk.
I'm drawing us a horse. Sorry. That's his skateboard.
All right, so we have A and a B, okay? And
Okay.
let's just assume that the variation that you mentioned earlier, the one that you think
Uh-huh.
exists, right? The small one.
He's gonna tell us a story. Watch.
No. He's drawing us a
It's
picture.
gonna be a
Shush.
wonderful story, bro. What I want to ask you is, when is the moment that this A ceases to be the A and is only going to be a B?
Smack dab in the middle.
Are you sure?
Did I get the answer right?
No. It's on the same number line. Always going to be somewhat of an A.
Wait, so it's always an A
it's
until
going
it's
to
a
a
B,
limit
but
there,
was it
man.
always a B as soon as it stopped being an A?
Yeah, because we don't get
As
to
soon
do this.
as soon as
Oh,
as
hey,
soon as it went to the right of the A, was it already a B?
we don't get to do this in like real life. We don't get to go, you know what? The A is fucking lame. We're only the B
Circa,
now.
please answer my question, sir. So by what you're saying, it's still an A all the way up till it gets the B, but was it a
Connected to the
B
A.
as soon as it left the A?
Because technically the genes
Was it a
from the
B
A,
as soon as it left the A?
That would be correct.
no, it's going to be
But
them
it's still
always.
also an A.
Both of them always.
So it's
Because it has
always
genes
going
from
to
the A.
only be what it was. It's not already what it's going to be.
One more time.
So it's only what it used to be forever.
Both.
It's not
No, it's both.
already what it's going to be.
It's going to have, I mean, technically it's new genetic information, so it'll be a magical C in a way, but you can't get rid of the A because its genetic material is going to stay with it.
That's why we have
Forever.
genetic atavisms, and I forget what the other term for it
He's
is.
laughing, but my friend here doesn't realize that, you know, the reason genetics works all similarly to all these living things is because, hey, they kind of came from the same thing. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, right. Hey,
How come
fucking
that bloody
experiment.
knife?
Speaking of which-
How
That's
come that
circuit
bloody
drawing
knife
a
that you
fucking
mentioned earlier
whiteboard.
can't like make a baby, dude? Or
So,
can't
like-
like make
Speaking
a
of
wife?
which,
What's going
I
on
was
there?
going to ask Horseradish, have you ever heard of a genetic atavism?
Crazy, bro. He's cooking right
I don't
now.
believe that I have. Enlighten
So
me.
it's when a species exhibits traits from previous generations that they no longer have
Okay.
within the current
Can you give me an example?
humans being born with tails, webbed feet.
Lactose intolerant.
I thought
Right.
lactose intolerant was a evolutionary like that we became that. That's not an aberration.
Sure, we developed it, but then once we develop that gene and we go down the line, there's a chance that it'll be very unlikely to happen again. But the genes from the continuum there, we're going to carry every single different past gene that we had in a way. That's why when someone's like, we share 60% of the DNA with a banana, only like 2% of the genes you have are phenotypical ones. Okay. That's why characteristics like
The
way
rest of
that-
it is just what it is to be
it's
a
just
carbon
amino
carbon-based
based
acids.
organism.
It's just
Yeah.
amino
Yeah.
acids
Yes,
built on
you got
peptides.
Say,
We're all
say your thing
eukaryotes.
again there, Lethy.
So
Say
we're
the
all-
thing again now for me.
Oh, so genetic atavism. So like we're all
This is fucking
eukaryotes, like
stupid.
at its core. So genetic atavism is the rare appearance of an ancestral trait in an organism after being lost over generations of evolution. So we could be
Okay.
born randomly, very rarely, with a trait that we've long since shunned.
Okay,
it
well,
off.
hold on. So that implies then that something like webbed feet is a regressive trait and not just an abnormality, anomaly, or aberration.
We don't live in the water, so probably wouldn't be an advantageous one, not a regressive. Advantageous.
Right.
I guess
Well, but
regressive in
what I'm saying
biology
is
could be,
he's implying that it would have been something that was in our evolutionary history.
we did come from
resurfacing.
fish at some point, so yeah.
Right, but does it seem more likely, Occam's razor and all that jazz, does it seem more likely that it is reaching back 32 million years to our common ancestor, that's why I got the webbed toes, or my shit just came out weird because mom took the wrong kind of pills while I was in her belly?
Okay, is it easier to remember the history of genetically organized peptides and amino acids and DNA sequences, or is it easier to somehow create an entirely new version of webbed feet within like a single fucking, offspring?
Well, so they're not webbed feet in the way that a duck's toes would be webbed. So it's not like it's
But
a
it's
significant
far more
evolutionary
likely
shift.
for our genome to essentially like copy, or maybe when it comes to alleles, there's a lot of, I mean, we all know the P experiment, whatever, but there's more complex versions of that. Okay, which is
Okay,
kind
so
of
if
what
a,
he's
if a
bringing up.
kid if a kid is born without bones in his legs, that's a regressive, like that's just him de-evolving.
It's considered a regressive trait, but it wouldn't be a
There's no such thing as
de-evolution.
de-evolving. He evolved into a horrible fucking unfortunate.
So like same thing happens with
State.
fish. Some fish, from
And,
being
okay.
in the dark for long periods of time,
And again,
stop
hold on.
developing
hold
the
on,
trait, or
sorry.
stop utilizing the trait to have eyes. But if they were
Okay,
exposed to
so,
sunlight more often,
let
more
Letty finish.
likely they would develop eyes.
The reason
again.
our eyes
Alright.
suck, by the way, our eyes actually suck compared to a
Um,
lot of other animals, right? There's a reason for that.
We're wired
Hang on,
backwards.
sir.
Our
Yeah,
eyes are
let,
for the
let
underwater.
Razor was going to go next. Razor, go ahead.
Hey, guys, Actually, Horse, I'm gonna probably bounce out.
You're gonna run before you
right on.
address my demolishing
on.
of tag.
Yep.
No, I want to.
Nope.
I'll get. Wow.
Like I
Okay,
just
yeah,
took
you know
my
what?
foot
That was
and
a
just,
knowledge.
like,
I
opened up
think
tag.
Not quite
I
my
think-
tempo.
I think
I'd be
I
willing
think
to take some last thoughts or
yeah,
words
yeah. I was
or
about to say,
whatever, or-
Leafy,
Yeah.
go ahead and give it to him and let his parting words be a response.
Come on, bring it, homie.
No,
Yeah.
no, I thought
Let's go.
I just went ahead and demolished tag. I mean, I don't have any words. It's a useless argument.
Oh,
Okay.
I
Sorry,
see.
not
You're
being
talking about
wrong.
in the debate. I don't
Yes.
think were you
so
watching the debate, Joe?
I watched the beginning of it, and then I started kind of like eating dinner and getting ready to do
Sure.
like prepping.
Had to
for
put on
mine.
had to
But
put
I,
on the gi and all that jazz. I got you.
I watched the end of it. I watched like his closing statement, and Leith, yeah, I don't know, buddy. This is why I don't debate tag with you anymore. I like to try to keep things peaceful with you because I know where it goes, man. I think that was demonstrated there.
It
But
probably starts with God.
like I
doesn't it?
said, I already have a bias.
Which
already have a
one,
bias. We
Circa?
don't have
Which
to fight
one?
about it.
For what it's
This
worth,
is the
Joe, he
alpha and
has a
omega,
bias
the beginning
towards
and
you.
the end, my friends.
Leafy-
No, I have a
Leafy-
bias for tag. Like I obviously believe that tag works and that the atheist actually can escape it, but they try anyway.
Kung Fu, do you
but-
actually think that evolution is incompatible with religion?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there
Why?
are plenty theological reasons. Well,
It's
I
just a
gave
cake in the
reason
oven, bro.
earlier.
It's just a cake in the oven.
Like I
makes
said
no
earlier,
sense. It
like
makes no
you need death, right, for evolution to happen. But
don't.
there
You already
was
agreed
no
that you
death.
don't with
Yeah, you
variation
do.
within
You just
population.
need
No, no.
birth.
What?
You just
Hold
need
on,
birth.
so
You don't
how
need
is
wait,
it
death.
no,
supposed to be
Circuit,
incompatible
sorry
with
to
religion?
raise
All right, you know
Why
what?
is that
Hold on, wait,
incompatible with religion?
No such thing as
Why is it
tardigrade.
We're not
Adam-
going to do a whole new tag. We're not going to do a whole new tag. If
Yeah,
somebody
I
else
know.
wants to play tag with Joe, I will set it up.
What
Let
part
the
of the
man say his
Bible
good nights.
says that
Circa, hold
evolution
on,
can't-
Right.
buddy. I didn't even get
Yeah.
anybody else up in here yet. So let the man say his good nights. Thank you very much, Joe. I appreciate you showing up. I appreciate you joining
Thanks
in.
for having me. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Of course.
So tell everybody one more time where they can find you, who you are, and all that jazz. I already shouted you out
Sure,
once,
thank-
but I'll do it again.
For sure. No, thanks a lot, Horace. You're a very solid moderator, in my opinion. Top tier work. You guys could find me at Kung Fu Joe _ on Twitch if you want to watch me kick some ass in the best fighting game ever made, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Or you want to hit me up on Twitter at PC Bro. You could holler at me. We could set up a debate and fight on any one of these things, and I'll come
Play
fight
some
you.
roguelites.
I'll do it.
All right, man.
Play
Anyway,
roguelites
thanks a
are
lot.
better.
Thanks for having me, guys.
And yeah,
Anyway,
keep answering the prompts, and I will definitely keep getting you scheduled. So, have a great night, man.
great. All right, have a good one,
And-
guys. Peace.
And that actually brings me to something else I'm going to say before because are the two of y'all going to keep staying up? Because I know there's a whole lot of
No,
people
no,
down
no.
there that want to. Yeah, word.
I'm about,
No,
but
are y'all
I'm just
just
gonna,
about done streaming?
I'll probably
I'm
end my
just gonna
stream
call
soon,
out-
but I'll hang out.
call out sick.
It's like buzz off.
I already told like because
No. I'm gonna rate this out. I'm just trying to figure out if they're gonna keep streaming. I'm gonna move down there and talk to everybody as well. So
Yep, I am done as well. Y'all
I'm
have a
still
good
streaming,
night.
yes.
So
you're
yeah,
still gonna
Ra-
keep streaming, Razor?
I'll
Alright.
for a little bit
Razor.
longer
So-
just to
Sorry,
talk with you.
I guess it
want to.
wasn't quite his tempo, man.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You're gonna get the chance. Don't you worry. I will schedule a Kung Fu Circa. So, Lethy, first, please. Everybody already knows who you are, but I want to hear it again. Tell everybody who you are, where they can find you.
Good old Lethy Water Kai. Didn't do too much tonight, hanging out, chilling. Hope everybody had fun. No questions for me tonight. Everything was all about Razor. Good job, sir. Good job. And yeah, Lethy Water Kai on all platforms.
All right, cheers. And Doink. And then Razor, if you would also one more time for my audience and Lethy's, tell everybody who you are, where to find you.
For now, it's just gonna be G on Twitch.tv. I do have a blue sky under Razor Sharp G 90.